We all make resolutions this time of year, and let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. Navage. Navage provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. This time of year, when everyone is sick, Navage helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. And come allergy season, it does the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage helps treat congestion symptoms in seconds flat, without drugs. This New Year's, resolve to use drug-free Navage to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage. Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature trees and hedges to choose from. Work with our dedicated nursery pros to plant your dream yard. Whether you're looking for instant privacy, a relaxing oasis, or a statement piece, Moon Valley Nurseries is here for you from planning to planting. Call 561-295-8852 to schedule a free design consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
Ring in the new year with the ultimate timeless gift, a diamond from Diamonds Direct. Whether you're ready to pop the question or celebrating a lifetime of love in 2024, Diamonds Direct can make this New Year's one to remember forever. Diamonds Direct is the area's destination for exquisite diamonds in all shapes and sizes, and our nationwide price guarantee ensures you'll get the best value, period. To showcase that spectacular diamond, we have literally thousands of designer settings from all the top names like Decory, Verragio, Simon G, A. Jaffe, and many more. And our experts will guide you every step of the way with the education you want and the respect you deserve. Engagement rings, wedding bands, eternity bands, fashion rings. At Diamonds Direct, we specialize in the ultimate symbol of love, and we welcome the opportunity to celebrate with you. So start the new year with some new excitement, new hope, and some new bling. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion. In Boca Raton and now open in Aventura.
Attention, our friends from Guarantee Media are giving away 4 days in Puerto Rico, Jamaica, or Mexico with hotel and airfare included for only $99 to the first 50 listeners to text MUSIC to 96551. It's only for the first 50 listeners to text MUSIC to 96551. They give you up to a year and a half to travel, but you must be one of the first 50 to text MUSIC to 96551. Grab your phone and text the word MUSIC to 96551 for your chance to get 4 days in Puerto Rico, Jamaica, or Mexico with hotel and airfare included for only $99. That's MUSIC to 96551. You heard right. Be one of the first 50 listeners to text MUSIC to 96551 and get 4 days in Puerto Rico, Jamaica, or Mexico with hotel and airfare included for only $99. But you must be one of the first 50 listeners to text MUSIC to 96551. Text the word MUSIC to 96551 for your chance to go on vacation to Puerto Rico, Jamaica, or Mexico.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Expect delays on northbound I-95 between Forest Hill Boulevard and Belvedere Road. Police on the right shoulder of the turnpike northbound near Okeechobee Boulevard causing delays back to Jog Road. Broken water main repairs have the eastbound lanes of Boynton Beach Boulevard closed from Military Trail to Lawrence Road. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line pound 250 keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword PAY at realradio921.com. That's PAY. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
I'm going to need a cup of coffee.
Today we celebrate a particular kind of coffee.
Right, and that would be?
It would be the Irish coffee.
Think you can Irish up this coffee for me?
An Irish coffee!
Yeah, Irish coffee.
An Irish coffee.
Want me to Irish up that coffee for you?
It's National Irish Coffee Day.
How do you make coffee Irish?
Black coffee and Irish whiskey.
Happy National Irish Coffee Day.
Shoot! Color me happy. There's a sofa in here for two.
First time in an elevator.
Penthouse.
The Penthouse. Wow, great view. I bet you can see all the way to the ocean from out here.
Penthouse, top floor, got everything I need and a lot more. High ceilings, marble floor, and my penthouse.
Hey, Mr. Greek, can I get your autograph?
Hey, Greek, what's happening, pal?
I'm 6 deep behind a 4. You can't find me.
Oh my God, it's Greek!
Unos, dos, tres, 14. Turn it up, Captain.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Here's The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday, getting ready for the weekend and getting ready for some more NFL games. We'll talk about the NFL today and what is going on with the big games. Also, we'll give you a chance to win tickets to the fair at 11:45. You also get a chance to win $1,000. I think that's enough for you guys. What are you doing for us? Come on. We're giving you guys all these opportunities and so much more on a Thursday in the Penthouse on Real Talk for the Palm Beaches and more. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning. Happy Thursday.
And good morning, Francis.
Hello, good morning.
And I was at the fair last night, my sign waving, and you were not waving back. I was like, Franny!
I figure she ignored you.
Already starting with that. Oh, is it because it's opposite day? Is that what? You're saying you were at the fair when you weren't at the fair?
That's what it is.
It is. It's opposite day. That's a fact.
I lie about everything.
Yeah, that's good.
It's opposite day.
So now it actually makes sense today when you lie, because I'll be like,
that?
yeah, it's opposite day. Yes, I was at the fair.
So she'll be telling the truth then.
Right. It was, that's true. Opposite behavior of your norm. But no, what a great time for bike night. So they do it twice during the run of the fair. They did it last Wednesday. And I heard that last Wednesday, it was 290 bikes that entered. This Wednesday, they counted 358 bikes.
That's because of you.
Motorcycles. And it was so fun. I got paired up with a gentleman by the name of Carlos.
Hey, Carlos.
And so I got to ride on the back of his bike and
Santana?
make a video.
By chance?
How did you know?
That's what I thought,
yeah,
maybe.
It was so
He
cool.
brought his guitar.
That'd be
It was.
great. How cool would that be, huh?
Yeah, so it was fun. They had the Miss Teen and Miss South Florida Fair were on there on the back of bikes too.
Ooh, Miss South Florida Fair.
Yes, Miss South Florida
Oh,
Fair.
how cute.
Yeah, it was a good time. And really quick, like thinking about it, because with that many bikes, and you go through the Midway and around, and you even go through yesteryear, and so it was cool to see all that. But it probably took maybe like a 10-minute ride, something like that.
It's cool
going through the fair, but such a cool experience, and hopefully they'll invite me again to do it next year. And then I got to hang out with Christian, and we were there until like 8:00 after the fact, just hanging out in the Gator tent. And a lot of Real Radio listeners came out, Gator listeners. So all in all, good time. Went by too fast, I'll say that, just because there's so much action going on.
Did you have to wear a helmet?
No.
Oh, all right, cool.
How long did the parade last? I mean, at 350 bikes, that had to go for a little bit.
I would say maybe 20 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah, with all those bikes, maybe a little longer.
Right.
But yeah, because you're not zooming through the fair. Yeah, no. And it's single file too. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So even when I showed up, I got to show up by the gate where that's where I parked, where all the bikes show up and they pay their $5 to enter. And it was actually a hell of a deal. So if you have a motorcycle, and even what are those cars? Low to the ground, and they almost look like
three-wheelers.
The souped up, like a souped up go-kart that people drive. What are they called? A lot of athletes have them. That one guy showed up to spring training in it.
I know what it is, but
I can't think of the name of them.
Yeah.
But even people had those.
Sanchez has one, our good buddy.
Yeah, I don't know the name of them either. I got to look it up. But like people had those too. It was all kinds of cool stuff. But just the money in some of those bikes is absolutely it's absolutely incredible. I'll post a reel too and then some people dressed up. There was a guy, he had a bike and he was dressed up as Batman, and his wife or whoever was Batgirl, and they had the cape on and stuff. Yeah, some people really, really do it up. But you just think about the money on some of those bikes.
Did he have like a Batmobile type of motorcycle
he
too?
Because that would have been great. Yeah. He didn't, but yeah, I was like, man, some of those bikes are worth more than my house.
No, they're not. I believe it. What are your house?
Oh my God.
Really?
Well, my house when I bought it, I'll say that. I don't know. but yeah, so
really?
It's absolutely insane, but such a cool time. And if you've never seen it, you just next year when you know they're doing bike night, make sure bike night, you go out there. I did hear that this Saturday, somebody was telling me, they're like, it's such a good time. They do a battle of the tribute bands.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so all kinds of tribute bands, and they're competing.
So do they pick like one like tribute bands for Motley Crue, and they have a bunch of different tribute bands for just Motley Crue?
No, I don't
or
think
just
so.
all different,
I think
doesn't matter?
Yeah, I think it's all different kind of
is...
tribute bands for different bands.
Cool.
But I was told it's supposed to be a really good time. And it's the last weekend of the fair, so when you get your tickets,
this is it.
Make sure that you can go.
And we got some great weather, too, for it. I mean, at least warm, that's for sure.
Yes,
I don't know about rain. I didn't see too much rain in the forecast, but at least it's going to be warm.
Yes.
The next couple of days it's supposed to be beautiful.
Yeah.
And the last couple of years, they've dealt with a lot of cold weather.
I personally thanked Lauren Oleski just to make sure that.
Did good.
Yeah.
She has something to do with it? Well, thank you.
That's when you know it is. It's always the first couple weeks of the fair. It's always cold.
Yeah.
But I kind of dig it. The rain sucks, but it makes, I don't know, like it's fair weather to me. It is.
Well, it's January too. I mean, obviously,
story.
I mean, you kind of expect it. It's like they're talking about how there's cold and snow and everything up north. It's January.
Yep.
It's going to be warm today.
But
today is going to be warm. It's going to be in the 80s today.
Oh, yeah. We're supposed to have good weather here.
Yeah.
But the rain, that always kind of puts a damper on things at the fair. But being cold, well, it is January. So
I know. And we're it's Florida cold.
Yeah.
People are listening on the iHeartRadio app up north, and they're like, shut up.
Oh, yeah. Forget about it.
It gets into the upper 50s.
All
And we
right.
got sweaters and scarves and earmuffs and gloves and boots.
It is funny. I went to lunch Saturday and just maybe like 70 degrees, 60, but it was nice. And I'm in tank top and pants, and there's women sitting at the bar with beanies on and Uggs, and I was just like, it's beautiful
Scarves.
out. It was so, yes, like it looked like they were going to like a ski chalet or something. It was crazy.
Well, some people also feel like they have it and they don't have much time to wear it. So if it gets a little nippy,
Well, there's that too.
I'm going to throw it on.
Yeah.
I get cold very easy. I don't know, like even at night sometimes, 70 degrees, something like that, or 65, I feel a little chilly. I'm like, let me turn up the thermostat on the weather outside. It is the Greek. It is Francis. It is Jimmy. You guys are going to have a chance to win tickets to the fair at 11:45 today, so don't forget about that. And when is the last day of the fair? Is it Sunday or Saturday?
I believe it's Sunday.
28th. So,
Yeah.
What's that?
Friday,
That Sunday? Yeah, it should be Sunday.
Yep.
All right, so you're going to have a great opportunity today to get tickets to the fair and to have a great time. As Francis just told you, always a great time at South Florida Fair.
Wait a minute. Today? Thursday? No, we're giving away New York Prime today.
Oh, are we? All right, sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow. Is that the fair?
No, actually, we're done. We gave,
No more fair.
We gave away fair tickets on Tuesday. That was the last.
All right, well, we're done.
All right,
Sorry.
sorry to
Pay
tease you
attention.
guys about giving away fair tickets.
Pay attention.
I think you need to pay attention.
I don't pay attention.
He's done.
Why
He's like-
should he?
I love it telling people listening, pay attention. They're like, we are. We thought we were going to the fair.
You go to New York Prime. Relax. I'll park your car. My God. You can sit outside.
Yo, relax. What are you doing? Why are you yelling?
Why you give me a hard time? Come on.
Pay attention, people.
Pay attention. My God, how many times we got to go over this?
What is wrong with you?
Oh, my God. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it, Jimmy.
I don't know.
Divisional round. Championship game Sunday. Crazy. My God. We don't even know if Debo's playing for the 49ers. Chiefs and the Ravens. We'll talk about it.
But we know who's going to be out in Los Angeles Chargers head coach, huh?
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah,
Not surprised.
Big breaking news. Late yesterday or so?
Yep. So
I think I saw it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure now you're going to see Michigan get under a lot of suspensions and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
without
that news will come out.
Oh, yeah, that'll come out in another month or two. It's just like when Carroll left USC. He left, and all of a sudden they got all the sanctions. They took away all the scholarships. He went to Seattle. I think so. I mean, there were reports that he had $150 million waiting for him for a new deal with Michigan. And he's a god up there, and he should be. I mean, he played there. He's did great things for the program. They just want it all. I think that's my opinion. I just think down the road you're going to see some stuff. Because, again, all the stuff that happened in Michigan last year when he got suspended was done by the university, not by the NCAA.
Right.
The NCAA said they're investigating it. And I feel that he heard, you know what, we're going to get nailed, and I might get suspended again.
I'm out. Going to the NFL.
I think the writing was on the wall that it would happen, right?
Yeah.
Eventually.
Yeah. What happens is
two separate suspensions, right?
Yep. And what the universities tried to do is to get ahead of it. So when the NCAA comes back down and says, hey, we're suspending him for X or Y, you come back and you say, hey, you know what? We already suspended him for 3 games. So, and the other thing is that when the investigation is going on, the university already is admitting there was something wrong. Because you're not going to suspend your.
They suspended him in the beginning of the year, right? And then the Big Ten suspended him in
At the
the
end.
second half. Like those last 3 games were from them, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And Michigan agreed with it, and so did he. So, so I think that there's going to be more coming down. That's just my opinion for the university with scholarships and maybe not go to bowl games. And I think that he was like, hey, I want to get out. He's been a great coach. He did very good at Stanford. It did very good when he was with the 49ers.
Sure, yeah. He's got a good track record in both, and that's something you don't usually see, right? I mean, some guys are a little bit better in one than the other, right?
Only 2 coaches
College
have
versus
won.
pro.
Yeah, only 2 coaches have won it both times, and that's Jimmy Johnson and Carroll. That's it.
Yep.
Those are the only 2. And he's been to the Super Bowl with 49 against his brother. But, yeah, I mean, they interviewed him twice. The Belichick thing is more of a mystery, where that seems to be getting cold, and I don't know what's going to happen there. I don't know if they don't want him.
Yeah. I saw a headline this morning. It's like, why don't teams want Belichick?
Yeah.
Is there something going on behind the scenes?
Yeah, because they were saying that, right? Like the front office somewhere, and even the Falcons said that they don't want him.
But it was other teams as well. I mean, that's what the headline was implying. It's like nobody wants him for whatever reason. It didn't really get into it because it's all speculation and stuff. But
he's not interviewing anybody else. You never hear, and Belichick, he plays everything very close to the vest. So he's not going to tell you if anybody's calling. It seems like he wants to be in Atlanta. They interviewed him twice, but the front office leaked or whatever, said, hey, we don't really want him because he's not going to listen to us.
But we're not hearing any chatter from like Washington interviewing him, Tennessee interviewing him.
No, and I don't know.
I don't know who else. So Seattle's going to need a head coach, right?
Yeah, I don't think he wants to go anywhere. I mean, Atlanta, I think that's where he wants to be.
Okay.
So I don't think he's interviewing anywhere with the process. I still think he's a very good coach, great coach, one of the best in the NFL.
Yeah.
But again, he brings what a lot of these guys don't want today. He brings a lot of discipline, a lot of rules, a lot of different things where it's, my way or the highway. And a lot of these people are saying like, hey, I don't know if he fits in. That's just a narrative. If the goal is to win, he fits in. I mean, again, like same thing with companies sometimes. They don't realize we're here to make money. If somebody's making money, you know what? You stick with them. So I don't know. I mean, we'll see. But Harbaugh, 5 years, and he's in a good spot. He really is. Got a great quarterback, defense with a couple big players. I think the only thing is he's got to deal with Mahomes. So maybe they'll make the playoffs and not get to the win the division for a while. But
Harbaugh with Chargers, yeah.
But new stadium.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of good things out there. So I'm sure he's very excited, getting out of cold. He's going to L.A. He's enjoying that. I'm not surprised that he got signed. Once they said they went interviewed him twice, I'm like, come on. And I think also with a lot of these teams, they have to interview a certain amount of people. And obviously you have the Rooney rule.
I was going to say, is that still in effect?
Yes. Yeah. So I don't think that they could just say, hey, they have to make like they're going through the process, which probably they weren't. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. New York Prime gift card today. Pay attention, people. Pay attention. You'll have a great time there with great steak and a great atmosphere, and I'll park your car. Also, you get a chance to win $1,000 an hour, and make sure you guys jump on that. We got a lot coming out. You got This Day in History. Jimmy's got some dating things that might ring your bell, and a trifecta. We'll be back. Peace.
Real Radio is the News Junkie.
Here we go again. They're taking hard-working American people, American men, and they're taking their job.
I think it's so weird that they would be able to make a human being without using eggs or sperm. Scientists
I feel the
working
same
on-
way about omelets.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Expect delays on northbound I-95 between Forest Hill Boulevard and Belvedere Road. Police on the right shoulder of the turnpike northbound near Okeechobee Boulevard causing delays back to Jog Road. Broken water main repairs have the eastbound lanes of Boynton Beach Boulevard closed from Military Trail to Lawrence Road. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line pound 250 keyword West Palm traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. During MVP's bonus days at Lowe's, save $250 when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch sliding miter saw and adjustable stand together. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Hazel Greek, Monroe's and Palm Beach open 7 days a week, open to 5 a.m. 5-star menu, DJs in the house, and the beautiful ladies. If you want a good night to be a great night, there's only one place to go. Monroe's and Palm Beach, celebrating 11 years in Palm Beach County. Beautiful ladies, 7 days a week. Great time to watch some games and UFC, and a 5-star menu. And the girls. Get over to Monroe's. Peace.
Moms, we all wish there were 2 more of us just to get through the day, preparing lunches, snacks, dinners. We've all got a lot on our plates. That's where Fresh from Florida comes in. They have hundreds of recipes that make mealtime quick, easy, and healthy. And shopping for locally grown produce is a snap. Just look for the Fresh from Florida logo. When it's almost dinner time and you have to be 3 places at once, go to the one place that counts. FreshFromFlorida.com. There's sunshine in every bite.
Hayes the Greek for Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Seafood, bakery, prepared food, fruits and vegetables, meats, deli, and pizza. It's all under one roof. And if you got any catering in the future, let Joseph's handle it for you. You'll be a star. Locations, Delray, Boca, West Palm Beach, and Palm Beach Gardens. At Joseph's, their goal is to bring their family feel directly to your table. Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Peace!
It's South Florida Fair season. Time for that great fair food.
$2 Tuesdays are back. Admission is just $2 on Tuesdays. Every vendor will have a $2 food bite, and we can ride the rides for just $2 each.
$2 food bites? That's incredible.
Enjoy the food you love at this year's fair on $2 Tuesdays. Details at southfloridafair.com. Open now through January 28th in West Palm Beach.
South Florida Fair.
Hey, it's Franny, and if you've been thinking about trading in your car and getting a new ride, let me introduce you to GiveMeTheVin.com. You'll get top dollar for your car, and they make selling your ride simple, fast, and easy. Whether your car, truck, or SUV has 200 or 200,000 miles on it, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to make you a deal, and they'll show up to your house with a check in hand. Find out firsthand why they are 5-star rated with a Better Business Bureau when you trade in and trade up with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Injured on the job? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anna Jar Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Glenn Levine, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
I'm
getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
Let Express Employment Professionals help you hire for contract or full-time jobs. Forget about posting jobs, sifting through resumes, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Go to expresspros.com to find the location near you. That's expresspros.com.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we continue to move through our Thursday morning. It's a muggy one as well. A southeast wind near 15 miles per hour, helping to push a couple of isolated showers on shore, but most of us are still moving through our morning dry. We're back in the low 80s this afternoon, warm and above average. We're going to stay warm as we move into the weekend. Colder air moves in on Monday.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Start your year by taking care of one of your biggest investments, your vehicle. Drive into any Palm Beach County area Valvoline Instant Oil Change and get a quality Valvoline oil change without leaving your car. Go to VIOC.com to find a convenient location near you.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday. Don't forget today at 11:45, your chance to win a New York Prime gift card. You'll love the restaurant, enjoy the steak, and I'll even park your car. And you also get a chance to win $1,000 every hour with the keyword, we need a winner. Our boss keeps breaking our stones that nobody's winning. We want you guys to win. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Of course, Francis is here.
Hello, hello.
And it's time for a trifecta in this day in history.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, the Milwaukee Bucks have a very good record, winning percentage of almost 700, and they fired their coach after 43 games, and there's a lot of speculation that the Greek Freak had something to do with it. The Greek Freak says he was totally shocked. Had no knowledge of that. So that tells me he definitely had the coach fired, without a doubt. They're not firing the head coach without asking him. He is the premier player for the Bucks and an all-star and does everything. So I was a little surprised about that. But you know what? If you don't like the coach, it's been happening before. It happened with Magic Johnson, happened with Jordan a couple times in the past. When the big player says he doesn't want somebody, usually the top brass listens and says, okay, you're done. 49ers are playing the Lions. That is the second game on Sunday. The 49ers are -7. Debo, we still don't know if he's playing. That is a huge difference. The 49ers, when he plays, are 20 games over 500, and when he doesn't play, they're 8-9. So if you want to bet the 49ers, you might want to wait. And in championship games since, I believe, 2007, the favorites are 67% of the time cover. So that would be the Ravens on a good side and the Niners. I like the Chiefs with the points. Speaking of the NFL, the Chargers, who definitely have the best uniforms in the NFL. People talk about it all the time. One of the coolest uniforms. Got a new head coach. Jim Harbaugh is going to be there 5 years and hopefully get them in the playoffs and bring them back to get some respect in the NFL. He's got a very good quarterback, good defense, some playmakers. I think he'll turn it around pretty quickly, but he's signing for 5 years. He's done with Michigan, led them to the national championships, and he's adios. And he's going to be in L.A., Hollywood. Woo! And that is your Greek trifecta. Now over to Jimmy for this day in history.
On this day in history.
Well, Franny, I need a favor today, if you can. I went to fill up the time machine with a little bit of gas. I forgot my wallet today. Can you give me a push?
Yeah, of course.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. So Franny's pushing. All right. Thank you. And we're back to 491 years ago.
One hell of a push I gave you.
I'll tell you what.
Wow.
I feel like I pushed. 1533 was the year. Henry VIII, King of England, of course, married his second wife, Anne Boleyn, in a secret ceremony. His first wife wasn't invited. 119 years ago today, 1905, at the premier mine in Pretoria, South Africa. Greek's going to love this one. A 3,106 carat diamond ring was discovered during a routine inspection by the mine superintendent.
A diamond ring or just a diamond?
Just a diamond.
Okay, you said diamond ring.
I was
like,
say ring?
Yeah, I was like, how the hell did they wear that thing?
Found the ring itself.
Damn, never in the right place.
The thing weighed 1.33 pounds. It was the largest diamond ever found.
Wow.
100 years ago today, 1924, the first Winter Olympics Games began and took place in France. 75 years ago today, 1949, the first Emmy Awards were presented as well. There were only 6 categories at the time, and nominated shows were limited to those that aired in the Los Angeles area only. 63 years ago today, 1961, Walt Disney's animated movie 101 Dalmatians was released. Cost $4 million to make, and that was back in 1961.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
$4 million? Mingada.
53 years ago today, 1971, Charles Manson is convicted of the brutal 1969 murder of actress Sharon Tate and 6 others. 43 years ago today, 1981 was the year 52 Americans held hostage by Iran for 444 days arrived back in the U.S. on Super Bowl Sunday, which leads us into, of course, Super Bowls. 43 years ago today, 1981, the Oakland Raiders beat the Philadelphia Eagles 27-10 to win Super Bowl 15. It was the first time a wild card team had ever won.
I think the MVP was Jim Plunkett.
There you go. You just took away the next line in that, and that's awesome. Great recall. 37 years ago today, that Super Bowl was the Giants against the Broncos. Of course, the Giants won 39-20, Super Bowl 21. Giants quarterback Phil Simms was the MVP, and Neil Diamond sang the national anthem. 26 years ago today, in 1998, is where we're going to end it on another Super Bowl, and that's when the Denver Broncos beat the Green Bay Packers 31-24. That was Super Bowl 32. It was the Broncos' first time to win after 4 tries. You know, that was finally they had won one. Denver Broncos running back Terrell Davis was the MVP, and that's what happened on January 25th in our history.
That was also a Super Bowl, one of the highest spreads. The Broncos were getting 15.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, now that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, the Jets are the highest one ever, 18.5 against the Colts, but Denver was getting like 14 or 15. That goes up against that, and when the Patriots played the first time, they played the Rams, and they won their first Super Bowl, and they were getting like 14 points.
Speaking of which, you know, you've often mentioned, Greek, if just one time, if you could have tomorrow's paper today.
Oh, yeah.
I got it. I got it for you right here.
All right.
It's not exactly tomorrow's, but it might be a couple of weeks from now. Here, I'll just listen.
And the Lions, yes, the Detroit Lions have won the Super Bowl.
Where's that from?
Bet the bank.
Where did you get that from?
It was online.
Oh, really?
So I was like, wow, here we go. We got the winner
So somebody
already.
from the future, huh?
Yeah,
Somebody from the future got that and posted it
How about
online.
that? Yeah.
Interesting.
On social media, I mean, the one thing they're hammering the NFL with is that it's fixed and that it's a script, and you can't get away from it. And they keep saying it everywhere.
Well, it's been a bad year, right? I think a lot of people said it's been a bad year for reffing, right? And that's, I mean, I haven't heard as many complaints ever. I mean, there's always complaints every year, but this year seems to be any coincidence because there's more and more places where gambling's legal and people are losing money.
Of course. Yeah.
It's correlation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a terrible thing, and it says something about our society, which is not good, that the Buffalo Bills kicker is getting death threats. That's sad.
I'm sure that's happened before, too.
Oh, yeah, it does. It's sad, though. It's sad.
No, I'm not saying not justifying it.
Yeah, I mean,
stretch.
It's terrible. I mean, the guy missed a kick. Do you think you're going to give him a death threat? And that has a lot to do with, like you just said.
Norwood got it, too.
Yeah,
back
of
in his day. And I'm sure plenty of other kickers are always such a scapegoat. They're hero or zero, right?
Yeah. Well, a lot of guys get it. Players get it
Sure.
every week, and they drop a pass or an interception. But it's just sad that our society is like that.
I wonder how many refs get them.
Oh, I bet you a lot of them do. We just don't hear about it as much.
Yeah.
Well, the things with referees is that most people, not all, don't know the referees.
That's
who they are.
They're not household names, right? You don't know them by name, and they're not doxed as much where you know where they live and that type of thing. So.
Years ago, they don't do it anymore. They used to, and maybe this is the reason why, they used to put the referees' names on the screen when they would start the game. They would put all six of their names.
Sure.
I don't see that anymore. And
That's probably why, because of the death threats.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think
the rest were like, "Can we please stop doing this?"
Yeah, Bass. I think it's sad. I mean, the guy missed the kick. He. You can't even imagine how bad the guy feels.
Yeah, already, right?
Yeah,
and then you got people, and it's not even just death threats to them; it's to their family.
Yeah.
It's like everything. It's so bad, and of course, his teammates and everybody are on his side and like telling everybody like quit.
Yeah.
I've read everything, like quit. Giving him death threats.
It's sad.
Yes.
I mean, it's
not
enough
justified. Yes, you're a fan. Get over it.
Yeah.
There'll be other games.
Yeah. And don't bet if it's going to affect you that much.
True.
I mean, really, if that's what it's going to do. They'll like to pin it on gambling but like you said, this was going on 30 years ago when people were getting more than that, guys were getting death threats. But it's just sad that it has to happen. I feel bad for the guy and his family. Like Francis said, it's not only him, it's his family, his kids, and everything's so exposed today that anybody can get anything. And then you got to think about the guys if he's got kids in school. Kids in school and somebody's at lunch with the kids says, your dad sucks, he missed a kid. Who wants to deal with that? I mean, that's sad. Don't do that, people. Please, can we be a little bit nicer? Man, I got to be a role model for everybody. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
Well, Match.com dropped the annual Singles in America study that looked at the state of dating in 2024. Let's go over a couple things. The stat everyone's talking about, though, this time is 31% of singles have explored consensual non-monogamy, a.k.a. getting to sleep around. Only 49% said a traditional two-person relationship is the ideal scenario right now.
Disgusting.
Less than half.
God.
Disgusting.
I mean, not by much, but a little bit less than half.
My God, I'm going to have a seminar. I'm going to have to go on the road, teach people morals. My God. Greek moral codes.
We're doomed. That said, 79% of singles and 83% of Gen Zers think they can still have a lifelong marriage. So the institution isn't completely dead yet. And here are 4 most common types. Well, we know what these are. They put them up there, but monogamish is one that's sort of a non-monogamous relationship. Yeah. Am I saying that right?
Monogamish, yeah.
Monogamish.
You add the ish, and it means you're monogamous, but kind of not. You still can have sex with other people.
Tuesday and Thursday.
That ish adds that like the asterisk.
Yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Not totally open, but sometimes you can dabble, right?
Mm-hmm.
Poly, we know what that is. Open relationships, we know what that is. And swinging, we know what that is. So we didn't need to get into that. But some other stats here. Not everyone wants sex, and that's something we've been hearing about, especially the younger generation. 21% of singles. 21.
Just not right now, though, is what it's not like in general, like forever.
They say they don't want it, and they don't want a sexual relationship right now at all. 1 in 7 online daters are using AI 43% of them have used it to write their dating profile, and 37% have used it to write their first text to someone.
Again, shows everybody's a liar and a fake.
Yeah, but if you're not really good with words, but you can plug in what you do, your hobbies, your job, whatever, and then you just plug it in, and then they create this masterpiece that makes you more quote unquote appealing. Yeah, but to whoever you're seeking, then why not? Some people just aren't good with words when it comes to creating profiles.
I think they just learned from Greek.
Oh, is that it?
Be fake, right?
You lie to me, I lie to you. We'll meet at 8. I'll see you at 9. We'll be over by 10.
There it is.
Happy holidays.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that most people are lying. My mother always said, if you're not impressed in the first 5 minutes, walk away, because that's their best.
Well, and that's the thing, that if you are using AI to completely lie about your life and who you are, they're going to find out. So if you do utilize it just to help you create a profile that is about you and it is honest, but you're just not really good at putting it into words, then I'm okay with that, because you'll never know. But yeah, it's stupid to create a complete fake life and profile, because that person's going to find out.
Sure.
And I know they initially do it probably just to get the dates. Believe me, I know it happens. We talk about it all the time, from fake, profile bios to even fake photographs.
Yeah, dogs. People have dogs that aren't even theirs.
And you don't need AI to lie.
No.
Right, Greek?
Yes.
For a second year in a row, money was voted the top obstacle for dating. And 73% of singles say being financially stable is a top quality they're looking for. Shocker.
Nice.
Yeah.
Shocker. Anybody shocked by that?
Hey, you meet somebody. I owe American Express $112,000. I owe Hard Rock like $25,000.
Swipe right.
Yeah. You want to have a date today? I live home with my mom. I'm 49.
Oh, look at that. You make 6 figures. Swipe left. 64% are looking for someone who wants to get married. Only 57% want a partner who wants kids. And finally, on this list of stats for singles, 1 in 10 singles have also asked an ex for dating advice.
Ooh. That's nice if they can be honest. If you call up your ex and you say, what did I do wrong?
It's got to be an ex from a while ago, right? And you just have a regular friendship with that person at that point.
Yeah, it's got to be somebody that you're still talking to. I don't think this person is out of nowhere being like, hey, or maybe they got broken up with and maybe they're going up to him and be like, hey, why? Like, what were my flaws? What was the issue in our relationship, so they can work on it for their next relationship?
You could call that, all right?
Maybe.
Getting dating advice from an ex.
Maybe. I mean, I would never, but maybe you could.
I would call.
You know what? This actually reminds me of one of these social dilemmas I saw. And I want to know your opinion, because it has something to do with dating, or not even dating, even just talking with an ex. And this is somewhat of a fresh breakup, but they're curious. And it's Larissa actually was writing in, and they broke up just a few months ago, and she said it was mutual and fairly amicable, fairly.
So then it can't be mutual.
She said, but this is what she says. However, the ex recently reached out saying that they want to see her and hang out just strictly as friends. That's it. She's like, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with it. I've moved on, and I worry that they're hoping to rekindle our relationship, and that's why they're reaching out, even though they're, the guy's like, oh, it's just friends, just friends. She's like, should I just keep the past in the past, or is there a way to go into this friendship without it getting complicated? What do you think?
I think there's a motive there personally. But I'm with her on that.
Yeah, I think there's a motive there, and I think anytime you spend time with friends or whatever, you must like the person a little to want to spend time with them, because your time is valuable. And if you're reaching out to them and he's reaching out and saying, "Hey, I want to be friends," I think that's the toll plaza to get across the bridge. That's what he's hoping. If you want a friend, go buy a Cocker Spaniel. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? I mean, of course he likes her, and it's an ex. So there was one time there was attraction. Maybe he went out and didn't find anybody and said, hey, you know what? I miss you. I mean, that's a simpler thing to say. But if she goes out with him, she must have a little interest too.
But she's asking, right?
Yeah, she hasn't. Yeah, she doesn't want to make it complicated.
Yeah, I don't think
she's asking if there is a way just to be friends, as they're saying. But are you one? So basically, just leave the past in the past. if you're not looking to complicate your life, especially if you've gotten over them.
And unless you're okay with the idea of possibly getting back together with this particular person. I mean, we don't know why they broke up. We don't know the circumstances around it. I mean, obviously, if there was something really bad, you don't want to. But if you're okay with that idea, but why not? I mean, go ahead. But if that's not your intention, I wouldn't bother because it just leads them on, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not right either.
And especially if it took time for you to move on, too. Like, if it took some time and some work and you're saying that you have now, you're at that point, I don't know if it's a good idea.
Probably not.
Yeah. Why rip off that Band-Aid?
Exactly.
You know?
And he's reaching out to her. So she seems like she's fine. Because I think if she wasn't fine, she would have reached out to him earlier and not even asked. She would have just been like, hey, but asking does tell me there's a little interest on her point. A little bit on her side. There's a little interest of being a friend. Or to see the guy again, because if you're not, then you don't need anybody's advice.
True. Yeah. There's probably a little bit to that, unless I mean, nowadays people just like to put their stuff out on social and get reactions too.
Very
true.
true.
You wonder if it maybe is something like that.
Yeah, it could be just throw me roses and let me see what you think. But I think when you're asked anybody, in most cases for advice, you're not sure. You're just not. I mean, you're just like, hey, what do you think?
Or you're looking for justification for something too.
Yeah.
This may not be that necessarily that, but a lot of times people put that stuff out on social just for justification.
Yeah. I mean, if he said to her, hey, I want to see you again, I want to bang you, of course she's going to be like, no, I don't want that. So he's like, I want to be friends. And then hopefully friends lead into something. Right. Because again, your time is valuable. So if you're spending time with somebody, I think you care about the person.
Yeah, I'd love to know some more of the details on that. I mean, whether or not that's like they do their paths cross often. Do they work together? Or
and if she's dating, she says she's gotten over him, whatever, she's moved on. But if she's dating somebody else, it may not be the best idea either to try to be friends with him if you think that he may try to rekindle things. So yeah, there are details that will definitely help make the decision a bit easier, especially the advice that we give too.
Yeah, I mean, if you want your life to be a blank show and, a lot of drama, go back out with him. Tell the new boyfriend you're going out. And just try to make
it. It's hard to tell because, who broke up with who? And was it bad? Was there physical violence involved?
And it's never mutual, but that's sometimes in your head. And that's what makes me think maybe it was her that did the breaking up because now she's in a good place and she said it was mutual and this and that. But I don't know. This is all assumptions.
I don't believe it is either. I don't believe that. Just like the defensive coordinator for the Dolphins yesterday quit. And the Dolphins said, we both decided to separate. I don't believe that. It's rare that people just wake up and say, I'm out in relationships. Somebody doesn't want to be with the other person, unfortunately. And I know it sucks to be rejected.
I think two people can know, though, that this isn't going anywhere. There's always different circumstances.
Yeah, there definitely is. But it's just, to me, it's rare when they say we both woke up on Tuesday and said, hey, you know what? Let's fist out. We had a good time. Peace. I don't buy it. But again, it's their life.
I don't think anybody's pitching that.
Yeah. Well, they're saying when you say to somebody we both agreed that it was time to split, I find that rare. And again, the people I'm around, there's always somebody who gets rejected or done.
Yeah, but it didn't happen overnight for either one, right?
Yeah,
I mean, if one person wants to break up with the other person, I don't think it happened overnight.
No, I'm just saying you wake up one day, you both look at each other, you're having dinner, you say, you know what? I want to break up. And they're like, oh,
peace
my
out,
God.
Bitch.
I've been thinking the same thing.
Yeah, Jerry Seinfeld. That's awesome.
But it's not impossible. I'm sure it has happened where you just ran its course and just one person was afraid to break up because it happens where you just don't want to be the one who does it.
Yeah.
And then maybe the other person has the same mindset. So finally, when somebody says it, like the first person, like, oh my God, thank God. But I've been wanting to say the same thing.
I know.
God.
I bet you that happens more often than you think. We always say it's not mutual, but it probably does.
All right, so don't take what I say. Screw it. Anything, it's opposite day. Remember that. So anything that you want to do today, it's opposite of what you want to do. So if you're giving somebody a compliment.
Yes. So quickly, how to observe opposite day. Countless ways to celebrate today, the holiday. It's also Florida Day. This is when Florida became the 27th state in the Union. Yes.
Well, I've done a lot for this state, so.
Oh, wow. It's always about you. That and Greece, huh?
I have. I could have moved anywhere.
All right, get up. Oh, my God.
How much more do I got to do for this friend? It's like the Greeks. I did everything for them.
Get up on the wrong side of the bed. Sounds like kind of did
like
you?
That?
Have dinner for breakfast and breakfast for dinner.
Oh, that's crazy.
Eat desserts first instead of last.
Oh, nice.
Yep. They said dress in a way you don't normally dress. Opposite. Do everything with your non-dominant hand. So if you're righty, do everything with your lefty today.
Well, I'm already ahead there.
They call that the stranger. Say goodbye when greeting people and hello when leaving. Call everyone by their last name instead of their first name. They said mean the opposite in everything you say. Okay, so kind of like what you do. Mean the opposite on a daily. And do something positive you usually don't do.
I'm going to give my boss a compliment.
There you go. Like volunteer. If you're up north, shovel your neighbor's driveway.
That's a big thing.
Something that you normally wouldn't do.
Wow.
I love like all these things or pay for the next person's coffee in line. So basically they're like do nice things because typically you
You're
don't.
a jerk. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Normally I'm an a-hole.
Yeah. So how about you do something nice today?
So do something nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Buy somebody a coffee, give them a parking spot, hold the door, because usually you don't do that. We're not about that. We're role models here on our show. Set our standard. People should be more like us. God. Humble, too, which is very
clearly.
So humble.
Hey, if you can't toot your own horn, is it worth having a horn? Just saying.
Okay.
What's coming up in Florida stories?
Justified.com.
Yep. We got
picture.
I know. We got backseat babies. Yep.
What?
I got a backseat baby, yes. And then something we did not talk about, but it could have happened and actually did happen. What did the Florida House vote for yesterday that is going to be in effect? This has to do with something with social media. All right, here in Florida, I'll let you know about that. And then we have a Florida man that wanted to make pretend that he was a sheriff. I will give you those details coming up on Real Radio 92.1.
Because your pets are pretty lonely when you're gone. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it. You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in red zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Got a crash here on 95. That's going to be northbound at Gateway Boulevard. That left shoulder is blocked, but some slight delays along the approach. Also looking at police activity on the turnpike northbound after Okeechobee Boulevard. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. New year, new hiring needs? Indeed's end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
Progressive presents 10 things on a food truck owner's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Stocking the fridge, prepping the stations, finding employees that get along well, finding employees that actually do their job. Looking at you, Gary. Balancing the books, balancing the flavors, having a fresh menu and fresh produce and fresh meat, but never a fresh mouth. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Hey, it's Franny, and if you've been thinking about trading in your car and getting a new ride, let me introduce you to GiveMeTheVin.com. You'll get top dollar for your car, and they make selling your ride simple, fast, and easy. Whether your car, truck, or SUV has 200 or 200,000 miles on it, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to make you a deal, and they'll show up to your house with a check in hand. Find out firsthand why they are 5-star rated with the Better Business Bureau when you trade in and trade up with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Bush Loaded, the greatest hits tour. Friday, August 30th, Hard Rock Live. With special guests, Jerry Cantrell and Candlebox. Tickets on sale now at myhrl.com or ticketmaster.com. Bush Loaded, the greatest hits tour. Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Hollywood.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. It's going to be a warm one as well. Temperatures near 80 degrees and staying muggy out there. Southeast winds around 15 miles per hour expected for the remainder of the day. So you might see an isolated shower moving through the area. Otherwise, we just remain dry. We're going to stay warm and above average as we head into the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Blue Stream Fiber.
HOA and condo board members, it pays to have fiber. Let Blue Stream Fiber show you how fiber internet provides revenue for communities while saving up to 50% off retail rates. Visit bluestreamfiber.com/radio to find out more.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some red zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword money at realradio921.com. That's money. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're in the Penthouse. Yes, it's a Thursday. Yes. You got a chance to win a New York Prime gift card at 11:45. And $1,000 a day, we give you a chance to win. Somebody win $1,000. Every time I see my boss in the hall, he's like, Greek, you guys can't have a winner? So let's win. And with $1,000, you can do so much. You could go to Breakers for the afternoon. How about that? That's nice. Buy me a couple boxes of cigars. That'd be nice. Get some lap dances at Monroe's. That'd be nice. Those are all things you could do. Or maybe buy a big flat screen TV. That'd be nice too. Those are things you do with $1,000. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
And of course, Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And it's time for some Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
what the Florida?
So, yes, a Florida man was terrorizing homes, and the way he was getting into them, well, Darius Hudson dressed up like he was a sheriff. He would bust in, and he was impersonating a law enforcement officer by wearing black clothing, gloves, and mask, often with a law enforcement insignia or vest that said sheriff on it.
I think that is so scary.
Yeah, he drove a black Dodge Durango equipped with police lights and often would handcuff these victims. So not only did he terrorize, the reason why this is a story, this happened from December 20th through April 20th. And these just crimes he was doing, and even robberies, were Florida, Georgia, and Arizona. So this Florida man, Darius Hudson, he went to multiple states doing the same thing. They said during the robberies, victims and their family members were woken in the middle of the night at their home.
Terrible.
Beaten, pistol whipped, threatened on several occasions, shot. Is that not nuts?
It's crazy.
A woman connected to the crimes previously was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison for her role. So there was a woman involved too. Her name was Jasmine Weber. And she pleaded guilty last January, it looks like. So they said, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, the robbers would give Weber information on the potential victims. And they said that she would research potential victims on her LexisNexis database account because she was a claims adjuster, and then was able to locate their home, get their address for these robbers to target. So this was a whole big
thing.
Yeah.
Sad.
Super, super crazy. So now this guy is facing up to life in prison after being convicted in the connection with this impersonating a cop to rob and terrorize victims. Yeah. So thank goodness.
That's sad and scary. And you hear stories sometimes people get pulled over and people impersonating the police. And I mean, because you have to have stones, I think, to say to somebody, because if it is, like, are you a real cop? You know what I mean? That could really make something go sideways if it's real. But if you get pulled over, they say a lot of times unmarked cars, you know, you think if it's a police car, okay, it's legit. But unmarked cars happens a lot, and you hear stories about that. That's scary.
That's why you always keep in mind that you can call 911 while it's happening, and they'll verify whether or not it's a real officer or not.
Okay, cool.
It's, you know, something to them. If you really don't think it's something, travel to a police station that you know is legit, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, even if they're chasing you, you know, I mean, try not to be confrontational and obviously, like, you know, gunning it or anything like that. But you can call 911. They'll let you know.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
And then we have a ride share, and this is probably one that the driver will never forget because there was a baby born. Yep. I mean, just to keep your cool, you know, sometimes it happens. You don't make it to the hospital and the baby's got to come out. Can't be like, hey, can you hold on a second until I get you there? Can you just wait? Keep her in. But that's
they didn't call the Uber, did they, for the ride to the hospital?
You know, I wonder if they were just like, you know what, I can make it. I know I can. And ambulances are so much money. And sometimes an Uber might even get there faster. You could look and it'd be like, oh, they're there in 5 minutes. You don't know how.
I was kidding. Did they really do that?
But that's but I'm saying you just There are probably instances where an Uber probably may come fast. This sounds weird. May show up faster than an ambulance does, depending on where you live.
It seems so crazy because, you know, obviously they're going to have the sirens and you would think they'd be quicker.
Of course.
Right?
But a rideshare driver is credited with helping a woman give birth in Miami-Dade. So according to Shirley Zamore, her cousin was home in North Miami Beach when she started going into labor. So instead of calling the ambulance, she called a Lyft driver who picked her up and started driving to the hospital. On the way, the pregnant woman called Shirley Zamore, who got into her car and wound up catching up to the SUV. when it stopped. They said this is under I-95. The Lyft driver says he stopped there because he knew they were not going to make it to the hospital. Okay. And he's like, I got to do something. I can't just keep on driving and let her have this baby in the back seat. So Shirley called 911, and she and the Lyft driver helped deliver a healthy baby girl.
Oh, how about you think you could do that if it was an emergency situation?
I would try my hardest, yes. You got to.
Ooh, boy, that'd be tough. I don't know.
You're the only other person with the person having the baby. You got to, right?
Yeah. I don't know. You do what you see in the movies. You know? Push.
Yeah, push. That's all I'm doing. Push.
Sit there with a catcher's mitt. You know, I mean, it's like the joking.
Yeah, exactly. Give them something that they can like bite onto or hold onto or whatever while they're pushing. I mean, you just do whatever you can. The Lyft driver says that this is the first time anyone has given birth on one of his rides. I'm sure it's not common.
Nice.
And Zamora says Lyft should tip him and reward him for doing this.
They should. And now you can put that down on his, like, when people want to get rides. Give you a ride to the airport or deliver a baby.
I don't know if you want to put that on.
No. I don't know, yeah.
All of a sudden you start getting all those.
Yeah, and not just that, like delivery, like birth is not a very clean situation. I don't know if you want that in your car either.
I was going to say, did they hit up the passenger with the cleanup?
Right?
I was being sarcastic, of course. Come on. But I think it's a great
I know
thing
you weren't being real about it, Jimmy.
Opposite thing. I think it's very nice, and you should be commended.
And then the Florida House voted 106-13 yesterday for a bill that would ban children under the age of 16 from having a social media account, even if their parents approve.
When is this going to take effect?
The bill doesn't specify what platforms would be part of the ban, but targets any social media sites that tracks users' activity, which is a lot of them, which is most of them.
That's all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's your phone.
Right? They say allows children to upload. It's banning the ones that allow children to upload material and interact with others. That's most of them. And uses addictive features. That's all of them. The bill would also require social media companies to close any accounts they believed are used by minors. So even if they have an account now, they got to be shut down. A law passed last year in Arkansas required parental consent for minors to create new social media accounts. Ended up being blocked by a federal judge. So they're saying legal challenges are expected if and when this Florida bill becomes a law.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure Meadow will file a lawsuit against it right away.
And Alvado, you're with the Florida.
Thank you, Francis. We do it twice a show, 11:05 and 1:05. That was one of the stories today. Was about a guy helping a woman have a baby, which I think is unbelievable. They should definitely give him a tip and some kind of a reward.
Your first story there was about a guy acting like a cop. I have a very similar story to that. Not quite as bad as what that one was, but a guy was impersonating a cop and tried to arrest the wrong people right from your hometown area, too, Franny. A Georgia man, Sean Brown, was arrested after he was seen walking in the middle of the road last week and disrupting traffic. Apparently, he had a fake badge that read Special Police. And he was attempting to make traffic stops and arrests. When real Marietta police officers approached him.
That's my hometown.
Yeah, they approached him and tried to speak with him. He pulled out the metal badge and told the officers they were under arrest for assaulting an officer. Well, come to find out, he even read them their Miranda rights. But instead of arresting the officers, Brown was the one placed under arrest. Unfortunately, he tried to arrest cops.
Whoopsies.
So obviously that didn't turn out too well for him.
No, not at all.
He was charged with impersonating a police officer, obstruction, terrorist threats, and giving a false name. He was booked into Cobb County Jail. So there's a guy.
What's up, Cobb County?
Hoop, hoop, represent.
North Cobb High School.
You know this guy, Freddie?
I don't want to say I do. I'm just kidding. So we are.
The irony is the name, I guess, right?
Yeah. There's no way to really segue into this, but we have.
Oh, you can do it.
I know. I'm trying to think from robberies to I can't. So
washing their crack. What are we talking about?
We're not talking about washing.
Where are we
cracks.
going?
We're talking about unpopular marriage opinions and where we stand on these.
Oh, all right.
All right. So, do we agree with? And I will tell you the percentage of what people stand. It's agree or disagree. Okay. And it's not necessarily marriage. Some of these are just relationships, right? So the first one, I don't believe in soulmates. Do you agree or do you disagree?
I'm like in the middle. I don't either. I don't really think
Okay,
of it
so you agree.
that way, yeah.
I don't.
So you agree. You don't believe in soulmates. All right. I like to believe. So I disagree with it. And it's very close. Only 45% agree with that statement, that they don't believe in soulmates. 55% disagree with it. How about this one?
I think it's hard to meet people in jail. I just do.
That's soulmates. I love it. Every couple should live together for at least 1 year before getting married. Do you agree or disagree?
I do. I've always believed in
Me too.
living together first and knowing the person on that level. Yes.
I agree with that. And I know that very old school, some religions, whatever it is, you can't. But I'm with you. I think you should live with somebody before you get married with them. So I agree with that statement.
Yeah, I agree.
You agree?
I've done it 9 times, so.
All right. 67% agree with that statement. 33% don't. You shouldn't take your spouse's last name. Do you agree or do you disagree? I'm indifferent. I don't agree or disagree. I haven't, but not to say that you shouldn't. So
I think it's up to the individual.
I agree. So this is like this one. I don't really care either way.
Yeah.
It's NA to me. Not
So how is it?
applicable.
It's you do or don't.
You shouldn't take your spouse's
You
name.
shouldn't take it. I don't agree with that, but I don't disagree.
Yeah.
It's the individual.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I think it's the individual. If somebody said they didn't want to, I wouldn't force them.
Right.
If they want to, in my situation, she wanted to. So I was like, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you
Carly
shouldn't.
didn't change.
Yeah.
You know, when we finally did it. So no, I have no problem with that.
So you shouldn't take your spouse's lame, their lame name.
Yeah.
Especially if they're lame.
Their lame name.
They're lame. Get lost. I like that.
Disagree at 68%. Marrying your high school sweetheart stunts your emotional growth. I've never heard this before, but marrying your high school sweetheart stunts your emotional growth. Do you agree or disagree? I've never heard this before, but I think I more agree than I disagree. What do you think?
I disagree.
Nah, I kind of disagree. I mean, if you're in love with that person and you want to marry them, that is your growth.
Yeah, and you could do other things on your own and branch out and read and get, whatever you want in your life as far as knowledge and different things. You don't have to count on the person, but it's what's better than being with the person you love. Yeah, I don't think it says like, okay, I married her. I think what sometimes people look at is that you're in the same town, you're doing the same thing.
Yeah,
you're not doing.
Agree. I hope none of your ex-girlfriends are listening. A woman should not have her father walk her down the aisle. To me, to each her own, right?
Again, it's a personal choice.
It is a personal choice. I'm with you on that. So this one, it does.
Makes
but
sense.
87% disagree. Should not have her. It's traditional. It's tradition to do that.
Yeah, I think
if you don't, obviously, I know there's circumstances.
I hate the way they put it in the negative. So
Yes.
I'm trying to think of it in the opposite because they're saying that it shouldn't.
Yes.
So how about
and they call these unpopular opinions. Like I've never heard anybody say that. But how about this? There is no set amount of time you have to date before you get married. Agree or disagree?
I would agree with
I
that.
agree with that too. What do you think, G-Man?
I think you should date for a while before you get married. I just think.
So you disagree?
Yeah, I disagree. I think
Okay.
at least a year that you should date somebody before you make a very big commitment that is supposed to be for life.
Well, you are in the minority at 22%. 78% agree that there's no set amount that you have to date before you're married. You can play along with us. These are unpopular marriage opinions.
Maybe I misunderstood that because I'm thinking like like 6 months, like it has to be 6 months,
Well, that's
or
it. There's
it has
no
to be
set
3
amount of
months, or it
time.
has to be a year. That's the thing. To me, there's no set time.
Yeah.
Maybe in 6 months, maybe in a year.
Yeah.
I tend to understand where Greece going, where he's saying they should
But
have
he has a set time of a year.
certain amount of minimum. So yours is you do believe in a set amount.
Yeah, I think at least a year. I don't think you know the person. I think at the beginning it's all flowers and candy.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And then you start to find out things sometimes. And I think that's one of the reasons why, divorces are such high. I mean, there's a high divorce rate in this country for many reasons, obviously. But I think if you, 3, 6, I got a buddy of mine, he's dating a girl 3 weeks because I want to get married. I looked at him, I go, really? You're divorced twice. Like you want to get there? You 3 weeks?
Judge zone.
I mean, well, you asked me. You asked me 3 weeks. You're divorced twice. I think.
Agree or disagree?
Oh, I agree with that. I don't think you should be ashamed.
No, I don't.
I don't think it's anything you're doing wrong. It's something that didn't work out. It sucks.
What are the circumstances?
Yeah.
I mean, if you were caught cheating, well, you should be ashamed of cheating, but not necessarily the divorce.
And I
side of it.
understand because some people look at it like, these
failure.
days everybody's, they look at it as failure, but everybody just gets divorced. Nobody works on their relationships. So I understand how you can feel that way, but you shouldn't be shamed by others.
No.
Let's see here. We have agree or disagree. 88% agree with that. Right.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody gets married thinking they're going to get divorced. I mean, when you walk in, I think you would hope everybody goes in with good intentions.
Right.
I want this to work out, and that's it. I think even some people who want the divorce aren't happy about it. You know what I mean? I don't think they're like, ooh. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when you see somebody come up to you and congratulations, you're on divorce. I mean, you know what I mean? Most people say, I'm sorry to hear that.
I don't know. I've heard it. You're getting divorced? Hey, great.
Yeah. I've heard that when guys stop paying alimony and they have parties for that. But I mean, when people get married, it's always congratulations. And when I hear a divorce, I always say, I'm sorry to hear that. Because I don't think it's a good thing. I just don't.
Like high five. You shouldn't share a bank account with your spouse. Agree or disagree? This one again. Whatever you want to do. I don't have an opinion what you do if you share a bank account or not.
You should share it if they have more. Jimmy. Just saying.
Oh, it's opposite day. I forgot.
Yeah.
I mean, if you got $4 million and I got $1 million too, we're partners, baby.
That's right, baby. 20 is change, baby.
Oh, my God.
I love you. You kidding me? You're flat broke. You're not on mine.
You shouldn't share a bank account with your spouse. 70% disagree.
I'm with Franny.
Yeah.
It's how you work it out.
Mm-hmm. What about this one? Marriage is not hard. Life is hard.
They're both
Do you agree
hard.
or disagree?
I think life's easy. Marriage is hard.
Well, marriage is a part of life, so
It is,
I would go with that. Yeah.
I'm with you on that one. It is a part of life. It's not its own separate entity of life. And finally here, we will wrap it up with one more. What do you think about this? Getting married isn't an accomplishment. Do you consider marriage an accomplishment?
If it works.
Getting married.
If it works, I think it's an accomplishment.
It's not an accomplishment.
I think if it works, yes. Somebody's married 10, 20 years.
So you disagree with that statement.
Yeah.
And at 45%, marriage isn't an accomplishment. Most people believe in that. 55% agree with that.
I mean, it's good for tax purposes.
Sometimes. Sometimes it's not.
Yeah, true.
It wasn't for Carla and I for many years. That's why we weren't married.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because she would have lost her deductible.
Well, yeah, in that situation, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
And there isn't really anything that we speak about that's 100%.
No. Matter of fact, the vast majority.
Yeah, it's just not.
No, and that's why a lot of times we'll say with some of these stories, what are the circumstances around it, right?
Yeah, of course.
Because if you don't have those details, sometimes it's hard to come up with the answer or an opinion on it.
Yeah, and I think when you hear somebody's getting married, you always will say, congratulations, lots of good luck. Right. That's great news. Right. So happy for you.
And then a lot of times there are people that separate for quite some time. I did it. Franny did it. I don't think you're ashamed of it, where you were separated for many, many years before you got married. So by the time, before you got divorced. So by the time when you did get divorced, well, it was kind of a, hey, congratulations. You finally got over the hump.
And it was super easy.
Yeah,
it was quick and it was easy. It was one of those, why don't we do that a long time ago? But yeah.
I mean, every situation is different.
Yep.
And marriage, it's not easy. It's a partnership. You got to work at every day.
Yep.
That's what life's about. And if you don't want a partner, don't get married. Get a hooker. It's better. 877-927-6969. Opposite day. So everything we're saying is opposite of what we're saying or it's not true.
So that was really a bell.
So really, if your spouse has more money, you shouldn't share a bank account together. You should just be like even Steven. I think it's nice if you share a bank account, no matter what the money is. But again, everybody has different rules.
Yeah, we didn't.
I don't.
Again, it was, we didn't until we got a mortgage. Then we opened one together because one, we got money for it, and two, then now we just designated that for the mortgage, right? So that was the only real reason for it. Otherwise, we kept our finances separate.
Yeah, and like everything,
still do.
Yeah, and
really, outside of that, we still do.
Yeah, and
very similar.
I always think this: if it works for you, no matter what it is, it works. It might be conventional, non-conventional, good, bad, or different.
Right.
If it works for you, I got a couple of my friends with situations with their wives, and I'm surprised, but they're happy. And it works. Yep. So there it is.
She's banging the tennis pro, and he's banging the maid?
I don't promote that. I
didn't say you promoted it. Why we go every time?
I'm not promoting you. I'm not promoting you. What are you about? Opposite day.
That's that.
Tennis pros do get a lot of ass. That I could say.
Well, not surprised.
It is the Penthouse. We'll be back with some more ass. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here we go again. They're taking hard-working American people, American men, and they're taking their jobs.
I think it's so weird that they would be able to make a human being without using eggs or sperm. Scientists
I feel the same way about omelets.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Got a crash here on 95. That's going to be northbound at Gateway Boulevard. That left shoulder is blocked, but some slight delays along the approach. Also looking at some police activity on the turnpike northbound after Okeechobee Boulevard. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
Hey, it's the Greek, and it's 2024, and we're in the first month. So you want to have a good year. And to have a good year, you have to have a good plan. And if you want a good plan, go to Trajan Wealth, 561-390-1000. 561-390-1000. They can help you set up a retirement fund that'll keep you very happy and enjoy the fruits of life. You live in South Florida, so you should enjoy it. Have a good time, but you need a plan and you need the right team. Call Trajan Wealth today at 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. Offices in West Palm Beach. Stop in today for your free consultation. Sit down with an expert and figure out a plan that make your retirement great. You worked hard your whole life, and you deserve to enjoy it. 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000.
A new era in gaming with live craps, roulette, and sports betting now available to go along with the biggest selection of slots in South Florida. Plus, all your other favorite table games. Complement your night with my award-winning fine dining and casual fare options, lively bars and lounges, or catch your favorite A-list entertainer at Hard Rock Live. Discover your rhythm today. Go to hardrockholly.com. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT. Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino.
Believe it or not, most small businesses don't have a 401k. If you don't have a 401k, you are missing out on the greatest wealth creation tool ever created. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and many 401ks are overpriced for the employer, have expensive and underperforming investment options, and have tedious administrative provisions. Not at Trajan Wealth. We can set up a 401k for a company for only $9 per employee, a $29 per plan fee, plus a small advisory fee. Not thousands or even the tens of thousands you've been quoted. And do it all in less time than it takes to sit in traffic. 401ks will help you attract and retain top talent, and we can do it all for a couple $100. If you're an employee and don't have a 401k, tell your boss. Call Trajan Wealth today. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Services offered through a third-party partner.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For calm.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell and Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Card, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell and Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell and Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Card, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in...
That's why with your Discover card, you have access to 24/7 customer service, as well as $0 fraud liability, which means you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Limitations apply.
Car accident? Visit smithball.com to learn more about our legal power and how we can help.
This is Katina Mobley. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Heat's losing streak up to 4. They lost to Memphis and now host the Celtics tonight. Matthew Tkachuk scored twice. The Panthers a winner easily over Arizona. 49ers star Deebo Samuel, the shoulder injury, missed practice yesterday. His status up in the air for the NFC title game with Detroit. DraftKings line is the Niners favored by 7. And the Dolphins yesterday parted ways with defense coordinator Vic Fangio. He's expected to become D coordinator with the Eagles. I'm Matt McCoy.
The fully electric EQS sedan from Mercedes-Benz is innovation on a magnificent scale.
One and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Greek, baby, it's me, Cinnamon. Oh my God, I don't know how you do it. I don't know who you grease, but 4 years in a row, I missed South Florida Fair. It's all thanks to you, baby, for keeping this body all natural year-long round. On your way home, stop and get some bananas after the Greek zone. We're gonna need them. Have a good day, my little googly eyes. Mwah.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
I got, and so it's opposite day, right? All natural. Oh, wow! You didn't catch that? I like everything fake, personality, everything. It is the Greek. It is Jimmy. It is Francis. It is the Penthouse. It is Real Talk for the Palm Beaches and Jersey City, New Jersey. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
And Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, not only is he getting a new location, he's changing weather, which is going to be better. He's going to L.A. Jim Harbaugh signed with the Chargers for 5 years. He just won the championship, and now he's going out to Hollywood, Tinseltown. He's going into be with the Chargers. I think one of the coolest uniforms in the NFL. Very excited about that and very excited about him. He's won in the NFL before. He was in a couple championship games with the 49ers, and he got to a Super Bowl. Again, that was, I believe, 10 years ago or 11 years ago when Monroe's opened. So we're going to see if that Super Bowl happens again. It'll be a rematch of the same two teams. That doesn't happen a lot when two teams rematch. And don't forget all the people behind the conspiracy theory that it's going to be the Ravens and the Niners because of the colors of the Super Bowl that are purple and red. We'll see Sunday night because that's going to pick up a lot of steam next week. If the Ravens and Niners win, everybody's going to be like, see, I told you, the colors. It'll be out there. But going to be two great games. We'll have guaranteed winners for you on Saturday on the Locker Room. And Monday on the Penthouse. Monday, definitely guaranteed winners. We're against the spread. 100%.
I might still give you a loser.
Go the other way. And the Milwaukee Bucks fired their first-year coach. They were 38-13. They were having a great season. They didn't have the best record in the East, but close to it. But they made a big trade with Lillard. And the Greek Freak is the star. He's one of the biggest stars in the NBA, MVP, already won a title with the Bucks. He said he didn't know anything about it. That tells me it's a big lie because he must have known something about it because there's no way they fire the head coach without telling the big star. It just doesn't happen. There was rumors and speculation that he had him fired. He said, no, I had no knowledge. I came to the stadium. It was the first I heard. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. I do not believe that he didn't hear about it. And I really do think he had something to do with it. Because, again, when you start defending too much, it's like when somebody asks me if I'm banging somebody and I go, no way, we're friends.
Or you start defending without even being asked.
That's right.
Yeah, those are the ones I love. Why? I had nothing to do with it. No, nobody asked you. Oh.
You're right. Yeah, you're right, 100%. I didn't know anything about it. We'll see what happens. Doesn't look good. But, again, hopefully the Bucks win. They won last night. They beat Cleveland. And they did cover Lane 7 on the Hard Rock app. Also in the NBA, the Miami Heat got their new player, Rozier. He played last night, but the Heaters had a bad night. They got beat by Memphis, and they were big favorites last night. A little bit of a shocker. Team did not play great last night. And that is your trifecta for lunchtime. Peace.
Well, let's keep the theme on dating, and I've got some of the pettiest dating red flags that people were willing to share. And I tell you what, I guess this must have been anonymous because some of these are pretty lame. But we'll start with this one, and somebody said that the reason that this was a red flag for them, that they wouldn't date somebody, because their ideal home temperature is lower than 70 degrees.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Who would be like that, huh, Greek?
I mean, if you love somebody, you really care, go grab a blanket.
Yeah, put on a sweater.
Do what you got to do.
Anyone with just a plain mustache without any other facial hair. So if all they've got is like that porn stash, that's it. You're out.
Okay.
Red flag for me.
Interesting. It's a red flag, huh?
Not me.
I don't understand why. Yeah, I mean, why red flag is a weird word to use for a mustache, unless you were like burned by somebody who had a mustache.
More than likely, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't bother me, by the way.
Yep. Greek's a big fan of the mustache. That's why I keep mine. Someone said I got the ick from a man I was dating because I watched him run to catch a coin that had fallen and he started to roll away, or it started to roll away. So you like dropped a quarter, it was rolling away. He went to go chase it, and that turned that person off. That's a weird. That's petty. You want to talk about petty?
What does she think? Maybe he's cheap? Is that in her mind, like because he dropped a quarter?
I don't know. I don't. Yeah, maybe. I guess.
I don't know.
And just should have let it go because it's just a coin. I don't know. It's a good question.
Does it make a difference if it's a penny? Does it make a difference?
I don't know.
It's weird. I wouldn't think that. It wouldn't be a red flag to me if somebody dropped change and went to get it. What's the difference?
I just figured he'd pick it back up. I mean, if nothing else, you don't want to litter.
No.
Someone said, I don't think I could date someone with a peanut allergy because they love peanut butter. That could be a serious one. I don't know if that's such a petty one because that could be life-threatening.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, I think I would have a difficult time if I was back in the dating scene, dating somebody that was not, as far as like food, open to trying new things.
Right.
Just had a very basic palate, and this is like, I'm only going to eat this and doesn't want to venture out.
Yeah, and
that'd be difficult for me. And that's not even an allergy.
Right, yeah, man. Okay, how about this one? I don't
say anything. Go ahead.
I don't think
I'm not single. Go ahead.
You said if you were.
I don't date anyone who's new to my city. I'm not interested in becoming someone's personal tour guide.
Oh, my God.
I'd rather date somebody who's new to the city because you're
really.
like, oh, thank God they don't know anybody here.
I don't know my past. I can rock and roll.
I can get away with stuff.
Oh, my God. You're the first person I had sex with this year.
Just imagine all the lies I could tell. If their ex isn't what I consider to be good looking. Yes, I'll read that again. If their ex isn't what I would consider to be good looking, I won't date someone.
That is weird.
That is. You want to talk about opposite, right?
Is that because then they assume that they're like that, they have bad taste, so then like in their head they're like, am I not good looking because they date people who aren't?
Maybe there's another one.
Is that the weird? I don't know.
So what do? You ask the person? Do you have a picture of your ex?
I guess, right?
Or just social media these days. You just stalk them.
Well, that could be too. Yeah.
Or do you
stalk them?
That's it. Social media stalking.
Or you're ready for the playback.
It's very easy to do.
Or maybe you just. I think people look up exes I think.
On social media. That's what I'm saying.
That's probably it, right?
Or do you bring your ex?
Because I don't. I think that would be weird. Be like, hey, can I see a picture? So I think you do your own investigating.
Franny, you said about the one with the mustache, whether they got burned with somebody with a mustache. Here's right along those lines. Someone said, I seriously dated 3 guys named Dave. A man named Dave would have to be an 11 out of 10 for me to go that route again. So it's just the name itself, right? Because they got burned 3 times. 3 times. Bad music taste because they give me compliments, I think, but your taste is terrible. That's so along those same lines, right? That you would mention.
It's a deal breaker, but
right?
it's nice to have similar tastes, especially if you're one who loves to go see concerts and live music and stuff. But I don't look at that as a red flag.
Socks with sandals are my pettiest, but most strictly enforced a deal breaker.
You can break that though. You can
break that habit.
I think if the guy really digs you or the girl, whoever's doing it, and you tell him, like, this is a no, what you're doing right now with your feet, maybe you can make him stop doing it.
I won't date.
I'm not down with that look either, though.
I won't date somebody who likes reality TV, watching it on occasion because your multitasking is fine. But if you know everyone's backstories and timeline, it's a no-go for me. These are pettiest dating red flags. 2 left on this list being the youngest sibling. Can't be the youngest out of your brothers and sisters.
These are very difficult.
That's petty. If they have a best friend of the opposite sex, I don't know if that's petty. That's very common. So if it's petty, then that's petty amongst a lot of people.
I think girls have, both would have a problem with it. Like if you have a best friend that's a female, girls would have a problem with it. I mean, and guys too.
Yeah, that's not gender specific in my book. I mean, I can go either which way.
And I think,
and I think that's very common that people would not want their best friend to be of the opposite sex.
No, it bothers them. Yeah. I've been down that road, and it never works out well.
Yeah,
because they ask why. And then I think,
because they're my friend.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what you want to say, but then,
and that's what the only answer should be, right?
Really, because that's what it is.
Because
right?
we're friends.
Yep. But I think a lot of people, like if it's a girl and she only hangs out with guys and says, and I know somebody like this who says, I don't get along with girls, so my best friends are all guys. To me and some people I know have said, wow, is there a problem? You know what I mean? Why you don't have no girlfriend? And I mean no girlfriends. Like just
that might be a red flag. That's a little different, right?
Yeah. Like knowing some people at work, but I mean to socialize, to go to a dinner or movies or never always guys. And she just said, no, I don't get along with women at all. And all my best friends, all my good friends are guys. Like she told a story one time she went on vacation with 2 guys. They were all friends. They went to Hawaii. And she said, we're all just friends.
And it's all platonic. There's nothing going on.
And that's what she said. Right. Who knows? I don't know. But I'm not taking anybody away if I'm not banging them. Give us a call right now. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. If you guys want to win a gift card to New York Prime. Jimmy will get the calls. We'll get you guys going on to the contest. Give us a call right now. And I see the phone lines opening up. 877-927-6969. Franny, would that bother you if a guy only had girlfriends and no guys at friends?
I mean, I would wonder why he doesn't get along with guys. I would. It definitely would be a question in my head. But if I really dug him and I didn't have there was no threat or anything with the girls, I don't know. I've never been put in this situation.
Yeah, well, I think all the ones that Jimmy mentioned, they were all very, and that went with the title, very petty. Mm-hmm. There was not anything that I saw that I'd be like, I don't want, what's a red flag? And I don't even pay attention to red flags. That's why I end up where I do, because there's been many red flags for me with people, and I still hit the gas. I'm like, if you like the person, I think you just look past it. After you're done, you might look back and you say, well,
why didn't I notice that?
Yeah.
Red flag?
Yeah. But before that, I think if you like the person, I think you just rock and roll with it. We're going to have an announcement for you guys tomorrow on the Penthouse, and it might have something to do with the Super Bowl. So stay tuned tomorrow. We're going to have an announcement for you guys, and it might have something to do with the Super Bowl.
Speaking of sports, we got a text at 47142. Somebody wants to know, G-Man, do you have any NBA or college basketball picks for tonight?
I will later.
Okay, he will later. Listen to the Greek Zone.
Yes. Right now, I don't have any.
Okay.
And let's put it this way. I don't want to
That starts at 2. From 2 to 3, you got Greek Zone right after the Penthouse.
Yeah, I don't want to give away any picks right now, but I will this afternoon. And we always have handicappers on. Today we got Rob Vino join us from wagertalk.com. You can go to that website, check it out, check out his record. He is hot as a firecracker in the NBA and specializes in the NBA. So we'll have some picks for you today. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. Jimmy, are we ready?
We are ready to start our contest today for a $100 gift card to New York Prime, and we're starting with Jason. Jason, welcome to the Penthouse. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? How we doing today?
We're doing great, Jason. How are you, bud?
I'm good, man. Driving, just got off 95, doing good.
You like steak?
Done, just hanging.
You like steak?
I love, of course.
All right. Well, we're going to try to make you get a gift card to New York Prime, and I'll park your car. How's that sound?
Excellent. Sounds great.
All right, Jason, we are going to play a little game called He Said, She Said. I'm going to read you a quote. All you got to do is let us know. Did Greek say it? Did Franny say it? Or did I say it? I've got the audio to back it up. And if you guess correctly, we're going to send you to New York Prime with a $100 gift card. Okay, buddy?
Excellent.
All right, here's your quote. Don't leave your balls where I can find them. Don't leave your balls where I can find them. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did I, Jimmy, say that?
Oh, man, tough one. I'm going to go Franny.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Nice. All right, and this is what that sounded like. All right over here.
Don't leave your balls where I can find them.
Yeah, don't do it. All right. Great job, Jason. If you would, hang tight. I'm going to put you on hold. When we go to break, I'm going to get back on the line with you off air, and we'll get you set up with that gift card to New York Prime. Okay, pal?
Thank you so much.
All
Thank
right.
you so much, guys. Have a good day.
Congrats.
Nice
You too.
job. How about that?
Right? One and done.
Those are awesome. I would bet on those every day. Good place to wager on that. I got that one right, so that's why I'm thinking you should bet on it. 877-927-6969. Red flags in dating. You can give us a call now if you have any, and maybe ones that really worked out. Like maybe you saw a red flag, and then you're like, you know what? It was a red flag.
And maybe red flag is just simply somebody's a jerk. I want to know, what do you think about this situation? Is this woman a jerk? So this is, the tipping culture we talk about all the time. It can be a toxic, right? And people have varying opinions about how much money is appropriate or not appropriate to leave a server who has gone through the effort of providing quality service. Well, that's the debate that has been sparked by a woman who decided to leave a very generous tip for her server. But there's a catch here. So this is a story. It says, my husband and I do fairly well for ourselves. Not well enough that we have no financial burdens, but well enough that we can enjoy nice things and like to help others when we can.
Okay.
So one way I like to do this is leaving a large cash tip when a server does a really good job, or if they connect with that person, right?
Okay.
So they went to one of their spots and was served by a nice lady. She was like, I'm guessing maybe in her 20s or something. So I decided to leave her $200 cash for a $46 bill.
Oh, okay.
Nice tip, right?
Super.
$154.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. So I left the cash on the table after the check came, and not needing change, we got up and left. Well, our server ran us down at the door and somewhat angrily demanded that we must pay. And we couldn't just run out on the bill. I asked her, hey, did you look at the table? And she said she had it. So I walked back to our table with her, took the $200 and replaced it with a $50. Enough to cover the bill and leave a very small tip on that. I told her I would have appreciated it if she would have glanced at the table first or approached us with a question instead of assuming we were running out on a bill and basically embarrassed them for doing so. Right, mean a scene. So, yep. Okay. She said after that, the server herself seemed quite embarrassed, and then they parted ways. My husband says I'm totally being the a-hole because I could, even should, have just left the $200. I don't think I'm being the a-hole because I think she could have handled the whole situation better, and I don't appreciate being called a thief. And she said for clarification, when she rushed us at the door, she walked right past a chest-high partition wall where you very clearly could see our table, and that cash was left. She didn't even go and look and glance. So yeah, people are split on this situation. Do you think that she's the a-hole for the way that she handled it, took back the nice tip, and left her a pretty crappy one?
I think it's her prerogative. I think the girl should have handled it differently. I had a situation happen similar to me with a check for $139, and I put no tip, but I left $60 cash. And the girl got up and said something to me on a date. And she goes, was there something wrong with my service? I said, no. She goes, you didn't leave me a tip. I said, I left you $60 on the side of my plate. And I did. Yeah. But she didn't accuse me. She just said it. But I still felt like, the girl didn't know what I did. And for a quick second, I think she thought wow, I didn't even leave a tip. But it was $139, left her $60 cash. Because I don't leave tips on the check. I always put cash.
But you don't put it in the book either? You didn't?
I put it right by my plate.
Okay.
And that's it.
Right.
And,
So
but
she doesn't see it. She probably picked up the book and didn't notice.
Yeah, so she came up to me. But I think in those cases, and that's just how you're trained, I think you should grab the person, individually and say it nicely. Maybe I missed. Maybe I'm mistaken. Like that. But
in your situation, though, she looked at the book and saw no tip. She didn't realize it was cash. This girl didn't even go to the table to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's because the first thing that she saw was them leaving and was thinking, oh, they're dining and dashing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that happens a lot. So there's a little part of me that's like, well, I guess I don't blame her for going up and, I think I would have checked the table first. So that's the thing, right?
Yes. Yes.
And the way you say it.
Because there's not,
Excuse me. Do you have a second? Maybe I'm wrong. And if I am, I'm apologizing up front.
But she said, ran up angrily and was demanded that they must pay. They can't just run out on the bill.
Yeah, yeah. And I think it's always depends on people's moods, both sides.
Yeah.
Them and the girl. Maybe she had a bad night, not getting tips. Third one in a row, she might be like, whatever.
But she was nice all night. I did. So, right, because I'm kind of getting that vibe.
Well, she said she only leaves nice tips like that when things are good.
That's a fantastic tip. There's no doubt about it.
And then she went down to leaving less than a 10% tip.
Yeah, she left $4.
I don't know if I would have done that.
Yeah, I think 4 is cheap. I probably would have gone back and just did 20% or something if it was good service. But I think I'm a little embarrassed and a little pissed too.
Yeah.
That I got called out in the middle of a restaurant by a server like that.
Yeah.
She didn't do what she was supposed to do and check the table and make sure and look at the book and see or whatever it was that money was left there. Because sometimes people do. It happens, if you're going to a movie or you got somewhere else to go, you put in the cash and you go.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean that you're a dine and dash because you're leaving.
Yeah, nobody
in
likes
a
to
rush.
be called, first of all, cheap.
Yeah.
And nobody this is different. This is where they're thinking they're eating
thief.
a thief.
Yeah.
So
It's not cheap, yeah.
that's both of them are bad. So I think the girl handled it wrong.
I'd rather be called cheap than a thief, to be honest. But
they're
bad.
both suck. But yeah, you're right. A thief is way worse. But I think she handled it wrong, the waitress. That's just me.
Okay, but the question is this woman the a-hole, though? That's just specifically the question in particular.
Oh, for dropping a tip that much, I don't know if I would have done that. I don't think she's an a-hole.
Mm-hmm.
She's spiteful.
I understand why she did it because she felt embarrassed, and that was a pretty bad thing, and I can understand that feeling. So I wouldn't say a-hole. I wouldn't have done it, but I don't think she's an a-hole.
Would you have left
for
that much tip, or would you just have left it as is, or would you have taken some money out?
I'm not as confrontational that way. I probably would have left it, but I might have said, if you look down here, you would see that we did leave it and maybe in a little bit of a tone like that.
Yeah.
Rather than taking money out. I don't know.
I wouldn't have left her at $155.
I wouldn't have either.
If she called me a thief. And
I've been in the industry and I'm generous when I tip, but I probably would have left 20%.
Yeah, I would have probably I would have left her $20. It was 46. There's 20. Yeah. Next time think because and I've said to people a lot of times. I've talked to you about as friends. When people like a cappuccino's $5, I give them a 20. Do you want change? Yes.
That's
to me, and it happens a lot. I want change, and you're a server. That's not a great thing to do. You know what? It's not a great thing to do to treat people that way, and don't assume. But everybody's different. That's the whole thing. But I think when
hardly anybody pays with cash. There are a couple things on the waitress's side that I can understand why she would at least approach them, but not accusing them. Hey, you're a deadbeat, or try and embarrass them.
And I know and I understand where you're coming from, but I don't. I think that she should have looked. Doesn't matter if you're so used to people paying with credit cards or whatever it was. It's one of those things that unless you had proof or facts and you opened the book and maybe you didn't see it because it was on the table like G-Man did, but she didn't even go back to the table.
The one thing that makes me kind of lean with you on that is the fact that you said that there was a way that they could see the table from that point, and you could see that the money was there.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, and it wouldn't have taken much to go to look at that first, rather than being accusatory right away.
Yeah. And that was the thing. I keep on calling it a book because I have some used called checkbook, but it was probably one of those the little trays or something that they did where you could see it.
And they also tell you sometimes when you pay, what makes, if you're paying cash, I've heard this before, make sure actually, they hand it to you, see it, Sometimes they say it's not great to put stuff in just there and close
I
it.
do that personally, especially if it's a good tip, and I know a lot. And that's just because I've also heard stories of people taking money off tables.
That's right.
I've been through it personally where somebody did, and so that's why I like to hand it over.
Yeah, that might have been my initial reaction.
Mhm.
Did somebody steal the cash?
Yeah, I was going to say that. And they always say don't do that at a bar.
But she did. Obviously, she knew because she looked over and she was like, she could see the money.
Yeah,
so she knew
it's
it wasn't
right there.
stolen. Yeah.
At a bar, they always say that. But at a table, like if you want to leave the cash and walk out, yeah. And again, everybody looks at things differently. You know, it could be on you too. That somebody might be like, you should tell the waitress or waiter, hey, I'm leaving, the money's in there or whatever. But I would never do it on a bar. Like if I'm having dinner, I won't leave the cash in the thing and walk away because somebody's sitting right next to you. They could grab
Today's day and age, leaving cash is not, just
not a good thing.
Not unless you hand it to them or, like you say, yeah, I get that. I don't know if I would have been that confrontational, but I certainly would have said something to not embarrassed, but to kind of, hey, you know what, this isn't us type thing.
Yeah, and
I get that side of it.
Yeah, and like I said, I would apologize going in. Like, hey, I might be mistaken, and if I am, I'm sorry.
Certainly handled it wrong.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Two wrongs don't make a right, but it's her money, so she can do what she wants. And I'm sure the girl's going to learn a lesson in the future.
Yep, hopefully.
Not to accuse people. It is the Penthouse. We're going to come back with some fun facts about tipping. Maybe. We'll be back. Peace.
Because you shouldn't have to get up off the couch. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it.
You like that? We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in red zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Looking good along 95 and the Turnpike, flowing freely, accident-free as well. Got some road work here that'll be on Lakeview Avenue westbound after Quadro Boulevard, blocking your right lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Start your year by taking care of one of your biggest investments, your vehicle. Drive into any Palm Beach County area Valvoline Instant Oil Change and get a quality Valvoline oil change without leaving your car. Go to VIOC.com to find a convenient location near you.
Hayes the Greek, Monroe's of Palm Beach, open 7 days a week, open to 5 a.m. 5-star menu, DJs in the house, and the beautiful ladies. If you want a good night to be a great night, there's only one place to go. Monroe's of Palm Beach, celebrating 11 years in Palm Beach County. Beautiful ladies, 7 days a week. Great time to watch some games and UFC, and a 5-star menu. And the girls. Get over to Monroe's. Peace.
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature trees and hedges to choose from. Work with our dedicated nursery pros to plant your dream yard. Whether you're looking for instant privacy, a relaxing oasis, or a statement piece, Moon Valley Nurseries is here for you from planning to planting. Call 561-295-8852 to schedule a free design consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
Hey, it's the Greek, and it's basketball season, so why not enjoy basketball and college basketball? Sign up today for the Hard Rock app. Plus, when you sign up, you get a no-regret first bet up to $100. It's basketball, it's the hardwood, it's the Hard Rock app. Enjoy it. Don't miss the action. Get in the action. Peace. Offered by Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Call 1-888-A-MINUTE.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, go to forthepeople.com to see cases just like yours. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cartus, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon Partners Weather Center. Have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. It's going to be a warm one as well. Temperatures near 80 degrees and it's staying muggy out there. Southeast winds around 15 miles per hour expected for the remainder of the day, so you might see an isolated shower moving through the area. Otherwise, we just remain dry. We're going to stay warm and above average as we head into the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. When you think Wendy's Biggie Bag, think your go-to meal deal. Because with your choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich, plus 4-piece nugs, junior fries, and a small soft drink, Biggie hits every time. So grab a Wendy's Biggie Bag today. U.S. price and participation may vary. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword green at realradio921.com. That's green. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Happy little Friday, Penthouse. Palm Beach Gardens favorite pool guy, Jeremy checking in. Franny, hey. Jimmy, hey. Hey, G, I got a question for you. What do you think is most likely to happen in the next 2 years? The Chargers win a Super Bowl or the NCAA strips Michigan of their college title? Which one do you think is more likely to happen in the next 2 years? Peace, guys. Later.
Not only did the Uber driver get a 5-star rating, but I wonder what the cleaning fee was. And did it stink?
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
You're back in The Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for always tuning in. Appreciate you guys being involved with the station and listening. and giving us your ears every day. Your ears for our talent sounds like a 50-50 to me. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello, and good afternoon.
And Francis is here.
Hello, what's going on?
And fun facts about apricots?
No. Fun facts. Nope. As I mentioned today, it is National Florida Day. Welcome to Florida. Celebrated January 25th every year. The day was established to recognize Florida's arrival as the 27th state in the Union. And I got some fun facts about the state that we live in for National Florida Day. Florida is the only state that borders both the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Ocean. They said it's the second most popular state for foreign tourists in the United States. Do you know what number one is?
California?
New York?
New York. You are correct, Jimmy. The first European settlement in the United States was in... Do you want to play a guessing game with that? What city in Florida?
St. Augustine.
You are correct. We know here the southernmost point, Key West, Florida. Florida has the longest continuous coastline in the United States. Florida has the most golf courses in the United States, which we have heard. Famous inventions from Florida include... Do you want to guess any?
Oranges?
Yeah, we invented the orange. Sounds about right.
Oh, my goodness.
Strip clubs. Strip clubs. Strip clubs.
All right, we got key lime pie.
We invented that?
Sunscreen.
Oh. Gatorade?
Gatorade is on there.
Yeah, Gatorade.
There you go.
Yeah.
You got one.
Mm-hmm.
And air conditioning was invented in Florida.
Well, that makes sense.
With a carrier.
Florida actually in Spanish means land of flowers.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go pick some.
Okay. Oh.
Only 2 hours left. Don't worry about it.
We know that Florida is the flattest state in America. The highest point in Florida is only 345 feet above sea level. The only place where it is legal to swim with wild manatees, if you ever want to do that, is in Citrus County, Florida.
I'll write that down.
They say this area is considered the largest natural winter. Are you going to write that?
Yeah.
Out of all these, this is the one.
Yes. Can't wait to go swimming.
I'm surprised, though. I thought there was
I did
like a
too.
statewide thing that was they were protected.
Yeah. Maybe swimming with them, but can't touch them. I don't know. I don't know how that works. We know that the official nickname is the Sunshine State. Do you know other nicknames that it has?
Scam state. I've heard that. Scammers are always here. You always hear people with that.
Swamp City.
Yeah. You always hear about that. Florida, where you can get scammed at any time. The state
What
that
do they
can't
say?
fit.
Where it's always sunny, but the people are shady or something?
yeah.
No, but those are...
for newlyweds or nearly dead.
No, that's funny. So it's not necessarily that. Those are more like slogans.
Right.
Yeah. That's also known as the Peninsula State, the Everglades State, the Orange States, the Gulf State, the Flower States, and the Alligator States.
They had something I remember saying when we messed up the election. I forget what it was, but it was a slogan.
A joke about Chad, I'm sure.
Uh-huh.
Hanging Chad.
Yeah. Yep. Florida consistently ranks as the lightning capital of the United States.
Oh, that's true. Encouraging.
Uh-huh.
It's good for me. I got a metal pole. Maybe I get hit and I get dead. I die. Go in the water with a metal pole. Management gave me. I said, this is weird. I thought you guys gave me like some kind of different gift.
This is interesting enough because this came like this from Fact Retriever 2024. So we have in Venice, Florida, beaches are ideal for fossilizing shark teeth. It makes that area the shark tooth capital of the world. But there are no dinosaur fossils in Florida. There are, however, fossils of giant sloths, ancestral horses, megafauna, mammoths, and mastodons. But they have not found necessarily dinosaur fossils.
Really?
Well, it makes sense. Dinosaurs did not like hot weather.
That was probably it.
Yeah. Over 60 degrees, they had a problem with
But
that.
didn't they
Well,
die
they were in
because it got like
Texas,
really
so.
cold too? There was that ice age thing, and then
Well, they didn't like cold weather either. They liked it between like 50 and 65.
all right. And for National Florida Day in Florida, every public building has outward opening doors because of strong winds and hurricanes in the States. I don't know if I've ever noticed that before.
Oh, I haven't either.
Outward opening doors. Yep. And
there you go for your Florida fun facts on a National Florida Day. If you ever want to participate, add your own facts. 47142. Started off with Real Radio. There's so many of them. Like we have an annual mullet toss festival.
Of course we do.
But that's not even, you're not tossing mullets. You're
Where's that,
actually to
Tallahassee?
toss dead fish over the border of Alabama.
Roll Tide.
Yeah, they have all kinds of interesting facts. Yeah. Unmarried girls, it is illegal to skydive on Sundays. That's one law here in Florida still. If you're unmarried, you cannot skydive on a Sunday. Yeah.
But you can Saturday.
Any day except Sunday.
Oh, wow.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Miami witnessed the first ATM in Florida.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I figured that with the drug connections.
Mhm.
Yeah, probably.
If you ever want to see Jesus Christ, there is a gigantic 9-ton sunken statue of Jesus Christ. It lies off the coast of Key Largo.
Or just go to Boca.
Uh-huh. Oral sex is illegal in Florida.
Really?
What?
God. Pack my bag.
And if you're vacationing in Miami, these are odd ones. You cannot bring a pig to the beach. There's so many jokes there, right?
Oh, that makes sense.
Just a couple. I guess I'm not going to the beach anymore.
So there was a weird situation that has just become more and more. It's all over the place lately. But these 3 Kansas City Chief fans, this is going back now about 2-3 weeks, were watching the game, the last game of the year with the Chiefs and Chargers, and their friend, 4 guys. And 3 guys were found outside dead 2 days later.
Well, it took 2 days for the guy to report it.
Yeah, and the guy, though, who was in the house said he was sleeping for 2 days.
With headphones on.
Yeah. Who sleeps for 48 hours?
Come on, dude.
And he's not a suspect, which is crazy.
I think he is now. I mean, they're definitely questioning him a lot. You can't make him a suspect unless you have, or at least say it, unless you have some pretty hard evidence. But
these guys were all friends. And they were watching the game, and 3 guys went outside. Now they're thinking maybe to smoke a cigarette, drink a beer.
They think they were drugged, is what I've been hearing.
No, now, I was going to get to that.
Yeah.
Now their families are saying they think they were drugged, and they fell asleep outside and died.
Because that's the thing. You're not going outside and having a beer and smoking a cigarette and never coming back for 2 days. I mean, you're knocking on the door. You're like, hey, buddy, can I come back? Why is the door even locked if you are going outside and you guys are partying at the house?
And 2 days,
It's
like
very
the guy said he was
suspicious.
on the couch with headphones on. Who sleeps for 2 days?
Well, and the guy, so this is why it just listen, I know I'm not going to say this guy's guilty. It just is it's got very suspicious things around this and circumstances. So the guy is a scientist and the one who is still alive, right? And so, like, even the family members of these 3 guys think that he did something.
Yeah.
Like, he's some kind of crazy drug concoction or whatever, and maybe trying it out. And, like, and the guys are like, all right, cool, whatever. And he believes that they've died and he dragged him outside. That's the thoughts.
It is a crazy story. And again, like I said, his alibi is I was sleeping on the couch for 2 days. I could see 3 hours, maybe 8 hours. 2 days?
Unless he's tried this drug himself too, and he just passed out for 2 hours and woke up. I don't know. I mean, they're going to do an autopsy, toxicology, so we'll see if there are any drugs in their system. I mean, the truth is going to come out, but it's a mystery.
And they're very young. I mean,
in
these
their
are
30s.
Guys, these are all guys under 30 years old watching a football game. The Chiefs against the Chargers. They went there to watch the game. They're big Chief fans. And it's been, getting more and more news, and obviously nation news. Everybody's talking about it now because, again, this was about 3 weeks ago with the end of the season. And it's just sad. And these guys were just there to watch a game, and the one guy, fell asleep. I don't even know, if I was a cop and the guy told me that, I slept for 2 days, I'm like, really? You fell asleep for 2 days with headphones on his couch? And I think the one of the guy's fiance.
That's what happened. Called to report.
Yep.
Her concerns.
Yeah, she's like, I haven't heard from my fiance in a day. What the hell's going on?
And that's the girlfriend of the suspect, or
no, one of the guys who passed away.
One of the guys that passed away.
So they found one body on the back porch. Then they found the other 2 bodies in the backyard. And the guy said that the homeowner insists, his last name is Willis, insisted he had no knowledge of what happened to the men after they left his home. He said he was asleep. He was asleep on his couch. The last memory he has is of them leaving out the front door, which is interesting because they were all on the back porch.
Yeah,
one was on the back porch. He's like, I don't know what happened to him until then, obviously when the police came and showed up at his house.
Crazy, crazy story.
And he didn't say anything as far as I was asleep for 2 days because
it just says he was asleep
drunk.
For 2 days.
I was.
And again, who sleeps for 2 days?
Yeah, and that's the moms and everybody is like, these are very responsible men. And how do you go into somebody's backyard and freeze to death? All 3 of them.
Yeah. It's definitely suspicious. They're Chief fans, so they're going to mention the Chiefs, obviously, and all that stuff. But it's crazy. It is crazy. So Patrick Mahomes was talking yesterday because these guys were speaking all week for the NFL championship games, and he said Kelsey has not changed one bit since he got involved with Taylor Swift. And what I really thought was crazy was the owner of the Chiefs even spoke about this. And it just shows you to what level this has gotten to. And he said, we're very happy to have Taylor part of our family. I was like, wow, she's part of the Chief family now. When has he ever, the owner ever commented on anybody who they're dating? But it's such a big thing. And again, this week, another game for the Chiefs in Baltimore. I'm sure she's going to attend. Whether or not she goes to the Super Bowl, who knows if they win, obviously. But this
if they win, yeah.
Based on her schedule, like we said, she might be into her. But
assuming it's open.
Yeah.
We'll just assume that, right?
Yeah, that's going to really get under a lot of people because the Super Bowl is going to have 100 million people watching. If she's in that box, they're going to show her numerous times.
Yep.
But yeah, the owner
and that'll be an official prop bet.
Yeah, you're right.
Guaranteed.
You just took it out of my mouth.
If it's not already.
Yeah.
I mean, because I don't know. I haven't looked for something like that on the Hard Rock app. I don't know if they've got something like that, but it'll definitely be on there. I mean, there's other ones. I mean, how many times they show Roger Goodell and, or Robert Kraft when it was the Patriots or whoever, the owners.
Well, they have weirder ones eccentric ones for the Super Bowl, not for championship games. But I agree with you. It'll be on there if they win.
And that's what I was referring to. Just Super Bowl ones, right? But I haven't seen anything. But I don't know. I don't know if the Hard Rock would have something like that.
I don't think the Hard Rock does. Vegas does. 1 year I was out there.
Would,
I was out there 1 year, and they have 66 pages of props that you could bet on the Super Bowl. So anything you could think about, from the national anthem to obviously the color of the Gatorade, every single thing you want.
Yep.
Which is crazy.
There's all kinds of prop bets. So going back to that one situation of the woman wondering if she's an a-hole because she left a very, very nice tip. It was $46 check, and she left $200, her and her husband, and then they left. And the waitress ran after them without even looking at the check and the cash and accused them of walking out on the tab without paying. So she wanted to know, am I the a-hole? A lot of people are on this woman's side, not the servers. They said server equals a-hole. Lesson learned. Patron equals tough love. She whacked server badly. It won't happen again, according to that one. We also have here, she is not the a-hole. The waitress was the a-hole, and now she learned a lesson on how not to assume. And I agree with this. I didn't think about it when you did that, because sometimes when management or stuff, when they do your checks at the end of the night, they might look at it and be like, oh, why did he write that? They said you should write cash on the tip line. When you write no tip, people assume bad service.
Mm-hmm. I don't write no tip. I put a line through
Okay, because you did say no tip when you were talking about it.
Yeah, I put a line
Yes,
through it.
and I typically do that. I will put cash on where the tip line is if that's what I do. And then we also have some suggestions for Florida. Florida should have been nicknamed the Iguana State. And then somebody also said they should also call Florida the Gunshine State. So, there you go.
Oh, that's pretty good. Again, you guys want to get involved by texting us. You could call us. We'd love to hear your voices, or leave a call back, or email Jimmy. Jimmy, who do we have on hold?
Just like our buddy Jorge just did. Hey, Jorge, what's going on? Welcome to the Penthouse.
Welcome to you guys. Yeah, hey, did you guys hear what the foot doctor said about Belichick?
What'd he say?
He says he wouldn't be surprised if he went to the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, yeah.
A foot doctor? I didn't hear. Is this a joke?
I don't. What's the foot doctor part?
I don't go either.
That's Rex Ryan, his buddy, you know?
Oh, the foot fetish.
Oh,
okay.
I didn't get it either. I thought it was a real foot doctor.
Rex Ryan had a foot fetish, right, or something from years ago.
Yeah.
All right, I thought we were talking about a podiatrist or something. Okay.
So Rex Ryan is saying that Belichick's going to go to the Bills.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, well, that's what he predicts, you know?
It could happen.
It would make sense. It would make sense. Got a good quarterback.
Well, I can tell you one thing. If he goes to the Bills, he will never get into the Patriots Hall of Fame. Because Robert Kraft would lose his cookies on that. Or the Jets. I don't know which he'd be more mad. I think he'd be more mad with the Jets. But man, if he goes there, it's crazy. I mean, and is it possible that Belichick doesn't coach? I mean, I don't know where he wants to go. There has been rumors that he wants to stay on the East Coast, but he's looking at Atlanta, so I don't know. But yeah, I've heard the Jets, I've heard the Bills. I I hire him tomorrow if I had an opportunity.
I saw that article as well, where that Rex Ryan was predicting. At least it was an idea that they get rid of Sean, especially after a couple bad mistakes that were they keep referencing the fake punt in the game against Kansas City. However, as we've mentioned, Greek mentioned it, I mentioned it, it turned into 0 points. So you can't blame the loss on that. I mean, was it a good coaching call? No, it wasn't good. But there are plenty of other reasons why I'd love to see Sean McDormand gone. But I don't know. I don't see that happening. But maybe. I guess there's a possibility. Anything's possible.
It could be a thing with like Tampa Bay when they got rid of Tony Dungy and then Gruden stepped in the first year and they were stacked and then they won it all.
Yeah.
And people always said, well, Gruden came in, cracked the whip because Tony Dungy was very loose with a lot of things with the players. And it could be the same thing. Yeah. Belichick is going to be harder on the players than most coaches. And his players who have played for him has said that.
If Belichick goes there, I know one guy that won't be in a Bills uniform after that is Diggs, because no way he would put up with that.
Probably not. But you never know. You don't know with these guys. I don't know.
Well, if Belichick did go there, Belichick wouldn't put up with Diggs. He'd be gone.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Guys change. I mean, you know what? You got to remember that the Patriots took Randy Moss, and at the time Randy Moss came over, he was in a lot of problems, and he changed with the Patriots. The Patriots helped Randy Moss get in the Hall of Fame. Yep. He said it himself. He really
turn his life around. It's possible. Maybe he could do the same for Diggs.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the most people out there that are very defiant or arrogant or hard to deal with, sometimes they just need a kick in the ass. Yeah. Or somebody to teach them, like, hey, this is what it's going to be.
Could be. Yeah.
Sometimes. I mean, who knows? I don't know. I'd be shocked if he didn't coach. Now, I don't know. And then you're going to start hearing conspiracies that they don't want him to break Shula's record. Nobody wants to give him a job. You'd hear stuff you'll hear stuff like that. Like, people are going after him because he had so much success.
But it almost doesn't, like, like, if I was the owner, I'd want him. Yeah, break it with us. Break the record with us.
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah. You'll hear people say it's a conspiracy. Both sides, right? Yeah. But they'll say, like, oh, you don't want Belichick? Guy's won more games than anybody. Yeah. 9 Super Bowls, and you don't want him?
Well, I think he'll coach somewhere.
They bring up his age a little, too. Now people are starting to say he's 70 years old. He's not, in touch with the players today. I don't buy that. I don't buy any of that. But if I own the team, I hire him tomorrow. And I wouldn't even tell him to come in with an interview. I'd be like, Bill, you're here.
Here it is.
Your office is up front.
It's already set up for you. Yep.
I'm not interviewing him. I mean, I'm just not. Yeah. I mean, it's like, but everybody's different.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear that Gerard Mayo is going to be spending a ton of money, huh?
Yeah, they have $70 million to spend. That's nothing new. And they have a pick, I think the 4th or 5th pick. I think Mayo's in a good situation. Mayo talks about Belichick's way, that he didn't like some of the things, but you know what? I wasn't really fond of that because he gave Mayo a start. When Mayo was a player and he brought him on a team. But again, everybody's got different things to say. And some guys are just not good in front of the microphone. They just say the wrong thing.
And a lot of times, too, we don't get the whole context.
Sure. But I think Belichick gets a job. I don't know where, but I think he gets a job. I think the Cowboys called him. I really do. I think Jones called him Sunday night, and he said no. That's my opinion, and he kept him. Because I think if Belichick wanted to go there, Jerry Jones wants a trophy so bad. I mean, after the game, when they showed him, like, breaking down, you feel for the guy. I know he's a gazillionaire and who cares, but, I mean, it's like, the guy wants to win so bad, and every year they just get tripped up.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Belichick would want to be down there in Texas, so.
Oh, I don't think he went. I think he called him, is my point.
Yep.
No, what I'm saying is I don't think he would want to go there.
Oh, no, I don't either. I think he told him no. That's what I'm saying. I think he called Sunday night. And he was like, Bill, what do you think? And he was like, nope, not going there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't see that happening either. But, I guarantee you the attendance is going to be down at the Patriots games.
Not if they win.
Season.
Not if they win. I mean,
They're not going to win.
People are fickle and people forget. And everybody wants to think that when they retire, it's going to matter. If the team wins, people don't care. They're not loyal. You think they're not going to go to the game because Belichick left? No.
You'd be surprised, Greg. You would be surprised.
Lombardi was one of the greatest coaches, and they sold out for years with the Packers. The Dolphins did good for years. When they don't win, nobody's coming. I don't care who it is. But if you're winning, people show up.
Yep.
They just do in every sport.
Yeah, no, you got to win.
That's right. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, nobody wants to go see a team get their ass kicked and blow $300.
Yep.
You could do that at
There you
home.
go. Especially in the cold weather, yeah.
Jorge, we got to run. We got to do something that we love to do, play our beautiful commercials for your people. But we're going to come back, and I hope you come back with us.
All right, you guys have a good one.
You too, buddy. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Thursday. We're going to come back with a trifecta and a lot more. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here we go again. They're taking hard-working American people, American men, and they're taking their jobs.
I think it's so weird that they would be able to make a human being without using eggs or sperm. Scientists
I feel the
working
same
on-
way about omelets.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Looking good along 95 and the Turnpike, flowing freely, accident-free as well. Got some road work here that'll be on Lakeview Avenue westbound after Quadro Boulevard, blocking your right lane. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Russo.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Temperatures getting low, but demand remaining high? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
Hazel Greek, Monroe's of Palm Beach, open 7 days a week, open to 5 a.m. 5-star menu, DJs in the house, and the beautiful ladies. If you want a good night to be a great night, there's only one place to go. Monroe's of Palm Beach, celebrating 11 years in Palm Beach County. Beautiful ladies, 7 days a week. Great time to watch some games and UFC, and a 5-star menu. And the girls. Get over to Monroe's. Peace.
Well, hello there. Join me at Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino to celebrate a new era in gaming with live craps, roulette, and sports betting now available to go along with the biggest selection of slots in South Florida. Plus, all your other favorite table games. Complement your night with my award-winning fine dining and casual fare options, lively bars and lounges, or catch your favorite A-list entertainer at Hard Rock Live. Discover your rhythm today. Go to hardrockholly.com. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT. Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino.
When's the best time to plant a tree? It was 20 years ago. When's the second best time to plant a tree? It's now. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I remember years ago being sent home from elementary school with a small tree in a styrofoam cup. I know some of you can relate. If that was planted, it's now bigger than you are. Your finances are the same way. The best time to get started, or the best time to get a second opinion, is now. And with time and patience, imagine how big your financial tree could be. 20 years ago, if you invested $1,000 in Apple stock, it could be worth over $500,000 today. That is a big tree. Do that for you and do that for someone you love. Call Trajan Wealth today and help us help you plant that financial tree. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000. Or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life. In office, West Palm Beach.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus, For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with internet and security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add one unlimited mobile line. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Card, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
During MVP's bonus days at Lowe's, save $20 on 5-gallon ceiling paint or primer by HDTV Home by Sherwin-Williams. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Good Greek moving and storage. Your superhero movers.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. It's going to be a warm one as well. Temperatures near 80 degrees and staying muggy out there. Southeast winds around 15 miles per hour expected for the remainder of the day. So you might see an isolated shower moving through the area. Otherwise, we just remain dry. We're going to stay warm and above average as we head into the weekend.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Whenever you need us, just reach out and we'll be there. With more locations, more experts, and more resources to deliver the healthcare you need to comfort you and make you feel your best. Find a care site near you at hcafloridahealthcare.com.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason White.
Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday. Got a big announcement for you guys in a couple of minutes about the big game. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
All right, with our partners at Monroe's of Palm Beach, starting Monday, we're going to give you a Super Bowl question. It's going to be a trivia question about the Super Bowls. And if you get it right, your name is going to go into a hat. We're going to have 10 days of this. And you're going to win a 70-inch TV. You'll pick it up on the Friday before the game, so you'll get to enjoy the game. Compliments of Monroe's of Palm Beach and Real Radio. Who doesn't want a 70-inch TV? That is awesome. Great job. I want to thank Monroe's for always stepping up with us and getting involved in all our giveaways. And obviously, I want to thank everybody in Real Radio. Jimmy, Francis, and Greek. Time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, it's not often that you get this, but Jim Harbaugh got it. He got a lot of money. He got 5 years, and he changed weather, and it's better. And when you change the weather from cold to warm, it's always a good thing. It's like when you're going to a game and you're sitting maybe in the 300 level and somebody comes up and says, you want to sit courtside? Yes, I want to sit courtside. Jim Harbaugh going to the Chargers, L.A. Chargers, new stadium, and in my opinion, one of the best uniforms, a good quarterback with a bright future, a couple playmakers, and a good defense. I'm going to bet now this team makes the playoffs next year. They're not far away. They usually don't make the playoffs because they get injured. But I like him there with the Chargers, and I think it's going to be a big win for them. There is still 50-50 on whether Debo plays for the 49ers on Sunday. If he plays, bet the Niners. If he doesn't play, bet Detroit to cover. So I'm telling you this on Thursday. The Niners have over 20 games when he plays that they're winning, and they're 8-9 when he doesn't play. I'm not saying the Niners are not going to win, but I don't think they cover if he doesn't play. I think it's too much pressure on him. Niners have had a really bad game, first one. Championship games, favorites, and 1 seeds, which these teams are, cover 67% going back to 2005. So it's a good situation where the Ravens and the Niners both cover. So we'll see what happens on Sunday, but there's still no word of whether or not he's playing. The 49ers are saying it's 50-50. If it's 50-50, I don't know. It's a shoulder. Maybe they shoot him up and they try to see if he can play, but he's a big difference. When the Niners lost 3 games this year, he was hurt, and that had a lot to do with it. Other things too, but the Niners without him, not good. Miami Heat last night lost again. We're in a little bit of a losing streak. We got Rozier. They showed him getting off a private jet. It was very cool, but not good because the Heat have lost 3 in a row. And tonight we got the Celtics down in South Beach. Not a good situation for us. Hopefully the Heat can bounce back and end that losing streak. And that is your lunchtime trifecta. Peace.
Earlier, Franny was talking about a waitress that thought that a couple was skipping out on their bill and accused them of like dining and dashing when actually the money was left on the table. Well, this isn't like a one-up you, but who's worse in this case, that lady or this guy? A guy in central Pennsylvania is facing charges after he stole his father-in-law's life savings and went on a shopping spree.
Yeah, he's a bigger jerk.
This guy is
Alrighty, I don't even know that. Yeah, he's a bigger jerk.
The son-in-law is 29-year-old Andrew Booker, and last February he called the cops to report a break-in and claimed someone stole his father-in-law, his father-in-law's safe, which had the $2 million inside it. By the way, $2 million cash.
It is safe.
In a safe in the house, right? They stole the safe, so he's reporting that the safe itself was stolen.
That guy never trusted the banks.
No.
No.
A lot of people don't.
And shouldn't trust anybody, especially your son-in-law in this particular case. They were immediately suspicious when the cops got there, so they kept an eye on him and noticed he started making some large purchases shortly after the theft. Even though he had been unemployed, he managed to buy new ATVs, a brand new Harley. He also, let's see, what did he do? He put 30. Oh, so he would buy something for like $30, and he would be, he'd do it Greek style. He'd pay $30, he'd pay with 100 and say, keep the change. Right? You know, super generous, $30 purchase, boom, keep the money.
No, they really followed him. They knew everything.
So he always paid in cash, and that turned out to be his undoing. His father-in-law had been saving up for decades, and most of the money was in older style bills. So employees at stores confirmed that he was using old, currency. Turns out Andrew and his wife were in the middle of a divorce when all this went down, and he used a bunch of money, too, to take care of his new girlfriend. So, this guy, we're just piling on with this guy. He got arrested last month for theft and a bunch of other charges, and his new girlfriend also got arrested because it turned out she knew where the money came from. Thankfully, it sounds like police were able to recover most of it, but he did blow through about $140,000 in that first year.
Wow. Yeah. And she got arrested because she knew
about it.
Yeah,
she knew what was going on.
Really?
So,
Yeah.
of course, yeah.
You have to report that crime, and she didn't. So she got arrested.
Mm-hmm.
That's brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the guy trusted him, too. to let him know the combination, obviously, and the safe and everything like that. He blew $140,000. What the hell did he spend it on? My God, that's like
but well, depends on what you do. I mean, you can go out and spend $140,000
on a
in
car,
day, right?
You can spend that on one vehicle.
Yeah,
no,
really.
Yes.
Obviously, I know
I was going to
that.
say, out of all of us, you're surprised that he could blow that so quickly?
No. I said, what did he blow it on? Because Jimmy was saying stuff that he did. He didn't say like he bought a car. Or
I know. But you're like, what? But you sounded
ATVs.
shocked that he spent that much money, and I
No,
was
no.
just like, out of everybody, you're
No,
surprised. I was like,
no,
you could blow 140 easy
Yeah, no doubt.
on one bet.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I said that's how. Remember years ago, those kids. What the hell were their names? Menendez or something like that.
Right, the Menendez brothers.
Yeah, and they shot the guy, and that guy actually knew my dad. My dad knew him from the record industry, and that's how they got caught because they went out and bought Porsches and Rolexes. Yeah. And again, like people don't think the police, like you said, that's a lot of money. $2 million, like Franny just said, that's a red flag in itself. Like, how does this guy have $2 million in a safe home? And where the hell is it? And then all of a sudden it got gone. I mean, they're gonna watch.
Well, he reported it too. He's the one that brought the police got the police involved in this particular case, which was again, silly move there, right? But I guess he was trying to. So that was to keep the father-in-law from like knowing or anything, right? So oh my God, it's gone, Dad. We gotta call the cops. Calls the cops in, and then of course, like you say, it's the same type of thing. He goes out and he's buying ATVs, a brand new Harley, and he's unemployed, and people know it.
Yeah. So
Again,
yes.
red flag. You want to talk
Big
about
red
red flags here? I mean,
yes, massive red flag. You're buying all this stuff, yet you don't have a job.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, that guy's not very bright either.
Yeah, he's worse than the other lady, without a doubt.
But the old bills too.
Oh, yeah.
Like you wouldn't think of that, necessarily. But obviously, if you got $100 bills from a while ago, I mean, we all know how different they are now. Even 20s, they all have the like the bigger portrait of the presidents. Just that alone.
But all these little things that we talk about, a lot of people don't even think about or realize. They're in the motion of, hey, I'm going to do this. I'm going to try to commit this crime. I'm going to get away with it. And then the next thing you know, they get popped and they're like, well, how did you get popped? And it's crazy. I mean, there's been so many stories like that. Years ago, Steve Wynn, the famous casino developer, his daughter got kidnapped and he paid the people in marked bills. And then the guy went and bought a Ferrari with the marked bills. And that's how they caught him. I mean, same thing. Like, they watch you. They know. Yeah. I mean, you're dealing with the FBI, the police department. They know everything. Like you said, old things. They come in. Somebody walks out. All of a sudden, somebody hands a badge and goes, hey, that guy just came in. What did he do? Oh, he gave me these bills. Can I see him? You know what I mean? You look at him, and next thing you know, you get popped. And to think they're not going to watch you. Because I think his mindset was like, hey, I'm reporting it, so I'm the good guy. You know what I mean? That's probably his mentality.
So he thinks he's covering his butt with his father-in-law.
Yeah.
Police are going to be out looking for something else somewhere else. And come to find out, well, they're watching you. They were immediately suspicious of him, too. So you can imagine maybe he was being shifty.
Oh, yeah. And you could tell, I think, sometimes the way people talk about it.
Sure, yeah.
And they don't want to look in your eyes, how they break it.
They know answers they shouldn't know,
Yes.
right?
I mean, I think ultimately what took him down and why they were suspicious was just the spending and knowing this guy was unemployed.
Yep.
And he was getting a divorce.
That'll do it. Yep.
I mean, that adds to it, too. Yep. I mean, it's not like, well, I'm going through a divorce. Well, right away, that's a red flag. I think for the police to look at him and think,
and he has a new girlfriend already and all that nonsense.
Oh my God! No happily ever after.
Who's like that?
It's terrible.
I don't know.
Not good.
Now, this is not necessary. I guess we could call it like a red flag, but what chefs consider red flags at restaurants, and these are chefs saying the market has been, driven so high that people are willing to pay a lot of money. They say astronomical amounts without blinking. And chefs reveal dishes that they refuse to order at a restaurant due to inflation. So it's not necessarily stuff because they're like, oh, it's not good. It's because you're spending way too much money on this item. That chefs that actually do own restaurants and they know what they're doing, right? They spend a lot of time preparing the food for other people. They said, but when they're hungry and not in the mood to prepare a meal for themselves, they venture out to their favorite spots. They have their opinions and preferences just like the rest of us, but you may be surprised on which dishes they refuse to order. And it's usually because they just don't think it's worth the money. Now, something here. There is lobster rolls. I know how much you love them, G, but they tend to be pretty expensive.
Oh, yeah.
And this person's like, listen, I like lobster rolls. They're always over $24. I've noticed that. Easy. And it's a sandwich. But lobster is what's in it, and that's why you're paying so much. But they're like, not enough to justify the cost of a $40 lobster roll. This is a chef, and they said that it's just absolutely ridiculous. They said that there's no doubt lobsters are an expensive source, right, which influences the cost. And they said, I understand there's a lot of labor involved, harvesting, prepping, all this stuff. But he said, and people are just become used to paying these high prices without questioning them. He was like, the market has driven them so high that people are willing to pay these amounts. And he was just like, and he calls it tourist pricing. He was like, a lot of locals don't appreciate that. He was like, but if you think about the amount it costs you, if you were to make that at home, he was just like, you would just be mind blown. He was like, it's not even close.
I think anything. I bought 2. I was with a girl at a food truck, and I didn't look at the price. I thought they were going to be like $20.
Yeah.
They were $37 each.
Yep. This one,
I was shocked.
No, it's nuts. This one chef says pasta.
Yeah.
Just in general, pasta dishes. He said pasta, especially like a basic pasta with the sauce and all that, it's very inexpensive
to make,
to cook.
Yeah.
And that's why.
So the markup. He's
Yes.
referencing the markup on these different deals. Okay.
I mean, they'll charge you. You go to some places, it's $35, $45 for a dish of pasta. Probably cost them $1 to make.
And this person
Yeah,
recommends,
pretty
like,
much.
if you are wanting pasta, go for something, seek out something more intriguing and complex. Like this, something that looks like it's a very complicated pasta dish, not your basic dishes that are like the cacio de pepe, which translates to cheese and pepper. Is basically what it is. It's pasta, Parmesan, peppercorns, and you're paying this premium price for something that's so easy and basic to make. Yeah, so these are dishes that they said that they will never pay for. Salads. They don't like paying for salads. More restaurant menus have a selection of salads at starters. Said if you're looking for vegetarian options, it could be nice, but a lot of restaurants charge for these leafy greens $16, $14 to $16. And they just say it's this way overly priced to pay for that. Soups, they would never pay for. What else on here? Any kind of, and I don't really see that often, but they put tinned fish.
Tinned fish?
Tinned fish, like anchovies,
Okay.
right? Sardines.
Okay.
That's like some tuna, like what you would find in a tin.
Okay.
And they said that a lot of people find these canned fishes on menus and don't realize it, and they try to make it sound fancier than what it is. And they said this is really ridiculous. They said you go to the grocery store and you find it for $1.
Yeah.
So, yeah. If
they give it a fancy name,
They
right?
do.
And it's really just, it's like, ooh, I have a tomato puree, ketchup.
Yep. And that's, I mean, I understand, especially if you're putting a creative twist on it.
Right.
But
when you're in the business, I mean, again, you know what it costs, what the dish should be. And I'm sure it's hard for them to go out and look at a dish that's $30 or $40, and you're thinking to yourself, this cost them $3.
And what I didn't realize with the soup, they say typically, and I don't know, it's not always, but ordering the soup of the day is code in the hospitality industry
Leftover?
for the back of a house is trying to get rid of its walk-in inventory from the weekend before.
Yep. I've heard that many times.
Yep.
You know what I'm surprised with chefs that I get to know that they tell me something in their restaurant not to order. Like they'll go, don't order that. It's not great. And I'm always surprised because
From the chef themselves, huh?
Yeah, and I'm surprised at that.
Because the chef, you would think, and most high-end restaurants, they create the menu, they do all this stuff. So you would think that everything on the menu, they would be proud of serving.
Yeah.
Are they telling you that because you're Greek, or are they telling you that just anybody? They'll tell anybody that.
Oh, I think me.
Oh, okay, because they know.
I'm friends with them.
Well, not just that. No, what I'm saying, because they know what you like and you don't like.
Yeah, and a couple of times they've said, "Nah, don't get that. It's not great here. Just not get this or something like that."
See, that's interesting because you're the one preparing it. Like, that's what I said. I've heard that from servers because maybe it's not their taste when you ask to recommend. And I've heard that. Like, they'll be like, well, I don't eat this. I don't eat fish, blah, blah. But, I've seen, but for a chef to be like, don't eat that. It's not that great. Be like, well, aren't you the one making it? Like, that to me is kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
I know they probably have favorite dishes. I get that. But you think they would be happy and proud of everything that's coming out of the kitchen.
I thought the same thing, too. That's why I brought it up, because I would be like, they'd be like, nah, don't get that. Get this. It's better. You'll like it better, whatever. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, you take your advice. Obviously, you're the chef.
Yep.
But again, it's just being friendly with them. And I don't think they would say that to, because I think what Franny just said is 100% correct. You're not going to say that to a regular customer, because a regular customer would say, what do you mean? I'm at your place. Everything should be good. Do we have somebody on hold?
We do. We have Sheldon checking in with the Penthouse. Hey, Sheldon, what's going on, pal?
Hey, well, I sure you can guess at least one of the reasons I'm calling in.
Oh, Sheldon, don't be upset. You got your title, baby. Come on.
Yes. Oh, well, so, okay. I mean, I knew this was a possibility.
Yes.
And if I'm logical about it, it makes perfect sense because, I mean, he got all the way up to the very top. There's nothing more that he could achieve in the realm of college football. I mean,
there is
obviously
there's something you can achieve. You can go back to back, and anybody who's won a championship always says that's the big inspiration for them and the juice. Like, I want to go back to back. The NBA, the NFL, baseball, so they can say that. I believe, and I've said this, there's going to be some stuff coming down with the University of Michigan that you'll see, and he got out and just said, I'm not dealing with this.
So, okay, so I think, so I have a theory about that. I mean,
okay.
It's the NCAA president on the night that the championship was won said, oh, Michigan won this fair and square. So I think that was his way of signaling that whatever is coming down is not going to be that bad.
Well, no, I mean, Sheldon, they have to, it's political. They have to say that. He's not going to say tonight, you're a smart guy, they won a national championship in front of millions of people. And guess what? These guys broke some rules, but they won. Of course he's going to say, you know what? I mean, they won it fair and square because everybody's saying that. There's bets that you can make. When is Michigan going to have to give it back? We just heard that. We just had a caller ask about that. I've seen that offshore. How long before Michigan has to give the title back? I mean, the NCAA president cannot say anything but what is he has to say politically, which is they won it fair and square. Right. He can never say that.
Yeah, but on the flip side, though, like it wouldn't be the NCAA's decision to make about the title because that's the college football playoff is a different entity.
Sure. Yeah, but if they end up going to them and say, hey, we got a lot of proof about things, why don't you look into it? They will, like they've done with other stuff. I mean, again, I think he's a great coach. I thought he's a very good college coach. He's had success in the NFL. I think he's going to make a difference to the Chargers, but I do think there are some sanctions coming down to Michigan that I don't think he wanted to deal with. I mean, how many games did he lose this year? 6 games where he didn't coach on the game of it. I mean, and again, it's half the season. I mean, he's not taking a knee with his personality and who he is if he wasn't wrong. You're just not. He's horrible. He's a god. He'd be like, no, I didn't break any laws. He knew about everything. The only thing that I don't like about these guys, and I understand what they have to do, is they are 21. They know everything all the time. So to me, when you say you weren't aware, that's what you have to say. But I don't believe when anything comes down that they don't know about what goes on in their programs. That's just my opinion.
You see, but okay, I think we're gonna have to agree to disagree because it seems like there's so many people working for you. I mean, how would you know?
You know because you're the boss. And if you're a good boss, you know what goes on with your people. Because if I'm the head coach and I got Jimmy and he's doing something wrong, I'm aware of what Jimmy's doing. I am. I'm paying Jimmy. I want to know what Jimmy's doing because I'm the boss. And that's the way I always was. When I'm the boss, I want to know what you're doing. Because if you mess up, it's my ass. And that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
We could always disagree. It's great. It's great radio. It's great life. I like other opinions. but my opinion is when you're the boss, if you're a good boss, which is hard to find, you know what your employees are doing. I don't think that kid went and gotten sat tickets and whatever it was, and he was spying on teams and coming back. I mean, anything's possible. I just don't think so. I'm always that kid that you know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean it's honestly, I kind of wish the NCAA would just straighten out that situation with helmet radios or whatever because there's too much gray area. So, like sign stealing is legal if you do it on the day, but it's not if you do it ahead of time. But that used to be legal. I mean, that caught a lot of the old players by surprise. It was like,
well, it shouldn't be legal at all. Either it is or it isn't. You can't get a little pregnant. I agree with you 100%. On the day of the game, it's okay if you steal signals, but the week before, it's not. What the hell is that? But the NCAA has been a contradiction their whole life. They got their left hand saying hi, they got their right hand out cash in millions of dollars. So, I mean, there's no perfect system, but we'll see. I mean, I'm glad that they won. I really am. I think he's a good coach, and I think he's going to win.
Yeah, and a tip of a hat to Franny's team. It's so like I feel like it's so hard to duplicate to have back-to-back championships in college, given that every year you have a different team.
It's very hard.
Yeah, it is.
It's very hard in college.
Especially nowadays.
Yeah, you're not going to see it being done even less now that all the portals
Of
with the
course,
portal.
NIL and the portal. Yeah,
and you're not going to see it.
The face of college football is definitely changed, and I think it's going to continue.
And it's very hard in the NFL too. I mean, we don't tend to give teams that win consistently, and there's not a lot of them. We throw hate at them and shade, like the Patriots, like the Chiefs. Chiefs have been in 6 AFC championships. That's amazing. But you don't hear people talk about it. You hear people say that they hate Kelsey, they hate Taylor Swift, and they hope they lose. That's a narrative. But it should be, wow, what a great accomplishment this team has done.
Oh, yeah. Especially since, like, they went years without anybody, like, not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and then, like, and now, like, the big thing is, like, I mean, there's lots of people who say the guy who was the interim coach at the end of the season, Sharon Moore, should get the nod as head coach. And I agree with that. But there are people like, oh, well, what did he do? All he did was stand on the sidelines on the day. It's like, no, he was one of the coaches. He was there the whole time. And my understanding is that, like when Harbaugh was suspended, he let them run the practices. He was there, but he kind of let them do their thing, because knowing full well that he wouldn't be there on the day.
Yeah, I think he should get the job. And the other thing, too, he had a tremendous amount of pressure for him, especially at the end of the season when he had an undefeated record under his belt, and he had to keep it going. Yeah. It's not like Michigan had a couple losses. Like, if he messed up and they lost, everybody was going to blame him and be like, you coached that one game, you made the wrong mistake. I think the guy deserves it. I hope he gets it. I think it'll be good for the program. The players like him. But I think there was a lot of pressure on him being the coach when the team was, 9-0, 10-0. Don't forget, Harbaugh sat out the last couple of games, and Ohio State, their biggest rivalry of the year, and he won. So to me, I give him the job.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's like a no-brainer. But there are people like, oh, he doesn't deserve the head coach job at Michigan. Like,
don't listen to the people on social media. They're a bunch of idiots. They're a bunch of people with no lives, and they're on social media every day. What the hell do they know? Trust yourself, Sheldon. You're a winner. Chop, chop. You're listening to Real Radio.
There you go. So, and then, I'll just say in passing, my brother's a diehard Detroit Lions fan. So.
Well, he's going to lose.
Oh. I know. We heard they were winning.
I said they might cover. Sheldon, I don't care who wins or loses, who covers. That's all I care about. No, the Lions have had a great season. Hats off to them. 1991. He's a good coach. The players believe. Who knows? They got a tough task with the Niners, though. They do.
Yes, they do. So, okay. Well, that was pretty much it.
I thought about you this morning. I kid you not. I said, man, Sheldon, I know a couple of my friends, Nate and this other guy, big fans of Michigan. I said, I wanted their opinion. But like I said, you can't be shocked. There was speculation about him leaving the night he won the championship.
Yes.
So
yeah.
Enjoy Big Blue. You got a lot to be celebrating over the next 4 or 5 months.
Right. Okay.
All right, brother. Keep in touch. Always good talking to you.
Sure.
It is the Penthouse, and it is a Thursday. We're going to come back with some Florida stories and a lot more on Real Radio. Peace.
The bad news, the brain isn't all that great at hearing stuff and remembering it. The good news, you can watch us too. Like and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Real Radio 92.1. Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it. You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in red zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Expressways along the Palm Beaches up to speed. We're not seeing any major delays on the Turnpike or 95. Boynton Beach Boulevard still shut down due to yesterday's water main break. Closed eastbound from Military Trail to Lawrence Road. Use Old Boynton Road instead. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Start your year by taking care of one of your biggest investments, your vehicle. Drive into any Palm Beach County area Valvoline Instant Oil Change and get a quality Valvoline oil change without leaving your car. Go to VIOC.com to find a convenient location near you.
Hayes the Greek for Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Seafood, bakery, prepared food, fruits and vegetables, meats, deli, and pizza. It's all under one roof. And if you got any catering in the future, let Joseph's handle it for you. You'll be a star. Locations: Delray, Boca, West Palm Beach, and Palm Beach Gardens. At Joseph's, their goal is to bring their family feel directly to your table. Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Pets!
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made StormSmart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, StormSmart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on StormSmart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
New year, even a presidential election year, but we are still facing the same issues. You need to prepare for the worst. Protect your home, your family, and your investments. It's time to reach out to the Oxford Gold Group. They make it simple for you whether you are buying more gold, diversifying your 401k, or buying gold for the first time. Call the Oxford Gold Group at 833-995-GOLD and order the investment guide or make a purchase of precious metals and get up to $2,500 in free gold. 833-995-GOLD.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Uses directed. Keep out of reach of children.
New year, even a presidential election year, but we are still facing the same issues. You need to prepare for the worst. Protect your home, your family, and your investments. It's time to reach out to the Oxford Gold Group. They make it simple for you whether you are buying more gold, diversifying your 401k, or buying gold for the first time. Call the Oxford Gold Group at 833-995-GOLD and order the investment guide or make a purchase of precious metals and get up to $2,500 in free gold. 833-995-GOLD.
Progressive presents 10 things on a food truck owner's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Stocking the fridge, prepping the stations, finding employees that get along well, finding employees that actually do their job. Looking at you, Gary. Balancing the books, balancing the flavors, having a fresh menu and fresh produce and fresh meat, but never a fresh mouth. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon and Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. It's going to be a warm one as well. Temperatures near 80 degrees and staying muggy out there. Southeast winds around 15 miles per hour expected for the remainder of the day. So you might see an isolated shower moving through the area. Otherwise, we just remain dry. We're going to stay warm and above average as we head into the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Simply Men's Health. No more excuses in 2024. Get treatment now for ED from Simply Men's Health. Get one free ED treatment if you call right now at 561-459-5356. That's 561-459-5356. Simply Men's Health. 2024 means great sex again.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you bbeen in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some red zone revenue. $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword GRAND at realradio921.com. That's GRAND. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yeah. Just got a keyword for you people. Try to make it happen. We want a winner. And don't forget, next week we're going to start our trivia questions for the big game. A 70-inch TV sponsored by Monroe's of Palm Beach. Who doesn't want a 70-inch TV to watch the big game on February 11th? Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hello.
And now it's time for some stories about the great state of Florida.
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 Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
All right. Well, let's start with something that could possibly be a new law here in Florida because the Florida House voted 106-13 yesterday for a bill that would ban children under the age of 16 for having a social media account. And this is even if their parents approve of them doing it. The bill doesn't specify the platforms, but we were joking earlier on in What the Florida that it sounds like every social media site. So it doesn't say which platforms would be part of it, but targets any social media site that tracks user activity, allows children to upload material and interact with others, and has addictive features. So if you guys can tell me one that doesn't have any of those things, I'm curious to hear about that. The bill would also require social media companies to close any accounts that they believe are used by minors. There was a law that was passed last year in Arkansas requiring parental consent for minors to create new social media accounts. And that was blocked by a federal judge. So they say legal challenges are expected if the Florida bill does in fact become a law. And then this Lyft driver deserves something, right, from Lyft. And the reason why is because they did good. Shirley Zamore is the cousin of this woman who was in labor. And this happened at North Miami Beach. And so instead of calling the ambulance, they ordered a Lyft. And my only thing is, all right, maybe she thought she could make it, or she's like, it's pretty pricey if you take a trip in an ambulance, a ride. And Lyft would have been less expensive. I don't know. Because in your mind, you're like, you're in labor, you go in an ambulance. We hear people all the time drive themselves. I've even heard that before, too. Like, what are you doing?
But a lot of people don't realize if you call and, you want somebody like an ambulance to come, that you got to give a bill.
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, I know I've heard people and I've known people in my life who would rather have somebody take them than take an ambulance, even though at that time, if you're with an ambulance, they're there just in case something happens, not only to take you to the hospital.
Well, God forbid. on your way there if there's complications.
Yes.
They took my dad one time.
That's what
Never
I'm saying.
understood it. Never
Yep.
understood why we already pay taxes for that. Why do we get a bill
And
for
it's
an
a big
ambulance?
bill.
Yeah, like a nickel.
It happened with my dad, and he was surprised. You know what I mean? But you needed it. You have no choice. Somebody's elderly, having a heart condition. You can't mess around.
Yeah. So they ended up taking a lift, and the Lyft driver stopped because, and that was the thing with the ambulance too, because you have your EMTs, you have your paramedics,
Yeah.
somebody who can do this. A Lyft driver, they don't teach you this.
Why not?
But it all ended up working out for her. So they ended up stopping. They said under.
The civil authorities have issued a child abduction emergency for all of Florida beginning at 1:10 p.m. and ending at 3:10 p.m. A Florida Amber Alert has been issued for Natalia Williams, a white female, 1-year-old, 2 feet 5 inches tall, 30 pounds, brown hair and brown eyes, who was last seen wearing a pink pajama dress with a heart and pink pants. And Telia Williams, a white female, 5 years old, 3 feet 5 inches tall, 45 pounds, brown hair and brown eyes, who was last seen wearing a gray or navy blue top with multicolored hearts and gray sweatpants. The children were last seen in the area of the 23,400 block of Campanario Drive in Sorrento, Florida. The children may be in the company of Dixie Williams, a white female, 5 feet 2 inches tall, 200 pounds, brown hair and brown eyes. Dixie may also go by the last name Stubner. If located, do not approach. Contact law enforcement immediately. If you have any information on the whereabouts of these children, please contact the Lake County Sheriff's Office at 35234321001 or 911 pound Flimber.
Alrighty.
Back to you, Francis.
It's interesting. I didn't get that. You got the alert on your phone. I didn't get one on my phone.
Really?
Yeah, I normally do. So back to, what was I saying? Oh, so where were we? Sorry.
You were talking about the Lyft driver.
Oh, okay.
And
yes.
should he
All right.
get a reward?
So they take a Lyft. The guy stops his SUV. The Lyft driver was like, he knew they weren't going to make it to the hospital. And we got to do something right now. So the cousin, Sherelle, called 911, and she and the Lyft driver helped deliver a healthy baby girl.
Nice.
Yes. Of course, the Lyft driver was like, this is the first time I've ever had to do this. This is the first time anybody's given birth in one of his rides. And Shirley, the cousin, says she believes that Lyft should do something for him. A
They
tip,
should.
reward him, whatever it is.
Give him a week vacation, maybe $10,000. You know what I mean? Trip to Hawaii, something.
That would be nice. And then an Amazon driver, they're just supposed to drop off. They're supposed to deliver packages.
A lot of deliveries here.
Not steal, yes.
That's the theme of the day.
Yes, not steal things. And this was a live thing. It's told. And an Amazon driver is accused of stealing a French bulldog while he was delivering packages in Spring Hill. A woman said she let her dog Callie outside just for a little bit. Short time later, she noticed Callie was not in the fenced-in backyard.
Where's my dog?
Yep. Neighbor told Callie's owner that they saw the dog walk up to a man wearing an Amazon uniform who had just delivered a package to a home. The neighbor said after interacting with the dog, the delivery driver drove off in a white older model Chevy Cruze with the dog following behind the vehicle. Another neighbor told the dog's owner that the man stopped his vehicle, where he picked up the dog and then put it in his back seat before driving off. So I love how all these neighbors are doing this and nobody's doing anything about it. Like, yeah, I saw your dog. I saw a guy, and then I saw chasing him, and then I saw him come out, and then I was like, nobody said stop.
Nope.
You're taking Callie. That's not your dog.
That's the way we live now.
my
People
God.
just stay out of it.
You're right. Everybody's taking video.
And I know he shouldn't have done this, but in his head, it's not like he was playing with the dog. Like, this is what it sounds like. In his head, he might be like, this dog is in the road running. It might be lost or whatever. And so he picks it up, puts it in his back seat. Well, detectives did identify the alleged thief. And during an interview, he told detectives he took the dog and that she was still in his possession, was recovered and returned to her home. He turned himself in and has been charged with grand theft. But it seems like his reason, he was like, the dog was chasing my car. I didn't know who it belonged to.
Sure.
He could have done it, knocked on the door and stuff like that. I believe my husband, it was a couple months ago, maybe more than that, but there was a baby golden retriever puppy. My husband came home. He was like, you almost had a new dog. Oh. And I was like, why? And he said because he was driving in our neighborhood and this puppy was running in the street.
Oh.
And so there was an Amazon driver, and my husband asked the Amazon driver, like, hey, do you know, like, did you see where this dog came from? And he said, he was like, it was over here. And he was just like, and I was like playing with the dog for a little bit. He's like, but I think it's his home. So knocked on the door, the Amazon driver said he knocked on the door, nobody answered. And so my husband was like, all right, well, if you want, I can hold on to the dog until finally, because the Amazon driver said he had been there for like 15, 20 minutes waiting for somebody. Finally, the woman answered the door. She said the puppy somehow got out of her backyard and she was taking a nap and whatever it was. So she didn't hear.
Yeah, she was so happy.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. But I can see how this happens. But yeah, he has been charged with grand theft. And that is your What the Florida.
Not great. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Thursday. Starting next week, we're going to have a giveaway for you. We'll tell you all about it in the next couple of days and next week. Super Bowl's coming up. You want to watch it? Well, we're going to give you a 70-inch TV, Whitman Rose of Palm Beach, sponsoring the whole event. 70-inch TV. We're going to have a trivia question for the next 2 weeks, including on the locker room. 10 people will get to play. And if you get the trivia question right, you're going to go into a little pool. And Franny's going to pick the winner.
Like a kiddie pool?
A little kiddie pool.
Yes. We'll even give you wingies.
Oh, nice.
In case you can't swim.
And Franny will pick the winner like she did for Greek Gridiron. And somebody will pick up that Friday before the Super Bowl, which will be February 9th. Super Bowl is the 11th. You'll pick up a 70-inch TV, and you'll be able to watch the game. And that is pretty awesome. So thanks, everybody at Real Radio. Jimmy, thank you. Francis, thank you.
Great, thank
Rose, thank you. And we're going to make somebody happy. And the first thing you need for a Super Bowl party is a TV.
Can't watch the Super Bowl without a TV.
How great would that be? Invite people over, you don't have a TV.
You don't have a TV.
Oh, that'd be unbelievable. People will up. Like,
Super Bowl party. Here we go. Everybody come on in. Got plenty of food. I got wings.
I got it all.
Sandwiches. We got pizza. We got appetizers up the yin yang.
Tito's.
Where's the game?
No TV.
I don't have a TV.
You don't have a TV.
Like I thought we were just gonna look through my neighbor's window and watch it there.
Listen to it on the radio. Earlier, Franny, you were talking about that, and again, we'll go back to the story about the waitress that immediately thought that a couple was running out on their tab. And so we got a talk back on it, and I didn't want to play it coming back. I wanted to give Jeremy his some time so we can kind of elaborate on it. So this is Jeremy's take on that situation.
I think this lady definitely is an a-hole. She just got up and walked out. And how would anybody in there know that she's not walking out without paying the bill? At least acknowledge, hey, there's something here for you right here. Come get it. Don't make the girl chase you down in the parking lot where it's now just her confronting you two that you didn't pay the bill when she can confront you inside when there's other people around that can back her up. Just make sure she knows the money's there. Simple. Peace.
So that was Jeremy's take.
All right. I mean, I disagree with Jeremy's take. And from the story, the woman was still in the restaurant, too.
Yes.
Because she said she could look at the partition and see that her cash was like sitting right there. And that she said it was very easy to see.
Yeah.
And if the waitress would have just walked by the table, she would have noticed that.
She wasn't in the parking lot, Jeremy.
No, she was not in the parking lot.
And
to me, I don't always leave a restaurant saying, hey, here you go. Like I said, sometimes at the bar is a good time, too, to hand over cash. If you have a lot of people around you that you may be concerned that somebody may swipe the tip or whatever the case may be. But I don't think that's just normal practice for people to go ahead and be like, here's your check or here's your bill, here's the money. A lot of people just leave it on the table.
And I got a couple text messages. It's true, and I do this a lot. If you're sitting not only at a bar, they say it's not good to leave the money, but if you're sitting outside.
True, that too.
Yeah, a lot of times, sitting outside, I'll sit at a high top and I'll whatever, and I just leave. And they in a couple text messages say that's not good. My one buddy goes, Greek, I tell you that all the time. You just walk away. And he goes, walk away to what? Anybody's there walking right back, they could grab it. Like you said, people have done it.
Taking cash big time. I think that it was also part of that the assumption of the waitresses part to accuse them of leaving, and they didn't even check to see whether or not there was a credit card, there was cash, there was something there, and then being accusing. Of it, you know? So I think that was kind of part of it too.
Without doubt, like I said before twice, you should go up and just say, hey, I might be mistaken.
Of course, yeah. But they said she was angry about it and embarrassed them. So,
and again, if anybody doesn't understand, too, the couple ended up going back and taking a substantial amount of a large tip that they had left out of it, which was all in cash, and that's part of what this whole scenario was.
Yeah, $154 to 4.
So, of course, I mean, everybody has their own right to have your own opinion, like Jeremy's, and we got text messages that had opinions on him too. So that's just my personal one. It could have. I think it definitely should have been handled differently. And I don't think this woman is an a-hole, but I do think
she hit the gas.
She took. Yeah, I think that she went a little extreme with shortchanging her with the tip.
Yeah, because before that, she obviously thought
that it was great service.
Yeah, the girl was great service and did a great job. But again, you get angry. We all do things sometimes when we're a little mad or upset or embarrassed.
And embarrassed, yeah. I mean, the waitress embarrassed them.
I felt weird with that girl when I went out. That I didn't know her. It was like my second time with her.
And especially if you're on a date too.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes you look bad.
I did. And I felt bad. And she said, "Oh, you didn't leave me a tip. Was something wrong?" And the girl looked right at me. And I said, "No, I left $60 on the side of the plate." And imagine if the girl said I took it.
You went there and it was gone.
Is that a deal bug? Is that a red flag?
Interesting.
Is that a red flag?
That's 60 for you.
Maybe we don't see that girl anymore.
But even though
Why do I feel like I've read a story about that? I've read it or something where somebody noticed. We did,
have.
right?
I think we've done the Florida stories or something.
I mean, I've told that story on a personal level where it was a birthday dinner and somebody did that, but it was like a date specifically. Where she saw the guy take the tip that she left or something.
Oh, the guy did.
I remember
we did talk about
that.
Yes. Yeah, I had a scenario with this girl that I know with this gambler. Now, this was, it just to me struck me as funny, but he was a big gambler, and they would go to casinos all the time, and he would give her money to bet. She would go play blackjack and yada, yada, yada. And I knew them pretty well over the years. So one time we were talking about blackjack, and I said to her, like, you go down to Hard Rock? This is years later. And she goes, no, I don't like to gamble. I said, you love to play blackjack. She goes, I never played blackjack in my life. I'm like, wait a minute. I go, I've been with you guys and him giving you money, and you come back and said you lost. I've told this story. And she goes, I never played. I just put the money in my pocket.
Yeah. Hey, he was dumb enough to give it to me.
Yeah. And
right in the pocket.
She goes, that's how I paid my rent for like 6 months when I was dating him. And he would give her nice amounts. I mean, like 100, couple hundred, 300.
I mean, but I mean, in all fairness, he's giving it to her. She could have lost it all too. What's the difference between her losing it and then her paying her rent?
You don't think she should have told him I'm not gambling?
No, why?
No? Okay, great. I love you guys.
Scam everybody.
But it was so funny when I said
to rub off on us right now.
I know.
When I said to her,
I mean, I would have done the same. I had that. Remember my buddy? He actually tried to get me to go down to Hard Rock today, and I was like, I can't. It's not like it used to be where I can just. I was like, I got other things I have to do besides the Penthouse. That one time he paid me like $800 or $1,000 to leave. I was in here for like 2 hours.
But that's totally different.
And I went, no, I know.
You
but
left like a half hour early.
Well, because he had chips is what he has. It wasn't necessarily cash, so he gave them to me.
That's
and
cash.
And he was like, "Are you going to go play?" And I was like, "No, I'm not going to play." He's like, "What? You're not going to play?" And I was like, "No." And I went right to the teller, whatever, and I cashed out the chips.
Yeah.
And I put the cash in my pocket.
That's totally different. He knew you were doing
And
that.
not just that, like it helped out financially. Like that money was like, oh, thank God.
Of course.
But so I kind of get where she's
But this girl
coming
never
from.
told him, is my point.
Okay.
She never said to him, and I know her very well now.
Okay.
And so when I said to you blackjack, I said, I don't play blackjack. I said, you do. She goes, I don't play blackjack. I'm like, what do you mean? I used to, I'm not going to say his name, give you money. And again, it was hundreds, couple hundred. I think maybe a couple times he gave her a nickel, 300, whatever. But she goes, no, I put it in my pocket. And
You're like, it's your fault for assuming.
I didn't say
that
anything.
I play blackjack.
And she said to me, she goes, Greek, do you think I was wrong for that? I said,
But see, you leave kind of happy. So I have a girlfriend, and
of course leave happy.
Yeah, and she goes to Hard Rock, and her man gives her money all the time, and she loves the slot machines. And normally she's pretty lucky on the slot machines, but she loves them. But the other day, she came back home miserable because she lost. But she didn't lose her ass; she lost his ass because it was his money. And see, like that was the one thing, and that's I don't like gambling. Especially, who likes losing, right?
No.
So in my head, that's a win, getting that money. You don't have to bet it away.
It is a win. Now when
getting
she
that
wins,
money, it's like you just won. You won. Put it in your pocket.
now when she wins, does she split it with him? Like he gives her money?
I don't think so. I don't know. I've never really asked her that question before.
Because that's something.
I don't know.
Because you might want to say to the person, well, you know what? You gave me the money to bet, and I want to give you some money back, which is only.
I don't know.
Probably not, which is fine.
Probably not.
But this girl, like I said, and she told me, she goes, that's how I paid my rent for 6 months. And he would go like at least once a week, down to Hard Rock. And that's why I used to bump into them all the time. And then when she told me, I said, when she told me, she was my rent, that's how I paid it for 6 months. I said, wow, it's crazy. It's pretty good. But again, if you think that's
Sounds
wrong,
like a
let
good
us know.
scam to me.
I don't know if it's a scam. Is it a scam?
You're winning and you don't have to play any games.
Did she ask for money for gambling? I mean, or that was just like his, here's
have some fun.
Here's some fun. Have some fun.
Go get lost.
Okay, but she wasn't like, hey, can I? Because that is different, right? If she was like, can I have some money to gamble?
No.
I want to go hit the tables.
No.
That's different. You're right.
No. He used to always give her money just because he was playing the slots and he wouldn't leave.
So he's also paying her off to go away.
Yeah. In a way.
Because he wants to do his own thing.
Yeah, he would play the slots, where he's not leaving. He's sitting there for a couple hours, and she would be like, I'm bored. What am I going to do here? I'm not going to sit here for 2 hours. She goes, I knew going in.
In that scenario, I don't think there's anything wrong with what she did.
Yeah, but she never told them.
If she's like asking him or, like I need this for something else or whatever, it doesn't sound like much of a scam. He was just saying, hey, here, go have some fun. Go do something. Go get a facial. Go get a massage or something.
Yeah, he thought she was going to
way.
play blackjack. But again, I just thought it was a little tongue-in-cheek funny.
It's fun the way you find out about it, though,
Sure.
Because your buddy's saying, oh, yeah, she would go and play blackjack, and then, fast forward, she never played blackjack a day in her life.
That's what I'm saying. So she said she would have months between $2,000 and $3,000 that he would give her. Over like once a week. So I said, that's not bad. She goes, so I went, I hung out. I said, what did you actually do? She was like, you just go to a bar and sit there. Then I would come back and say I lost. And then I'd be like, oh, I feel bad. Here's a couple hundred.
So yeah, she's lying on top of it too.
Well, of course.
Yeah, so.
See, like, if he didn't really ask about it or whatever, just gave her the money. But if she's like, yeah, I lost my ass, and then she did, it's a little different.
Anytime you go to a casino with a friend, if I went with Jimmy or you, and of course you ask, like, how'd you do? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's a common question. How'd you do? I lost. I won. You always tell everybody you lose. You get your ass kicked. Oh, my God. I hate it.
Well, in your world.
Yeah, of course. Of course. You don't want to get robbed in a casino when you're walking out. Come out cursing and, like, slamming things. Because then anybody who's in the parking lot is going to roll you and go, he just lost. And then you get in your car and you walk home like 10 grand.
Look at that. Yeah.
Like that.
You get into the Bentley and,
that's it.
Keep going.
That's it. But he had a Bentley. It is the Penthouse. We try to teach you so much on this show. We hope we do. Better in college. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here we go again. They're taking hard-working American people, American men, and they're taking their jobs.
I think it's so weird that they would be able to make a human being without using eggs or sperm. Scientists
I feel
working
the same
on-
way about omelets.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 2 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Expressways along the Palm Beach is up to speed. We're not seeing any major delays on the Turnpike or 95. Boynton Beach Boulevard still shut down due to yesterday's water main break. Closed eastbound from Military Trail to Lawrence Road. Use Old Boynton Road instead. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Start your year by taking care of one of your biggest investments, your vehicle. Drive into any Palm Beach County area Valvoline Instant Oil Change and get a quality Valvoline oil change without leaving your car. Go to VIOC.com to find a convenient location near you.
Hazel Creek, Monrosa, Palm Beach, open 7 days a week, open to 5 a.m. 5-star menu, DJs in the house, and the beautiful ladies. If you want a good night to be a great night, there's only one place to go. Monrosa, Palm Beach, celebrating 11 years in Palm Beach County. Beautiful ladies, 7 days a week. Great time to watch some games and UFC, and a 5-star menu. And the girls. Get over to Monroe's. Peace.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made StormSmart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane, winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, StormSmart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on StormSmart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Bush Loaded, the greatest hits tour. Friday, August 30th, Hard Rock Live. With special guests, Jerry Cantrell and Candlebox. Tickets on sale now at myhrl.com or ticketmaster.com. Bush Loaded, the greatest hits tour. Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Hollywood.
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature trees and hedges to choose from. Work with our dedicated nursery pros to plant your dream yard. Whether you're looking for instant privacy, a relaxing oasis, or a statement piece, Moon Valley Nurseries is here for you from planning to planting. Call 561-295-8852 to schedule a free design consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
This is Scott Smith with Smithball, Baez, and Prather. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
News Junkie is sponsored by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cartus, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
As an MVP's Pro Rewards member at Lowe's, you get volume savings on orders of $1,500 or more at the Pro Desk because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. In-store only. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. It's going to be a warm one as well. Temperatures near 80 degrees and staying muggy out there. Southeast winds around 15 miles per hour expected for the remainder of the day. So you might see an isolated shower moving through the area. Otherwise, we just remain dry. We're going to stay warm and above average as we head into the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
Drake's Trifecta is sponsored by the physicians at MMJ Health.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station.
Yeah! Kick it!
You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, it is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Don't forget, after the Penthouse, it is the Greek Zone. We look into the odds of sports betting in the NBA, college basketball, and the NFL. We'll have Rob Vino on today from WagerTalk.com. And I mentioned this a couple times. We'll give it to you next week, too. We are giving away a flat screen TV over the next 2 weeks. Super Bowl trivia questions. And with Monroe's of Palm Beach. It's always a great time to go to Monroe's. And by the way, because size matters, Franny says it, the TV now is going to be 75 inches.
You know I'm a size queen.
Damn!
Yep, I was like, add 5 more inches to that, please.
Yeah. 70 just isn't enough. If you ever heard that, that's not a great thing, by the way. And where are you going to get 5 inches?
Give me 5 more inches?
Hold on. That's not a great thing.
I got to go back and listen to that again. That might have come out pretty good.
Not a good thing.
Yeah, it's not great.
36.
Anyway, the TV is going to be 75 inches. It's going to start next Monday. It's going to be 10 days in a row on the Penthouse and the Locker Room. And if you get the trivia question right, you're going to go into a little pool, not a kiddie pool, a pool.
A little pool.
And then your name's going to get picked by Francis. And Francis and Jimmy, you always can trust them 100%, no doubt. No shenanigans with them. And then you might get a 75 inch, excuse me. I got to get used to it myself, the extra 5 inches. 75 inch TV. I will adjust. 75 inches, and we're doing it. That's right. Real Radio and Monroe's. We want to put a smile on your face. And every time you turn the TV on, I just want to let you know, you're going to see my face first. And then you're going to get to
Of course. That's going to be the, it's not like the screensaver or whatever.
That's why we needed 5 more inches. For the ego.
Well, thank you.
We had to fit the ego in, too.
Oh, that's a compliment. Yeah, I thought you didn't go to 80. Thank you, Jimmy.
You know, they have over 100 now.
Oh, I can't do that.
109?
Oh, my God. It's crazy. Really?
I saw a 109 one time. Yeah, I was like, oh, my God, that's ridiculous.
100?
But I wanted it.
Did you really?
Yeah. Well, I'd love to.
Does it make a difference to you? Like that big?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wasn't asking you. I know the answer is yes.
I'm saying yes.
I got an 85, and I absolutely love it. And now that we have a house when we were in the old house, I mean, it took up the entire wall, the 85 inches. I mean, there was maybe a couple on each side, and it really looked ridiculous, to be honest with you. But now that we have a wall that's got the cathedral, the vaulted ceilings and everything, it fits up there.
That's
and
perfect.
it's like, boy, you know what? I can go bigger.
That's awesome. I remember.
There's no walls in my house where that would fit. There's not. It would like
your
take,
TV's huge.
That's big enough.
Yeah, it's big.
Well, you're 85 as well, right?
No, 80.
80? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
You added the 5 inches on yours, too.
Well, you know what? So it's all about this. This hour is brought to you by 5 inches.
Oh, that guy's got a nice blazer on. I remember some of the crazy things I did. I went to a party years ago. I had a big bet on a bowl game, and I watched a football game with this kid, the parent's son. He was like 7 years old, and I went in through every room to try to watch the game. And I was with this girl at the time, and I ended up sitting on his beanbag with him, and I watched like the whole second half of a bowl game. But I gave the kid $40. But now that I think about it, it probably wasn't a great thing to do.
Yeah, probably should have given him 80.
I don't know about that. You think he bitched? He was like 6 years old.
$40.
Yeah.
Come on, mister.
He was so excited.
It's the only TV you can watch and not get judged on. $40.
I'll never forget.
Cheap bitch.
Oh, my God. I remember his face. He was such a cute kid, and he was watching TV. I said, "Hey, buddy, can I watch a game here with you?" Sure. We watched the whole I think it was South Carolina against Virginia or something, one bowl game. But we watched the whole second half. I gave him $40 and I left. So I thought I was teaching the kid things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morals.
What was that?
What was I teaching him?
Yes.
If you have something and somebody wants it, you can make money on it. I mean, that's what I was teaching.
Thank you.
Just like a piece of ass. I mean, it's there.
Just like a piece of ass.
You think he told his parents or you think he hit the 40?
About the piece of ass?
Oh, no, the 40.
Or the 40.
The 40.
I
was gone like...
Mom's going to know.
Yeah, I was gone about like an hour and a half. I remember walking downstairs, and the girl's like, "Hey, honey, where you been?" I go, "Just walking around, talking to people."
I thought you got busted.
I did get busted at the end. I told her, I said, "Look, I was upstairs watching a game. I was gone for like an hour and a half."
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, I mean, come on. I got to do some things. Let's do a trifecta.
It's actually your fault.
Justification. It was my fault. I was wrong. Jim Harbaugh's got a new deal, and he's in L.A. coaching the Chargers for 5 years. Better weather. Doesn't have to deal with the snow anymore. Good team with a very good quarterback and a pretty good defense and some playmakers on offense. Chargers are in good shape. 5 years, I think he'll make the playoffs a couple of times, so hats off to him. Miami Heat lost last night, and they're on a little bit of a losing streak. They got the Boston Celtics coming to South Beach tonight. Very tough opponent. Celtics have one of the best records in the NBA, and it's going to be tough for the Heat tonight. They got Rozier. There was a great trade they got 2 nights ago. They showed it all over the place on the Heat channel of him pulling into Miami on a private jet, and the guy looks so happy. But he's leaving Charlotte, and Charlotte's a losing team, and he's going to the Heat. He said he wants to be involved with the Heat culture, and he's very excited for the new step in his career. I'm excited for him, too. And Patrick Mahomes says that Kelsey has not changed one bit. He's exactly the same guy since he started dating Taylor Swift. The stardom has not gone to his head. He was ready to star, but now he has a lot more people watching him and looking at him. But he said he's the same Kelsey he's always been, same hard work and practice, and he's great to be around. And also the Chiefs owner commented about it, that he was very happy that Kelsey found her and they're welcome into the Chiefs family. It's probably the first time ever the owner ever commented about somebody on his team who they're dating. But again, it is Taylor Swift, and this is something new for everybody. There are a lot of people out there who want them to lose on Sunday so they don't have to deal with Taylor Swift anymore, and the possibility of her being at the Super Bowl. That's going to be big news. Like, is she going to be there or not if they make the Super Bowl? I'm hoping not, because the Ravens, I have a ticket on them 18-1. And willing to sell it, by the way, for the right price. And that is your trifecta for the last time of the day. Peace.
Speaking of Taylor Swift, do you see that people are upset, including herself, and she might go have some legal action because AI photos of her, of Taylor Swift, in sexualized positions and stuff like that are all over Twitter.
Oh, really?
That's
Yep.
No kidding.
Yep. There's like fake pornographic images, had a flooded X, even with videos and stuff like that.
That's terrible.
And it is not her. X has suspended at least one of the accounts associated with the images right now.
It's terrible.
And people, that's the hashtag right now, protect Taylor Swift. They're like, even though she's a billionaire, she'll be fine. That doesn't mean you can go around posting sexual AI pics of her, like she, like a freak. And they're like, she's still a human being. So we'll see what happens. I know she's also dealing with a crazy stalker, too.
Yeah, the guy was in her apartment in New York.
Yeah, and then he got arrested. And when he got out of jail, he went straight to the dumpster by her apartment to start digging through it, too. And then he got busted again.
They're mentioning, obviously, the tragedy that happened with John Lennon in New York.
Yeah, I see that comparison, too. And there was another young girl. Unfortunately, not a big name, but she was, I think, at like a signing or something as she got shot. She was one of the finalists on The Voice.
Mm-hmm.
She was a contestant there.
A lot of crazy people. And it's happened before.
Young,
There's a
yeah,
couple
but she
of
got
people.
shot, killed by a stalker, so.
There was a girl a long time ago. She was in L.A. and she was a TV star, and some guy knocked on her door and shot her. So there are a lot of crazy people out there, unfortunately, and it is very sad. And that's why, again, a lot of these people have big security. One of the biggest things that was shocking was Johnny Versace, who had no security when he got gunned down in Miami, and they used to talk to him about it all the time, and he would be like, I'm a regular guy, I don't need it. And unfortunately, he got shot down. He used to walk every day from his mansion on South Beach, where I've been there a ton of times, right to News Cafe, and sad. But there are a lot of people not playing with a full deck. And it is sad that they can, how they do it, they find out exactly where these people live. And like Franny said, this stalker has been so many times, and then the guy's in her garbage. I mean, next thing you know, he can get in her building. And what the hell do you do then with all the security that you have in the world? So it is.
Yeah, well, somebody got into her, just a building or her apartment? Is that what you just said, Franny?
He got into the dumpster.
I don't know about you mentioned the building.
Yeah.
I know that I don't know if that's why he was initially arrested, but he was arrested for something. I don't know what the situation was with stalking.
Sounds like there was a breakdown there.
Yeah, but then they found him when he got released in the dumpster of the building that she lived in.
Yeah, the dumpster that she lives in, he was there.
Yeah.
And that's terrible. I mean, again, it's one of those things you say, wow. And a lot of people do. David Letterman had a woman for years. It was really super bad.
Most celebrities have somebody because there's somebody out there that doesn't like you, right? So, and then, who knows? You never know, especially now. It just seems like it's getting worse and worse.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we're hearing more and more about it, but it just seems like it's getting worse and worse.
Yeah, I think that's
mental breakdowns in this country.
Yeah, I think also, you're seeing more and more about it because people are reporting on it, and it probably went on, like you said, years ago, but maybe we didn't hear about it. And that's like years ago, and it's not now anymore in Vegas. When you used to go to Vegas, they would hand out the postcards, and a lot of times on those postcards, they would have different pictures of celebrities and stuff like that they were using, and that was against the law, too. You couldn't do that. But this is terrible with Taylor Swift, obviously, on social media.
Yeah. Well, we expected it to come. That AI, the way AI was going, that people would start doing that.
It's scary.
Video, audio.
Yeah, I mean,
I read a headline. I didn't read the article. I don't know how much truth there is to it, but just going by the headline, that there was a robocall that was put out in New Hampshire, imitating Joe Biden's voice.
Yeah,
and we expected that to come up here with the political season coming up. That they'll start, we'll start hearing stuff about things like that. Again, the video's recreating. This isn't. She's not the first one that's had her body superimposed, with somebody. I don't know how to fix it. I know I had an article we never got to where some of the major manufacturers like Google and Microsoft were going to look into that, where they would start putting watermarks in certain videos, and you would know that it was real versus fake and that type of thing. But how do you stop somebody from making a fake and putting it out on social like this with Taylor? I mean, how do you stop that? I have no idea, other than X coming out and going, all right, well, we'll take it out, and we'll they'll just make another account and put it back out again.
True.
And you got to make a severe fine and jail punishment, and that's how you can try to control.
How do you catch them though?
Can you catch them through the websites?
I don't know if they can. I mean, something like that. I mean, you encrypt it well enough, I'm sure you can, to mask it. I mean, and then of course they'll find out, and then they'll say with something like, well, it's a fake video. How deep do you want to go with it? I don't know. I mean, I agree. I'd like to see it stopped, and maybe that's it. If they can find them and they can track them down and they can make it a severe enough penalty, sure, I'm all for it. Don't get me wrong.
If I was running $3 million and 10 years in jail.
Yeah.
And
I think these people that are doing this, I mean, as Jimmy mentioned, I don't think they're as easy
they're
to
not.
catch as you think they are.
No, they're not, obviously.
Down.
But you have to have in anything, you have to have some deterrent out there that even if it doesn't work, it might make them think, like, God forbid I get caught. Is it worth 10 years or 5 years or whatever they do?
Yeah. But we go the opposite way right now. We're in where we don't prosecute anything. We don't. You steal $1,000 worth of stuff at a Walgreens.
Don't worry about
it. You don't even get arrested for it.
Yeah, I'm in the
But even with these people who do this stuff on the internet and all, and the hackers, well, not only are they pros, but you say that you put that on there. If you get busted $3 million, I think that gives them even more juice because they love the fact that they can't, that it's hard for them to get busted, that you can't track them down. I think that's even more of a game for them, a thrill.
Like a thrill?
Yeah, I would think so.
It might be, but I think you got to do
Plausible.
something.
Sure.
I believe in if the penalty's stiff enough for anything, it's going to make some people stop. We talk about texting and driving. You get caught texting $10,000.
People still do it.
But there is no penalty now, I'm saying.
But I'm saying in other states, though. I mean, I don't know, but where it's illegal and people still do it.
You get a ticket. I mean, a ticket is different than a big fine.
And again, I'm not saying it to push back, but I mean, drinking and driving, $15,000.
People still do it.
People still do it every single night.
No, I know.
Every night of the year, and every city, every state, and it's just you would think that would be enough of a deterrent,
it's a hefty
and it's
fine.
not. It's not.
You're right. It does happen.
Make it worse? Go ahead. I mean, I'm all for it. I have no problem with that at all. But
you're endangering other people's lives,
and that's
endangering your life. But you're right. It is out there.
Same thing with texting and driving. I mean, it's almost as bad, if not worse.
The only thing with a DUI, and I have somebody with experience with it, is that most people, and I know this is going to sound crazy, don't realize how bad it is until they get it, and how much money it is, and the lawyers, and the inconvenience in your life. Then when they go through it, they're like, "Oh my God." A lot of people. And the other thing is with a DUI in our state is that 9 times out of 10, you can drive to work. That's a big difference for a lot of people.
Compared to some other states.
Yeah, a lot of states. I think Jersey, that's it.
I don't know now.
Yeah, Florida has a hardship license.
Yeah, but I think there are some states, if you get popped, that's it. You can't go to work. Right. So if you can't go to work, then it's a big difference. Sure. But like you said, people do it every night, so point taken. They don't care.
But so maybe that means that needs to be, a stiffer fine,
Yeah, well, I think most people don't even think they're going to get caught.
You would think that would be enough of a deterrent, and unfortunately,
it's not.
And I think a lot of times too, it's also that factor of people don't realize it. You know, the difference between legally and not.
Oh yeah, the biggest thing with everybody is that I'm not, I'm fine to drive. I can drive, but legally I might be drunk, but I'm fine to drive. So. I don't know. I always think that. I know for myself, if it was a big penalty on something, I'm thinking twice about it. You put a bet in for $100 or $10,000, there's the difference. Who do we got, Jimmy?
We got our buddy Paul Lynn checking in with us from heaven. Hey, Paul, what's going on?
Just to let you know, those pornos of Greek and I on the internet are real. Oh.
Well, I knew that, Paul, but thank you very much for clarifying that for the audience.
Where can we find these Greeks?
I'll send it to you later.
Thought I could trust you, Jimmy. I want to know
for the right price.
Should I work on my app?
Greek 101.
That's right, for the right price. Can't preach it and not practice it. Jimmy, great job as always. Good show today. Thank you for all your help. You are an ace.
Thank you very much, Greek. Thank you, Franny, and thank you, Paul Lynn, and thank you for listening.
Franny, usually the king's rule, but in this show, it's the queen, and you are the queen. Great job as always.
We know that.
I know. Remember, it's opposite day. No, thank you both for making the Penthouse such a fun place to be in. And, of course, thank you for always participating, whether it's a phone call, those talkbacks are fun, or even on that text message. And make sure you're tuned in about 10 minutes. For that red zone revenue, you're going to get a keyword. Enter that at realradio921.com and score yourself $1,000. We want to say that we got a winner. We want to say not winner, winners on Real Radio. G-Man, do you have any parting words?
Remember, start next week, a chance to win a 75-inch TV. Size does matter. Thank you, Monroe's. Listen to the Greek Zone. We're going to give you guaranteed winners today for Wednesday night NBA games. Who else could do that? Talk to you tomorrow. Bitches! Peace.
Must be why God created YouTube.
Well, this and cat videos, but mainly for the cat videos.
Go to realradio921.com/watch so you can watch us make radio. Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it! You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in Red Zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Drive times on 95 and the Turnpike up to speed along the Palm Beaches. Expressways look good. Boynton Beach Boulevard, that's shut down due to that water main break eastbound from Military to Lawrence Road. Use Old Boynton Road as your alternate. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Storm Tight Windows.
When it comes to protecting your home, the choice is crystal clear. Get storm-tight windows and protect your home and family with South Florida's #1 impact windows. Category 5 rated, storm-tight windows are steel reinforced for increased durability and security. If you want it done right, call Storm Tight.
Hey, it's the Greek. Florida just got another gem to add to the palm trees and beautiful weather. Sports betting, baby. Download the Hard Rock app today. It's simple and easy to use. I've been on it since day one, and I love the action. You can bet on your favorite team every night. And when you first sign up, you get a no-regret $100 back. It's sports betting in South Florida. Download the Hard Rock app today. Offered by Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Call 1-888-A-MINUTE.
I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather Florida Injury Lawyers. If you've been injured in a car accident in Palm Beach County or the Treasure Coast, call us to schedule a free consultation at one of our offices located in Palm Beach Gardens, Port St. Lucie, or Boca Raton. If you've been in an accident, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with internet and security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add one unlimited mobile line. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cartus, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of charge.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast with a buck here, buck there. Here a buck, there a buck, everywhere a buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee. E-I-E-I-DO.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Valentine's Day is here. This year, give the ultimate gift. Name a star after your sweetheart. This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. For 45 years, we've named millions of stars for celebrities, dignitaries, and individuals worldwide. for $59 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, you can give the most memorable gift. The star, your name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. It's going to be a warm one as well. Temperatures near 80 degrees and staying muggy out there. Southeast winds around 15 miles per hour expected for the remainder of the day. So you might see an isolated shower moving through the area. Otherwise, we just remain dry. We're going to stay warm and above average as we head into the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. As an MVP's Pro Rewards member at Lowe's, you get volume savings on orders of $1,500 or more at the Pro Desk because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. In-store only. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some red zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword credit at realradio921.com. That's credit. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
Yes, it is the Greek Zone on a Thursday, getting ready for the big weekend, championship weekend. Got to give you some winners and got to make sure you guys got cash in your pocket. We're going to look at the NBA today. College basketball, the Zags are playing tonight. Gonzaga, always love betting them on Thursday nights, no matter what they're laying. Talk about the Miami Heat, the 49ers and the Ravens, the Detroit Lions, and, of course, the Kansas City Chiefs. We have Rob Vino, who's going to call us at 2:35 from wagertalk.com, and so much more. You guys can get involved with any questions that you like by calling us at 877-927-6969. Always sponsored by Jason Weiser. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180. Jimmy, how are you? Good afternoon.
Doing mighty fine. Good afternoon, Greek. How are you?
I'm doing good. We're going to check the lines right away, right out of the gate. Kansas City and Baltimore. I've said all week I need Baltimore to win, but I want Kansas City to cover. So that is a little greedy and a little selfish, but again, it's always about yourself. Kansas City plus 3.5. Over-under is, I believe, 44.5. So there we have it. On the second game, you got Detroit and San Fran. That over-under has fluctuated a little. Today it is 51.5. And Detroit is getting 7. Jimmy, if you had any different lines on the Hard Rock app, please.
That's exactly what the Hard Rock has right now.
Okay. We always suggest that if you're going to do any sports betting, make sure you do it with the Hard Rock app. Download it or get to the casino or any of the Seminole properties. Seminole Coconut Creek also has a very good sports situation. I've been down there many times. In the NBA tonight, you got the Utah Jazz playing Washington, laying 7.5. You got the Sixers in Indiana. Sixers laying 5.5. Embiid off of his 70-point evening. Minnesota, and where's Brooklyn at? Brooklyn getting 3.5. Denver and the Knicks. That's going to be a good game. I want to check that game out for a while today. Denver laying 2.5 to the Knicks.
Yeah, at home.
Yeah, at home. It's going to be a good game. That would be a game if I was in the Big Apple. I might want to check out the champs. Celtics -8 over the Heat. Man, that's a lot to give the Heat home tonight. Might have to go down to South Beach tonight. Maybe. A little prime 112. Sacramento and Golden State. Golden State getting 2 in that game. Again, those are the lines in the NBA. And obviously, we just gave you the NFL. We will also look at college basketball, which is tonight. Gonzaga is one of the games we already looked at that we like. And hopefully they can covered in 9 points that they're giving. I try to give you college games that I know you're going to be familiar with, or no, I'm not going to give you any small schools because there's small schools every single night. The Gators didn't win last night. They beat Mississippi State by 9, 79-70. So hats off to the Gators who did win and did cover. Usually on Thursday nights, you get a lot of Pac-12 games in college basketball. We're going to look at some of those that we could see, and that's where you get like the Washingtons, UCLA, USC, all those games tonight on Thursday nights in college basketball. Gonzaga is laying 9 tonight to San Francisco. Oregon laying 10 to Arizona State. Another big game. And that's about it that you guys would be familiar with. I'm not going to give you all. And one more we're going to look at. Arizona laying 18 tonight to the Oregon State Beavers. But the Beavers are home. But, man, 18 is a lot of points.
Damn, yeah.
But it's the Wildcats, and the Wildcats, man, laying 18. It's going to be right there. It's going to be 16, 15, and the kid's got the ball, and you're sitting there, and your chest, you feel your chest going right through you. You're like, boom, 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 and the kid's got the ball, and you're like, wow. That's when it's really like, man, it's worth it.
This is fun.
This is great. Nothing like that.
Heart Attack City, baby.
Yeah, not a heart attack, just a little, get the blood going. I'll give you some trends. Arizona is 12-8 against the spread in the last 18 games. Arizona's 4-1 straight up. Arizona's 10-5 against the spread the last 15 games against Oregon State. Now, Oregon State's home, so that's a lot to lay 18. It really is. That would maybe make, man, I don't know, maybe a reason to stay away from the game. Oregon State is obviously not a good team. I might go with Arizona first half. That's might be my play. Arizona first half. They're Gonzaga. Go with them for the game. And you got one more if you want to get a parlay going, a trifecta. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Again, some news in the NFL. There's news in the NFL every day. I mean, when they're not playing, they're still playing. And that's what the amazing thing about the NFL is and why they get 30, 40 million people to watch because people can't get enough of it. Raiders took Pierce over. He's going to be the head coach. And at his press conference, I was going to tell Jimmy to get the audio Friday. He yelled. Because that's what he loves to do, just like scream and yell, Raiders! So Pierce is going to be their coach. Played for the Giants for years. Good linebacker, very good linebacker. Won a Super Bowl with the Giants. And adopted the Raider mentality. Also, he's from that area, so he's very familiar with that. A couple of the players stepped up and said they wanted him. So he's going to be coach. He was 5-4 as the interim coach. Winning record, right on the cusp. They need a quarterback, though. I don't think the quarterback they have is good, but they announced it. But the big news yesterday that overshadowed that was that Jim Harbaugh got his new job. He's going out to L.A., same, close to Vegas, and he's going to be coaching the Chargers. The team that I rate has the nicest uniforms in the NFL. Who do you think's got cool uniforms, Jim? You up there with the Chargers? Everybody's got an opinion, obviously.
It's funny because I'm not usually drawn into the uniform as much as I am like the emblem. I always thought the Buccaneers, when they got their new emblem with the flag, and the skull, especially versus the one that they had when they,
the orange,
the expansion.
Yeah, I like the pirate on the side. I thought that was cool.
I always thought that was a pretty cool one that was brought over. And I know it's going to sound like I'm a little bit of a homer, but I liked when Buffalo changed to the white helmet with the Buffalo logo that they have now versus the red. I didn't like it as much with the red. And I hate their red uniforms, too, when they do the all reds.
Thursday nights.
Gosh. Outside of that, there's been some different ones over the years that I've enjoyed. I like them. I liked when the Giants spelled out Giants on the helmet better than the NY.
See, I like the NY. It's crazy.
Oh, do you? Okay. When the Jets had a jet logo
I hate the new jet ones. I don't like those. I don't like that when they have the Jets, but I like when they have the little jet on the side.
I like that color green though. That is a nice the helmet color that they have.
I like the color. I don't like the logo.
The Charger. I never thought much about the uniform itself. The Bolt's been pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cool. And the pants they have it on the side and the shoulders. People always liked it, but again, everybody's got a lot of people love the Cowboys. Their uniform.
Oh, the star is just. I mean,
it's there.
Other than the fact that maybe they've changed, like with the outline or something on it, it's always been a star,
since
right?
the 60s. Years when they first started, going back early 60s, they had white helmets.
Right.
And then they changed to the silver. Yeah, Dallas is one. There's a lot of good talent. I mean, a lot of cool ones. Packers are cool. I like those things you go on the internet where they like make them totally different, super like techno sharp ones with the high gloss. They're cool.
There's a gal, and I'd love to give her props if I remember her name, and I'm sorry I don't. But she's on TikTok, and she obviously is a graphic artist.
Yeah,
and she redesigns
the
helmet, like the logo, mostly the logos. But she'll do the same with the whole uniform and everything, like change up where the lines are and how and everything, the colors are, type schemes. There's been a couple teams that have actually talk to her.
Oh, that's cool.
About it. And I don't know, do you know who has the say over that? Is it the NFL or is it the individual teams?
The team has to propose something to the NFL, and the NFL has to okay it.
They have to approve it, but it is still the teams that does it, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
So if they want to change it, like the Lions want to change the logo of their helmet type thing.
Yeah. Lions have been the same for years.
Yeah, another one has been
it was just sharp. I remember going back to the 70s.
But what she does, what I really like that I think is pretty cool, is she will take the logo, the existing logo, and then try to integrate something like from the city, or like, so maybe I don't know if it's like New York, they'll take like the Empire State Building, somehow incorporate that into the logo. She does things like that, and it's really kind of cool. She's got a very creative mind.
Yeah, I do like. I like the Raiders logo. I like also that when they changed cities, they didn't change it.
Right.
They kept
left
it.
Yeah.
I did.
Well, fortunately, there was no direct tie to Oakland with it,
So I thought it was cool that they did that for the fans and people like that. Yeah, but there's a lot of cool ones. 877-927-6969. There's a lot of prop bets that you can bet on the Hard Rock. We'll get into all that over the Super Bowl. There'll be more. We'll get into some tomorrow in the championship games. Also, you can bet on anytime touchdown, first touchdown, or last touchdown on guys. Now, you can also parlay these, put them in a parlay. I don't suggest you parlay because a parlay is a good way to lose. But I know for a lot of people, what do you want to do? You want to bet a little and win a lot. I mean, that's what everybody wants to do.
Well, I think that's what's kind of cool about the parlay.
Yeah.
How about I propose something like this, where you if there's one bet that you really like, you kind of do a separate side bet for that, but then you incorporate that into a parlay with some other ones.
Yeah, you could do that.
Again, with a small wage, and a lot of times it pays out big. What do we do? A four parlay yesterday.
Yep.
We did, I think, on anytime touchdowns.
Yep.
And it ended up being $100 bet would pay $4.90, when we worked it out yesterday. That's kind of fun. I see more and more guys doing that too. Or people, I shouldn't say guys.
Yeah, you got to definitely check into that. I think when you add the four teams, like every time you add another, it's 3-team, 4-team, 5-team, if you're not familiar with, your odds go up, obviously, and they increase.
But of course, and it depends on what the odds are of that individual bet.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yep. Yeah, you have to see what it is and player by player. But it seems like for most people, what people enjoy are the player props. That's what you see the most attraction to.
Yep.
Like for the Chiefs, you have Pacheco scoring the first touchdown. It's plus 600. Again, if you're not familiar with that, I'm going to make you real familiar. That means 6-1. So if you put up $100, you win 600. If you put up the last touchdown, it's better odds. It's 700. If you put up any time, it's plus 120. So say you bet $1,000 on Pacheco scoring. He wins, you win $1,200, just like that. I mean, but he's got to score. Patrick Mahomes, first touchdown, $2,000 for $100. Also, last touchdown, $2,000. Mahomes very rarely scores, but every once in a while he might sprinkle a little run.
Yeah.
He's worth a shot. It's like a horse at a race. That's a long shot. I mean, it's 20-1. You say, wow, why is it 20-1? Because it doesn't happen, obviously, but they know what they're doing.
Yeah, they get a drive down there. They get on the 2, and he does a quarterback sneak, and he gets in. Boom, there you go.
He scores more, if you look at his stats, 10 yards and out a lot of times. Like
a scramble that wasn't intended, right?
Yeah, he did it last week, but he got knocked out at like the 8.
Right.
He was like at the 40. He ran right down the sidelines.
Yep.
Nobody picked him up, and he was down there, and he ran out of real estate. But if there was more, he would have scored. Again, if you're blanking giggles, Edwards, the running back from LSU who plays behind Pacheco, he's 22-1. Then you have the receivers scoring the first touchdown. Tony's 30-1. He's worth it. I mean, he definitely is, somebody you look at, he's like, wow, these guys definitely have a shot. But again, there are players that you just got to look at.
That's kind of surprising for him. I mean, as a receiver, right?
Yep. You could also bet on guys to score twice in a game. Kelsey is 6-1. He just did it last week. Remember that against the Buffalo Bills. He scored twice.
Yep, multiple touchdowns.
Yep. Rice 12-1. Patrick Mahomes 30-1. Pacheco is 575, almost 6-1 to score twice. Lamar Jackson, he just did it last week, 8-1 to score twice.
You know what I like too, and because this is a question that you have been asked several times. I even asked and found out. Wager is based on the player who carries or receives the ball in the end zone, not the quarterback who passes it.
Yep.
And I like that they put it right on there so that you understand that. That's good to know because some people think because a lot of times in fantasy leagues, the quarterback throws the touchdown, he gets points. And that's not the case in something like this.
It is a very good question. A lot of people don't understand it, just like a lot of people don't understand if a game goes to overtime. And if you have any prop bets on an individual player, the numbers he gets in overtime are part of the bet.
Right. They count. Yep.
They count. So if you got a guy rushing yards, 97 yards or whatever it is, and he has a run for 50 yards in overtime, that counts.
That's right.
If you got a guy to score anytime touchdown, he scores, that counts.
Yep.
You got a guy for a field goal, he needs 3. You could bet on him. That counts.
Point totals.
Yep.
That's all included, overtime and everything.
Yep. And overtime does count. A lot of people don't, realize that. But it's not something that you should, if you're making a bet, think about. But when it gets there, that's when everybody does. There was a problem a couple of years ago. It was a huge problem for everybody, but it was in different lights and different scenarios when the game went to overtime years ago with the Falcons and the Patriots. And there was a lot of pools that people had questions about because the score ended. But then, ever since then, every time there's pools involved, people tell overtime counts.
Right.
It's the final score, not the score at the end of 4 quarters.
Right.
And that was a big discrepancy with a lot of people with pools because I think it was 28-28. Yep. So they were looking 8-8. I won. No, you didn't win. It was the overtime, and you have to go. You have to count that. But overtime does count on all categories when you're betting with the Hard Rock.
Here's a couple player props, especially just obviously it's with quarterbacks, and I'm on the Chiefs-Ravens game, so I'm seeing those two. Patrick Mahomes, over-under passing attempts, 36.5. Lamar Jackson's at 28.5. Couple player props to look at.
Yeah. And those really depend on how the game is going. Because if Lamar is trailing, he's probably going to pass at the end of the game.
Either team,
Yeah,
right?
like,
I mean, that's just the natural way it is, right? If you're down by 2 or more scores in the fourth quarter, you're more than likely passing.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago when the Lions played Detroit, yes, that was last week, Baker Mayfield's over-under was 36. So my buddy came to me before the game and goes, Greek, what do you think, 36? It's too high. I'm going to bet the under. I said, it's 36 for a reason. Just my opinion. Take the over.
If they're behind, they're going to be passing.
And they were. And in the last 2, he went on 41 passes.
Yep.
He won. And he was like, thank God I was, going to go bet the under. Because a lot of times as bettors, as people, when we see a high number, even in totals, we tend to bet the under. It's high for a reason. They know what they're doing. Yep. There's no free lunches. Believe me, they're not like it's sitting there in Vegas going, you know what? Let's give them a free play today. They hope you lose every one of your bets in your teeth. Yep. So when a number's there, it's there for a reason. So when you see Baker Mayfield 36.5, it's there for a reason. They're just not picking numbers like at a willy-nilly, like, oh, yeah, let's pick this. No, they know. And it went over. He threw 41 times. And that's also one of those bets. Like I always try to tell people bets that you don't have to have a wreck about, be nervous about, because an attempts is nice because he don't have to complete them.
Right.
That's it. By the way, interceptions count as attempts. So if a guy gets picked
up.
up.
Oh, does it? That's funny. I wouldn't even have thought of that.
Yeah, they do.
It's an attempt. So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. There's a silly one there.
But it's great.
Yeah. Well, that explains why it's so high for Mahomes. 36.5.
Yeah. Also, with the Chiefs and Ravens, you could bet that the game is going to go into overtime.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. At 900, it's 9-1. That's a good bet.
That's going to be the very front, too, if I remember right.
Yep. Yeah. Will the game to overtime?
Yep. Game to overtime. Yes, plus 900. No, minus 5,000.
So you got to put up 5,000 for 100.
Yep.
Not a good bet. But again, the only bets that are good, let me just make it gin clear, are the ones that win.
This is true.
Because my buddy always says that before he goes, oh, it's a good bet. I said, you didn't win. What the hell is it? Or I love guys who lose and they say they were on the wrong side. I can't say the word that I say to them, but the first part is no. The second word I can't say. No kidding, you were on the wrong side. I should have won. I was on the right side. No, you weren't. You lost. Oh, my God. You lost. So, you know what? I think about different things that happened. I know you would enjoy this story. I told the story to this kid, and he wanted to meet this girl. So she's at a bar locally. And he says to her, and I sort of set him up because I know the girl a little. It was pretty funny. You'll love this. So I said, when she orders her drink, she's with her girlfriend. She's going to go back to the table, walk over to her and say, hey, this $10 came out of your pocket, your wallet.
Oh, okay.
Or your bag or whatever. And I go, and she's going to think you're the most honest guy in the world. So I know this girl a little. Her and I got into this discussion. She gives me a hard time about carrying money. And she says to me, I never carry cash. She must have told me 5 times.
Oh, okay. So she's so... she immediately knew he was lying because she doesn't carry cash.
So he walks over and he goes, should I say it? I said, you want to meet her? I said, perfect way to meet her.
That'll do it.
And I said, she's going to think you're such an honorable guy and trustworthy. He goes, all right. He goes, I'm going to wait. So she bought a couple of drinks, martinis with her and her friends, and he walks over to 3 of them are sitting. He goes, hey, excuse me. I found this $10. I think it came out of your your bag. She goes, I don't carry money. He goes, oh, okay, sorry. And he walked back. He goes, she doesn't carry cash.
Doesn't carry cash.
I said, apples, you want some? And I ended up introducing to him, told the whole story. He was like, I'm going to kill you. I can't believe I went for that. But it's a good one to do. It's definitely good if you want to meet somebody, you go up to them and say, hey, I think, because who's going to say no when somebody comes up to you and says, hey, I think you dropped. I've had people come up to me and say, hey, I think you dropped this. I think, whatever. I had a guy, I was at a cigar bar in Vegas, and I left my lighter on the table. And the next day I went back, and I saw the same guy, and he had the lighter. I never said anything to him. I just didn't, but I knew it was my lighter. Right. And I didn't want to be like, hey, did you find that yesterday? If I was local, I would have said it. But I'm away. I mean, who the hell knows who the guy is? Let him spend it on medicine. But, and it might have been his lighter anyway, but it was funny. He was right next to me, and I see him at the same time. Like, I go down to Hard Rock a lot of times, and I'll bet on sports now early in the morning. Like, you know how early I get up. I mean, I'll be in the casino 6 o'clock, 6:15. And there's these 2 guys that are at this one slot machine every Saturday morning. I don't want to say they're older. I'm going to say in their 50s, 60s. They're there, and I can tell they don't just get there. They're all night.
So they must locals,
I would assume. Yeah,
right.
I definitely assume. I mean, I've seen them maybe.
It's long enough where it's not been like a vacation. I mean, and it's Saturday, so it's just one day a week.
I've seen them 6 times.
Okay.
I've seen them 6 times.
6 weeks.
Okay, at least 5 or 6. Every Saturday I go down there, and I always see them. And the guys, and I got to tell you, I don't know if they're winning or losing, but they're always in good moods. But they're there all night, I could tell. Because just their clothes and the cigarette, the coffee, 2 Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, you can smoke in there?
Yeah, you can smoke in there.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Certain parts you can, certain parts you can't. But I always see the 2 coffees, and but the both of them are there, and I don't know what the hell they are, but I just, when you notice somebody, because there's nobody in the casino at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's very quiet.
After a 6-week period, you get to say, oh, wow.
I know that.
Oh, them again, huh?
Just like those 2 girls that I used to say that were escorts at my building. They used to have the black Escalade, and I was
still around?
I haven't seen them in so long, but then again, I haven't come home that late. You know what I mean? Like, I used to see them 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:30, and I was coming home later because at that time when I used to see them at my place, I was hanging out with somebody, and I would come home late.
Right.
Now I'll come home 11, 11:30, but usually after 1 o'clock I would see them. I saw the one girl about 6 months ago getting her mail, and I didn't recognize her, and she had a hat on. She was, you're not going to say hi? And I was like, I don't know you. She was, no, you know me. And I said, oh, you look different.
Took her hat off. And
then I said, but again, she wasn't made up.
Took her top off.
Yeah. And then I said, oh, I know.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know them.
Yeah, I told you. And I told you they had the business cards, the Dolphins colors. They were like the aqua and in pink, the number. No name, just the number. I remember I said to the girl, like, blanks and giggles, I was like, who should I ask for? She just looked at me. I said, okay, just what I asked. But she handed them out like they were candy. You should call us sometime. I'm like, I'm good. Thanks a lot. And they had the black Escalade and the bodyguard. And I said to them one time, I said, are you guys dental hygienists?
It's a dental appointment, right?
Yeah. Also, at the time, this is going back a couple of years ago, I used to park on the street. I didn't park in my garage. So because I didn't do that, I used to bump into them. So, but again, I haven't seen them in a while, but I'm sure they're still out there. But these two guys are nice guys, and they seem like they're always having a good time. It is the Greek. It is the Greek Zone. We're going to have Rob Vino come on. We're going to talk to him from Philly, WedgerTalk.com, see what he's got to say about some NBA, college basketball, and the NFL. It is the Greek. It is Jimmy, always sponsored by Jason Weiser, the experience you need for the justice you deserve. Peace.
Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station.
Rover's Morning Glory. Producer, you would date people and fake cry to make them feel bad?
I dated a guy that I wanted him to spend more time with me. And when I would cry, he would spend time with me. If I wanted something like flowers, or it would be like all lovey-dovey, because then they would reevaluate.
This is so manipulative.
I'm not sure how anybody can even believe anything that she ever says ever again. Not that anybody ever did to begin with.
Yeah. Wait, what's the question?
There is no question. There's a statement that you're a bitch.
What? I know that.
Rover's Morning Glory. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. It's going to be a warm one as well. Temperatures near 80 degrees and staying muggy out there. Southeast winds around 15 miles per hour expected for the remainder of the day. So you might see an isolated shower moving through the area. Otherwise, we just remain dry. We're going to stay warm and above average as we head into the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career you'll love with flexibility, great pay, and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces? Join the growing team at Progressive Insurance. Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hard Rock Bet presents Legal in Florida.
You can bet the game on Hard Rock Bet. No more betting inside your head.
Legal. We'll repeat that it is legal.
Top rated sportsbook, and it's the only one that's legal.
Get a no-regret first bet up to $100 when you sign up now. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 and over and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
If you're looking for the yard of your dreams, look no further than Moon Valley Nurseries. America's largest box tree grower is now open in Riviera Beach. Here you'll find a wide assortment of mature trees and hedges to choose from. Work with our dedicated nursery pros to plant your dream yard. Whether you're looking for instant privacy, a relaxing oasis, or a statement piece, Moon Valley Nurseries is here for you from planning to planting. Call 561-295-8852 to schedule a free design consultation or come see us at 3200 Broadway in Riviera Beach.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. In office, West Palm Beach.
The South Florida Fair only comes once a year, and everyone just loves it.
Get ready to dive into the fun with a sea lion show, farm animals, great fair food, and of course, rides and games.
Be sure to download the Fair app to get all the updated schedules and activities.
Go to southfloridafair.com for details. The fair is open now through January 28th in West Palm Beach.
Share the fair, share the fair. South Florida Fair.
This is the Greek here with Jeff Jr., owner of Trajan Well, talking about 401ks. I've always heard that 401ks were great, but you're telling me something different.
Well, 401ks are great when you're employed there. However, if you're no longer employed,
You probably don't want to keep that 401k with your old employer, and you probably don't want to roll that old 401k into your new employer's plan.
Really? Why's that?
Well, most 401ks have limited investment options and can cost you thousands of dollars more in fees. And that's true even if you roll it over into your new employer's 401k. You also lose a lot of control by leaving your 401k with your old employer. If the company sells or merges, they often freeze it.
That's great insight. If you have a 401k with an old employer, stop what you're doing and call Trajan Wealth. 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. It means that when you hire us, you get a legal army. When it comes to law, size matters. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article, or sensitive personal information about your family. Search engines don't always get it right. But right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff, so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-803-5505 to speak to an expert. That's 800-803-5505.
Injured? Call Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather at 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Heavier than typical delays on Southern Boulevard, State Road 7, and the Turnpike ramps to Southern due to the South Florida Fair going on. Boynton Beach Boulevard remains shut down due to that water main break. Closed east from Military Trail to Lawrence Road. Use Old Boynton Road instead. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Whenever you need us, just reach out and we'll be there with more locations, more experts, and more resources to deliver the healthcare you need to comfort you and make you feel your best. Find a care site near you at hcafloridahealthcare.com.
It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Well, there are so many today with technology. I know a buddy of mine one time got in trouble. He was in the background of a picture he wasn't in. Well, he was in the background of a picture where he shouldn't have been.
Got it.
That's what really meant.
Got it.
You can figure it out.
I figured it out. I got you.
You knew what it meant. That's all that matters.
Exactly.
I knew what it meant.
Those are
I mean, if I know, then you find out. How's that? And then we do it
Maybe
together.
you should start thinking more about yourself.
I'm going to work on that.
I was going to say.
You're going to say
Is that
what?
possible?
I always put you before me. Always.
That is a bunch of phooey. Oh, my God.
Right now, example, we have the air conditioner
We
on
do.
because you're warm.
I asked you if you could please turn it on.
And I did it.
So you did, because you put yourself before me?
Of course.
Okay. Because you weren't warm?
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you were.
Oh, my God. I love this show.
Yeah, it's great. What'd you learn? What'd you learn from our show today?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
You learn, don't take life too serious.
We used to have a boss that would ask us after every show, like, what was like the theme? What did you guys talk about? What did you guys learn from the show? We would always go, Do you remember? He would go, what was the theme of your show? We were like, we don't really have one.
No, we don't. We're here to entertain and make money. That's it. I mean, just like every other job. You're there to do your job and to make money. I mean, what else you want me to do?
Nothing. Do you guys want to do things that are going on this weekend? I got a couple of things.
I have a couple things too.
Oh,
wow, what a coincidence.
What are you doing this weekend?
Yes, twinning.
The Penthouse. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk from the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Get the latest odds. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek. You're in the Greek Zone, always sponsored by Jason Weiser. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. Give them a call today, 561-689-8180. If you get in any kind of situation with an accident, these are the guys who can help you, and he has a great staff. I am the Greek in the Greek Zone. Jimmy, good afternoon.
Hello and good afternoon.
We should have Rob Vino calling us from WagerTalk.com, Philadelphia. I didn't text him today. I sort of count on these guys, and I feel like we're long enough in our relationship. It's like when you're dating somebody for a while on Saturday nights, you don't say, what are you doing? You just know, I'm taking you out Saturday night. I don't have to ask you. But, the handicappers, they always like to be coddled and kiss their ass, so maybe I should have texted him. But I got faith in Rob. I'm going another over-under on him for 3 minutes.
I got a question for you on rushing yards here. I'm seeing this, and not as much of a question, but just an observation I thought was pretty neat. Pacheco, 63.5 rushing yards. Lamar Jackson, 63.5 rushing yards. That's the over-under for both. How about that? One's a running back, one's a quarterback. That just goes to show you how much Baltimore relies on Lamar's legs.
Oh, yeah.
No surprise, right?
No. I'd be more worried about Pacheco than I would Lamar. I'm being honest. I mean, I can put Lamar in, light a cigar, and be like, all right, he's going to get it. Pacheco's going to carry the ball a lot. I think he'll get at least 15 touches, maybe 13 around there. But if they're losing at the end of the game, they're going to pass more.
Yeah.
But Lamar, 63, I wouldn't have a hard time. I already actually bet that on Monday in Vegas.
Now, here's a question that's kind of along those lines of it's maybe a gray area, you not quite know. So, like Pacheco, I mean, he can receive, a pass from Mahomes, right? So those yards don't count for rushing yards, obviously. But yards after catch?
No. Doesn't count.
It's all that would all be considered a passing yard.
And the other thing that you have to remember when you bet somebody with rushing yards now, okay, is that if a guy rushes for 100 yards and the over-under is 101, and he has a loss for 6 yards, that gets deducted.
Right, it gets taken off. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So that's another thing most people don't realize.
Well, especially like with a quarterback, because of what? At the end of the game, if they take a knee, that's minus
2 yards.
2 yards, 3 yards,
A sack doesn't affect it. A sack doesn't affect it.
Sack
yeah, but if he takes a knee, yes. But again, rushing yards, if a guy's over under, like you said, Pacheco 63, and he's got 70, and he takes an 8-yard loss, you lose.
Yep.
So it's one of those things that you got to remember that you do. And again, a lot of these rules and stuff for things you'll find out. There was a thing a couple of years ago with the World Cup. I wasn't familiar with. I don't bet soccer, but a lot of people did bet soccer, and the game went into overtime. And I don't know the ins and outs of the whole game, but a lot of people thought they won and they didn't win.
Right.
Yeah, but again, soccer has different rules. You have to know all this stuff when you're putting money down. And always, if you go to any, you can call. You go to any casino. If you're at a casino or at the Hard Rock, you can ask people behind, who are taking the bets, hey, I have a question. They're willing to help everybody.
Sure,
They're very nice. But it's better to ask than, you look back and you say, well, what happened there? How did I lose? And some people don't realize that. Like, is it?
They don't want you upset. I mean, obviously they want to win, and but they don't want you to be upset because they want you to come back and wager again.
Of
and
course.
If you don't feel like it was a fair, game or play, then
no, you're going to get back.
You have a tendency of not going back, but they want you to.
No, if you feel like you got screwed, you're not going back.
Right.
It's always like that in everything in life. They want you to win, actually, because the smaller bettors they don't care about. They're like, good, it keeps it going. I told you a story about a bookmaker. A guy lost like 17 weeks in a row. And I was like, he goes, I can't believe he lost again. I said, aren't you happy? He goes, no, he's going to stop betting.
Yeah.
I mean, once somebody gets to that point, they want you to win.
Yep. Yeah, of course.
And I think with a better, and this is just my barometer, if you win once every 7 weeks, that'll keep you going. Just like the track. You go to track 5-6 times and you win once, it keeps you going. You never win, at some point you go, I'm done.
Yeah.
I hate this feeling. It sucks. I'm always losing. But that's it. All you got to get is that little taste.
I had to run like that during the middle of the NFL season this year.
Yeah.
Where it's just every week it was a loss. I was like, man, what am I doing? Took a couple weeks off, went back, hit a couple parlays, feel great again.
Yes, right.
It's amazing, right?
Do I know it?
Just win a couple?
Yeah.
All right.
I could do seminars on this
I
stuff.
can do this.
And I can. I mean, it's just there. And a big win will keep somebody going for years. I mean, big win. Because in your mind, you're like, I'm still up.
You're still playing with house money.
Yeah. Like one of my buddies goes to the Hard Rock all the time, and he must have put in, he told me 32 bets, and he lost every one. So they were all parlays, though, so they weren't just 32 straight bets.
Okay. All right.
And he averaged betting $200. So he said he thought he was down $6,000. So he bet a 14 parlay for like $300 or $400, whatever it was, and he hit. So I think he won $4,000.
Okay.
And then he hit another one for like $1,800. So he goes, I'm about even. So it's a gambler. So I know half of what he's telling me is a lie. So I think he's probably down 8,000. But I mean, he's got the one win after 32 losses, and he had it all documented on his phone. What he would do is he'd take a picture of the ticket, put in his photos, put his photo, and you show me every one after one and one. So, I mean, that's what it was. But again, you win one time, it'll keep you going. It fuels you. And then, you keep doing it. But if you don't, then you're like, all right, I'm done. I've gotten beat so bad I can't do it anymore. And then it's hard because if it's a big part of your life, that's why, gambling could be very addictive.
Eventually you go back to it, more than likely. Most gamblers do, but you might take a break for a little bit.
Yeah, if you really get your butt kicked, you sit down for a little while, and then you're like, okay, I can't do it. But then if there'll be a lot of guys who crap out and they can't bet the Super Bowl because it's the end of the season, they lost so much. They go, I can't even bet the Super Bowl. I just lost so much. So, again, every year has different barometers. But whether it's the track, the casino, scratchers, you got to win every once in a while. And the house or the casino or the track wants you to win and also wants to promote it. They are very good at in the lottery. Same thing, the lottery. They're very good at promoting their winners because when you see that, the first thing that comes in your mind is, why not me? People do win. You hear it all the time. People win all the time. You see it. And they
Go 95 south. Look at the billboards.
Yep.
Winner for lottery.
Yep.
Winner. I'm sure Hard Rock's got them up there now too. But I've seen, especially with the lottery, right? Atlantic City used to go down the expressway there, and you'd see, I won so much at Caesars. I won so much at Trump Tower. I won so much at Showboat. You know?
Oh, no, Atlantic City, when it first opened, it was always on the Causeway, Atlantic City Causeway, and they had them up and down. And those were the old-school billboards. Remember, like the wooden thing, and they used to paste them up there, and they would put them up every week. So when you're driving in, you're like, well, he won.
Yeah, look at that. Yep.
And that's why also in casinos, when people win, they love the bells to go off, and they take their time walking over. It's all purpose because they want everybody to see it. They're like, oh, wow, he won.
Oh, like they won. I can win. Right?
Yeah. So, I mean, again, it's part of it. It's smart. I know we got Rob Vino calling us from WagerTalk.com. He's on the phone with us right now. Always a great call, a lot of information, and always gives us a lot of good stuff for you guys. Is that Rob Vino?
And Rob's on the air with us now. Hey, Rob, welcome to the show.
I apologize, buddy. Got caught up on another show. I just ducked out as they were signing off. So sorry to be a little late here. But how are you this week?
I'm good, buddy. I'm very good, Rob. Always good to talk to you. Rob Vino, good friend of mine for years from WagerTalk.com. Rob, how'd you do last week in the games?
Man, we were good, buddy. We were good. In fact, in the playoffs over at Wager Talk right now, after 2 rounds, sitting number 1 in profit made. So 7-1 last weekend was really, really nice. And look to, you know what? I'll say this. Before I even begin to dissect games with you, I have not made a bet on either of these games yet. I'm still going through some stuff. But, I know we'll talk about it for a little bit on the show.
All right, no doubt. That's cool, as long as you tell us that. Do you have any leans yet on either one? To me, I mean, I know the world's going to be on the Ravens, but I just cannot bet against Mahomes covering with 3.5 or 4 points, and you could buy it up to 4. Some places have 4. He just still scares me, and I still think there's a possibility they can win.
Yeah, it's so funny because the show I just left, we were dissecting the game, myself and the host, and that show actually is a video show. It comes with a live chat, and I mean, it's like if you say anything in your breakdown that might be anti-Lamar or pro-Kansas City, it's like touching a nerve with people that want to bet Baltimore. It's crazy, Greek, how that they immediately correlate that to people being Lamar haters. Listen, Lamar Jackson, for what it's worth, and let's just go through really fast here. last week for a quarter and a half, maybe a little less than a quarter and a half, Lamar Jackson didn't look good, right? He was getting sacked by the Texans defense. D'Amico Ryans looked like he had something going on. Lamar's passes were not – they looked like the old Lamar, to tell you the truth. And then they settled in and they got it rolling, and Houston really didn't pose much of a threat on the offensive side. Okay, now you're going to play the Chiefs. The knock on Lamar Jackson is always going to be a playoff knock more than a regular season knock. That if you get out in front, can he bring you from behind? Right? When they're winning, it's all roses.
Yep.
But in the playoffs, when they've gotten behind, is when they've lost. Now their talent level's a little bit better this year. The offensive system's a little bit better this year. Mark Andrews is coming back this week. There's a lot of positives for Baltimore. But I think if given the choice, and a lot of people bet playoff games this way, give me the better quarterback.
Well, I mean,
Mahomes, you trust Lamar Jackson.
All day long. I mean, I got the Ravens 18-1 to win it all. I did in July. I need the Ravens, but I was rooting last week. I wanted the Bills to win because I thought they could beat the Bills. I didn't like betting against Brady ever, and I don't like betting against Mahomes in the playoffs. I just don't. And I think the experience and Andy Reid, I know they're Harbaugh. He's a good coach too. But Lamar in the first half, he didn't look good. He was 1-3 in the playoffs going in. And this is a guy, like you said, regular season, he does well. There's going to be a lot of pressure. I think that they'll win, but I think it's going to be close. I don't see the Chiefs getting blown out. And so if I can get 3.5 or 4, I'm going Mahomes. And I just still think that the level of being there 6 times in a row, it matters. I mean, and Lamar's his first time. I think the Ravens had a great season, probably most consistent out of all of them. Again, people don't realize certain things. They're on their 3rd running back. This kid's good, but he wasn't the starter. The only thing last week of Lamar that you saw a little bit more, he does seem to be looking to run a little bit more now. It's where it's like, hey, man, we can't fool around. If I see an opening, I'm darting.
Yeah, and to that point, I would say this, Freak. Every time he ran, the other side was in man-to-man coverage with their backs turned. I can guarantee you that Steve Spagnuolo will have zone coverages where at least they have eyes on this guy so that when he drops back, he doesn't see the back sides of, 4 Chief defenders running downfield, and then there's nothing but green grass. So that stuff can be corrected. Houston was in that man-to-man defense. It's an interesting game. I think, to your point of Mahomes, 6th time in a row has to speak for something here. And I actually said Todd Monken's offensive system has brought out better things than Lamar, but it's his first time calling plays in this type of situation as well. So you wonder how that'll work. John Harbaugh's got a lot of experience here. You can make a lot of back and forth in this game, and just to see the wave of money and the wave of opinion that's coming on Baltimore being so big right now, it almost makes me wonder if this thing it's already gotten to 4. 3.5 are gone.
Yeah.
It's all 4s, and it makes me wonder if it's going to get to 4.5 because when public money starts getting involved at that type of level, that much money, it's only going to get a little bit higher. So when do sharps take back? I don't know. But at this point in time, you can make a solid case for both sides. I think that the weather's going to be way better here this week on the East Coast. Last week we had Kansas City's played in 2 freezing cold games in a row, right? One at home, one on the road. Mahomes in good weather. They didn't drop the ball last week. Rashee Rice looks – and I understand Buffalo's defense was banged up. But I tell you what, the biggest problem for KC is they're missing a huge piece on the offensive line.
Yeah, the guard.
And that's going to be problematic maybe if Baltimore decides to try and exploit that. So we'll see. But, I'm with you. I just don't understand. It really is a sensitive issue when it comes to picking against Baltimore. People of a different opinion seem to think that you're picking on Lamar Jackson, and I don't know that that's the case.
No, it's not at all. I mean, he's a quarterback, and again, I'm looking to make money. I don't really care who's quartering. I wouldn't care if Kim Kardashian was quartering. I mean, if I think she's going to win, I'm going to cover. You know me a long time. I just worry in this game, and I see them covering. I just see the Chiefs covering. And I thought last week's game, and I talked to Teddy Covers, our mutual friend, even though I thought last week was a gift. I told everybody, I thought that game should have been a pick. And I think this game should be maybe Baltimore 1 or 1.5. I don't see 4 or possibly 4.5 or even crazier 5. Because once the public, which we just said, gets on that train, oh, my God, forget it.
Yeah.
I mean, then it's just crazy.
They're not going to spend their money today, Greek. They're going to say that game kicks at 3 o'clock East. They're going to start spending their money, 9 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, and it's going to come in waves. And if it comes in Baltimore waves, then, like I say, I don't know when take back starts for sharp money, and maybe a lot of sharps like KC and kind of started this fire by putting out some, fake line movement here. But it's very, very hard.
Let's switch gears and go to the other one.
Go ahead.
Talking to Rob Vino from WagerTalk.com. Check him out and go to the site, and you'll get a lot of information. Detroit and San Fran. San Fran, to me, played a very bad game last week. Weather, he wasn't on as a quarterback. They're playing this week, but with Debo, they're 22 games over 500. When he doesn't play, they're 8-9. I think that's a huge factor if he doesn't play. And the one thing last week, the Niners could not stop the run, which scares me a little because the Detroit's got a good running game.
We're on the same wavelength because if you ask me, offensively, Detroit and Green Bay are mirror images.
Yep.
Right? They're both extremely well balanced. And Green Bay's offensive line, while not rated as highly as Detroit's, had its way with that San Francisco defense. Aaron Jones had a game. So if you just take that and know that Dan Campbell wants to start with the ground and set up play action, Detroit should have a really nice offensive day against that defense, no question. And you know what? Just go back a few games, you'll find that Arizona ran for a lot of yards on San Francisco. San Francisco's Baltimore ran for a bunch of yards against San Francisco. They're not the defense that they were. And their reputation probably precedes themselves here. The part that scares me, of course, is the Detroit pass defense, which just gets abused. Even with a one-dimensional Tampa Bay team, Baker Mayfield had him in there the whole way. Matthew Stafford with a banged-up hand threw for 367. And if they don't get held to 3 red zone field goals, Detroit's not even here. So I think you can pick apart both defenses, which leads you to total.
Yeah.
Right? And the total has now gone 51, 51 and a half. And you see some straight 52s. Deebo Samuel, real quick, if he plays, Greek, with a close to but not quite fractured shoulder, I don't know if he makes it through 60 minutes. I mean, if I play defensive coordinator, if I play Dan Campbell, the first thing I'm telling my defense, take shots. Take shots. And in the San Francisco offense, wide receivers are expected to block. Are you going to block with that right shoulder? I'm not sure. So I don't even know, other than being a decoy, what purpose he would serve on the field if he's not really healthy. That'll be an interesting thing there.
Yeah, it's going to be a big factor for me. Again, last week, him not playing, the quarterback was off. I mean, McCaffrey's over-under in yardage receiving was 33, and he only had 30. He was missed 3-4 times. Again, he's a stud. He had the big runs. San Fran is home. Obviously, their 3rd championship in a row. Are they going to lose 3 in a row? Again, think they might win. Don't know if they'll cover. And the other thing about this game, more so in Super Bowl II, these are 3 games when teams are up in the 4th quarter, they lock it down. They play very conservative, which, you know what I mean? They're not looking to score if they got any kind of a decent lead.
Right. No, that's the truth. They will try and grind clock. And real quick, and just in giving Brock Purdy the benefit of the doubt, he never looked comfortable in that rain last week. Do I wear a glove? Do I not wear a glove? What do I do? His passes were messed up. So maybe in the good weather this week, it's a little bit different. But, these games are interesting, Greek. You could dissect them 100 different ways. It's going to come down to personal opinion, which side of the fence you want to stand on with these teams.
Well, we talk about it all the time. I talk about these weeks in the NFL playoffs when they start because these are the first weeks. In football, when you're betting, you don't have college football. So there is more noise. And how, as a bettor, do you keep the outside noise away from you to not affect your decision? And that's what a lot of people have. I've seen people in lines change positions. Like, oh, my God, this guy said the 6 is good. I'm going to bet the 6. I talk about it all the time because I know I live this life. You got to trust yourself. And if it is so much that the noise affects you, don't go on social media. Don't listen to sports stations. Don't read anything. Just put it in and let it sit because it will affect you.
It's so fun, and it's so true, Greek. I mean, real quick here, because I know we're running up against the clock, but last week, heading into the game, Steve Spagnuolo was being hailed by the masses as one of the greatest defensive coordinators in playoff history. Buffalo runs on them for like 182, and this week all you hear is, that Kansas City defense is in trouble against Baltimore. So from day to day,
it fluctuates.
The outside noise changes all the time. You have to use your own eyes, your own opinion, and let that stuff, at this point in time, like you're saying, when you know the four teams as well as anybody else, let your own opinion take charge.
Yeah, the only way I let somebody listen, I would listen to them if they were paying for my bet. If they're paying for my bet, then I'd be like, all right, good. Let's do it. Rob, you're the best. Hope we get you next week a little bit earlier. Always love talking to you. Let everybody know how to get the information because wagertalk.com is hot as a firecracker.
Yeah, wagertalk.com has been good. If you go over there, you'll see last 7 days, I think 23-7 on all sports is the number. So it's been a good run, Greek, especially in the NFL and college hoops. You can go. If you're not currently a member, just go to wagertalk.com, drop your email address. You'll instantly have access to all the video content, all the written content that we provide. If you like selection packages, mine are always up and available there at wagertalk.com. If you're looking for NBA later this afternoon, go to your computer, go to Wager Talk TV. You'll find me on the NBA show where we'll break down somewhere around 5 to 6 NBA games for this evening.
Thanks so much, Rob. Have a good weekend. I hope you stay warm. I know it's a little cold in Philadelphia. We got a high today of 84. Are you jealous?
We're going to make 61 tomorrow, so we're getting there.
All right. It's close.
Just curious, did they fix that bell yet?
No, they haven't fixed that bell yet.
Damn it!
Still not fixing a bell. All right, stay away from running up the steps and seeing Rocky. You have a good weekend. I hope you win. WagerTalk.com. Get there, Rob Vino. He'll give you great information. Have a great weekend, my friend.
All right, thanks for having me, Greek. Always appreciate it. Take care.
You're the best. It is the Greek. It is Jimmy. It is the Greek Zone. Always sponsored by Jason Weiser. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180. That is the number to call. Tonight, we like Gonzaga laying the 9. So we'll look about that game tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you, Jimmy, for your help.
Thank you. You got an NBA pick?
Oh, that's right. Somebody wanted the under Indiana and Philadelphia.
Okay.
239.
All righty.
Have a good day, guys. Peace.
Ciao, baby.
The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are partly cloudy as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. It's going to be a warm one as well. Temperatures near 80 degrees and staying muggy out there. Southeast winds around 15 miles per hour expected for the remainder of the day, so you might see an isolated shower moving through the area. Otherwise, we just remain dry. We're going to stay warm and above average as we head into the weekend.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Good Greek moving and storage. Your superhero movers.
Hey, it's the Greek for Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Seafood, bakery, prepared food, fruits and vegetables, meats, deli, and pizza. It's all under one roof. And if you got any catering in the future, let Joseph's handle it for you. You'll be a star. Locations, Delray, Boca, West Palm Beach, and Palm Beach Gardens. At Joseph's, their goal is to bring their family feel directly to your table. Joseph's Classic Market, where all great meals begin. Pets!
Bush Loaded, the greatest hits tour. Friday, August 30th, Hard Rock Live. With special guests, Jerry Cantrell and Candlebox. Tickets on sale now at myhrl.com or ticketmaster.com. Bush Loaded, the greatest hits tour. Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Hollywood.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, Don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with internet and security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement when you add one unlimited mobile line. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. When dining out or shopping at the grocery store, ask for sustainable seafood. By choosing sustainable seafood, you can help reduce overfishing, bycatch, loss of top predators, illegal fishing, and other harmful environmental impacts. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth. Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Education doesn't just take place in the classroom. There are many ways children of all ages can learn about sustainability and the environment at home. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Earth for a list of resources, activity guides, and toolkits that are educational and fun for the whole family. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
This is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there. Sometimes those dads get divorced. For more than 30 years, we've represented men in divorce, confronting the pitfalls that could devastate your finances or harm your family relationships. While every situation is different, our goal is to get the best outcome for you and your kids. Set up a consultation and take the first step.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cardis, Florida resident partner. Scott Trout, licensed in Missouri, Illinois, and Georgia only. CordellCordell.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Expressways look good along the Palm Beaches. No major delays on the Turnpike or 95. Boynton Beach Boulevard is shut down due to that water main break eastbound from Military Trail to Lawrence Road, Old Boynton Road. That's your alternate. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands you trust in-store or online at the best values. Plus, take advantage of their everyday financing offers. Lowe's knows home improvement, subject to credit approval.
It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Speaking of hoes, 47142, start off with Real Radio. I was told my ho-ho-ho was so good, I married her. That's from Steve and Boca.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we have.
I thought that was going somewhere else with that name.
Nope. We have, every time I hear a ho-ho-ho, I have flashbacks of being in Riviera Beach on Broadway.
Nice.
Okay.
Broadway, that is?
Yes,
That's the second time I've heard that. I'll have to write that down.
Yeah. I used to live down that way. It's those are facts.
Nice.
Drive by tonight. Silver bells.
And Sarah did forget, but I know she said something last time. Maybe it was her text that her new man, she's like, I forgot to mention, he's working on getting her a car so she can go to him and he won't always have to go to her.
Wow, that's this guy's.
I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, she did mention that. Right?
Wow, he wants her to quit her job and buy her a car. That's tremendous. And she's only known him like a week, right? That's amazing.
Yeah,
See how
something like
love
that.
just shoots that arrow.
Look at that. Right in the ass. Tell Sarah.
Nice.
The Penthouse. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk from the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword check at realradio921.com. That's check. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from